La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. Sempre un amabile, leggiadro viso, in pianto in riso e menzognero. La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento di pensier di pensier.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so make very little from ad revenue, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of, scuffed. Hello, Eric. Scuffed. Typical display capture. Eric, go to display capture. Producer, by the way. Yep. Hold on.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit?
So please consider sending a donation through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. Link is below. So if you super chat $100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100 through Streamlabs, they only take 3. Donations and super chats will be displayed in stream overlay. All super chats $50 and up will be read. Eric, if you can switch it to the other tab, thank you. Yeah. So all super chats $50 and up will be read. For the sake of a coherent stream tonight, TTS is temporarily boosted to 200. If any of you psychos have a burning comment or question. Other triggers, we got air horn, fireworks, mute a microphone for 7 minutes, and making me put on the World War I uniform. Guys, please keep these super chats, donations, and TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you just outright insult the girls, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we also have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button. You get a cool badge next to your name in chat. We have 6 different tiers of support. If you want to submit a video or call into a show, see tier 5 and 6. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We are 10 memberships away from unlocking the next emoji slot. Guys, we are also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Also, follow us on Instagram. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever. And women under 5 feet, my DMs are open. Okay. Not to at whatever though. BD_Atlas. Okay, butchered that too. So guys, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that is in the description. Go sub. Without further ado, after that rather long-winded and butchered introduction, going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Keeko. I'm 23. I'm a bartender, and I go to UCSB studying sociology and education.
I'm Fiona. I'm 22. I'm unemployed. And I'm a writer.
Yeah, I thought
but I don't have a real job.
Yeah, you're in Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
Trying to be a writer. Okay.
I'm Sam. I'm 19, and I'm a student at SBCC.
What do you study?
Film.
Film, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Tatum. I'm 18. I go to CC, and I'm doing general ed.
I'm Margarita. I have a rock band, and I'm 33.
What's the name of your band?
It's called Edge of Paradise.
Okay, very cool.
Thank you.
I'm Victoria. I'm 20. I study in Minerva University in San Francisco. I study business finance.
All right.
And I'm Michael. I'm 32. I'm a genocidal maniac, according to the newspapers. But yeah, in my real life, I host a podcast and write books.
Did you bring the books, by the way?
Oh,
by
darn.
chance.
Davis,
Ben,
do we have
you
books?
think
Did
the
you-
chocolate, by the way, is there?
We sold something like 20 tons of chocolate.
Wow, that's a
and
lot
I
of
don't know that
chocolate.
we have a single drop.
He's also
We don't have any.
Do we get a
Willy
signed
Wonka.
copy of a book?
Yeah, I want one.
Mr. Davies, can you go to Barnes & Noble or something and get us
Wait, right
10
now.
copies? Yeah, right now.
Yes.
I want some
Yes.
books. We came here totally empty-handed, and that's so wrong.
It's all good.
So rude of us.
Well, Michael, you kind of undersell yourself a little bit because you're also an actor. Well, I think you mentioned author, but you're also a rap critic and a music critic. So
That's true. I'm known for my spicy hip-hop takes, so if you guys have any questions about popular music or like Zoomer culture or anything, I'm pretty much an expert.
he's an expert.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And are you able to disclose your alma mater?
Well, I guess I could. I graduated from Yale, but I think now Yale is going to sue me if I claim that. I think they're going to basically, deprive me of my diploma. Certainly by the end of this podcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
We'll see how spicy. it
you
gets.
went to Yale, but you didn't go to Yale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I say I went to. I think they would deny that entirely.
Got it. Okay, so we're going to go around the table once more. Current relationship status. So single, situationship, relationship, and longest relationship. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a boyfriend, and my longest relationship was like 2.5 years.
I'm single. My longest relationship was like 1.5 years in college.
Okay.
I'm single, and my longest relationship was about 2 years.
I'm single, and I'm still single.
I'm engaged, and my longest been about 10 years.
Victoria, before you go, can I have you scoot the microphone that way? Can I have you scoot the microphone that way? Yeah, there you go. And then take
Margarita.
This is Margarita.
No, I said before Victoria over here.
Oh.
Yeah. And Tatum, can you pull your microphone a little bit closer to you? Also, we should have done this before the show. Eric, can you grab a seat booster for Sam here?
Yeah.
Because Sam is, you're 5'4"?
Yeah, I'm average height.
The microphone's kind of blocking you a little bit. So,
Okay.
Victoria,
I'm single, and I've never been in an official relationship, so
you said your longest relationship was how long?
it was like I was seeing the guy for 3 months, but it was not like official relationship.
Okay. And Michael?
I'm married, and I met my wife when we were 10 years old. But it's a complicated history because she had a crush on me in the 8th grade, but I was dating the lead of the middle school play. And then I had a crush on her in 9th grade, but she was dating an upperclassman, which was very scandalous, I thought. And then we dated in high school, split for college, got together at the end of college. Now we're married and have 2 children.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was an enthusiastic wow there.
This doesn't seem like a really pro-marriage crowd. I don't from that reaction.
Wait, is that like 100% true? Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I wouldn't lie.
Oh,
I don't know. I thought you were being
You're
sarcastic.
You thought I was no, that's real.
That's
That's real. That
sounded like
really
sarcastic.
that happened.
No, that's actually
yes,
cute.
let's go.
Yeah, no, that's very like romantic. Sorry, I thought you were being like a jokester and just fucking with
Yeah,
that.
same.
No, that's real. That can happen. That's
Okay,
I'm
actually,
used to
I
being
don't know
lied
what's
to.
real.
Sorry.
I believe
Yeah.
in love again. Whoa.
Wait, you're used to being lied to. Can you
Yes.
go into that a little bit?
Oh no, just a lot of people like to lie, so I don't know like what to trust and like what's
That's
real, what's
true.
not. So,
But are you talking in like in a romantic context? A lot of people lie to you?
no, just like in every sense. I feel like people lie a lot, so it's hard to
like
tell.
you go to the grocery store, everybody is lying to you. You're saying.
Majority,
Yeah.
That's
They're like,
tough.
there's
Okay.
no eggs in.
and then like there's
They're in the
eggs.
back. Like,
I
no,
know
they're
they're
not.
there, so they're lying.
That happens to me at Trader Joe's.
Mhm.
I ask for the Persian cucumbers and they don't check.
And they're like,
Yeah,
the
see?
avocados are
They
ripe.
say they do, but they don't.
They
They
don't.
never do. Okay, great. So we got everyone's relationship status. So almost everyone here, with the exception of you and Michael, you guys are all returning. Keeko, this is your, I think, 5th or 6th appearance. You guys, this is your 2nd. Victoria, your 3rd. So just for you guys coming back now, has anything changed since your last appearance? I believe that was about 3 weeks ago. You guys were last on. Any new love interests or?
I mean, there's always new love interest. No, I'm just kidding. No, I haven't. Like, I mean, there's some guys, but no, nothing new.
Some guys. What do you mean?
Like, obviously, there's people I see, and I'm like, oh wow, maybe there's a potential, but no, there's nothing.
Okay.
Nothing
Because
for me.
last time you were on, you mentioned that there was one guy.
That I'm talking to?
Is that Dunzo or?
No, we're still talking.
Still? Oh, go ahead, Michael. Looked like
When you say you're talking,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very old man.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial, so
Mhm.
I don't really. I'm not totally up to
millennials.
date.
Very old.
I'm
Ugh.
basically. I'm like the boomer of the Zoomers.
Mhm.
Talking means more than talking.
Like in what sense?
More than speaking to one another across a table as we are now.
More than literally talking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what we do, is just talk and hang out.
Okay, so it's literally but you're in a way where you have affection for one another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
But you're not dating.
No.
But you might date.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you guys hooking up?
No.
Oh, that's good. That's very virtuous.
Stop the cap.
I'm not lying.
All right. That's good.
I'm not lying. We're not hooking up.
I think he's scared of you, probably.
You think yeah, I agree with that, and I think you think I'm lying, but I'm not.
I think
I'm
these
very
days,
truthful.
because how old are you? Sorry.
19.
And he's your age?
Yeah, he is my age.
I feel like these days, like younger guys, they're afraid to make the first move.
Yeah, that is true. I can see that. But I mean, if I wanted to make a move, I would make a move. I don't.
So does he want to do more? And you've said no? You've pumped the brakes? Or?
I mean, we've talked about it, but like it's not like we're both enthusiastic for it. I mean, I don't really care for that right now. It's
For
not
what?
like
To hook up?
Yeah, to hook up.
All right. That's good.
Mhm.
That's good. Man, that's awesome. I was under the impression that now, because of like all of talking culture, that everyone just hooks up and it's all ambiguous and no one's ever officially dating and it's all kind of
There's
weird.
a lot of that. There's a lot
There
of
is.
that.
You're just not doing it.
I just hate it.
Oh, yeah. That's great.
I think it's stupid.
Allegedly.
That is stupid.
I'm a hopeless romantic, Brian.
Allegedly.
Get it through your brain. I
Allegedly.
want romance, but I'm busy with school and getting my stuff straight first.
Okay. So everyone else said they were single, pretty well, except you. So kind of in line with Michael's question, what does talking or being single actually mean? So you said you were single. So there's no guy in the picture at all.
No, single, I just mean I'm not like officially dating
Officially,
someone.
okay.
Yeah.
So, but you are seeing
I'm
somebody.
like dating around. Yeah.
Can you kind of?
Okay, so since I've been on the podcast, I've gone on a couple dates.
Okay.
And then I have also been seeing some other people.
Can you be a bit
so
more
vague.
specific?
There is. I am hooking up with a guy at the moment, but then I'm also have been going on other dates for people that might be a more better match long term.
So you're hooking up with just one guy?
Mm-hmm.
So not multiple guys?
Mm-mm.
But he's like the backup because you're more interested in these other guys that you're going on.
It's
dinner
not that
dates
I'm
with.
more interested. It's just that I feel like there's more of a relationship connection that could be there on the like dates that I'm going on. You know, it's more of like dinner dates that I could see like we have more in common in career and stuff like that. Whereas this other guy I'm seeing,
just like a booty
I'm
call?
he's not a booty call. I'm just very attracted to him.
Maybe he'll listen to this conversation and step up his game.
I hope not.
Well, especially if he's the only guy that you're sort of seeing in this way, then he'll definitely know you're talking about him. But so then why is he not long-term relationship potential?
Because I don't think he's ready for that.
He doesn't want it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And
But
I
you
don't.
do.
No, not with him.
You don't want it.
I mean,
okay.
I do. I would like a relationship at some point, but I know in my I wouldn't want it with him.
Not
Even
him.
though you're very attracted to him.
Yeah, but I just know he's at a point in his life where he's not ready for a relationship. Like he should be alone. He has like inner work to do. I probably have inner work to do too.
Can't you do that work though together?
Well, he did also get out of a relationship.
Oh,
really recently.
Eric, can you have that? Oh,
$200.
wow. Thank you, Martin.
Was in my comment last pod you were on about the tongue acrobatics that destroyed your situationship. I'm not sorry for ruining you forever.
Okay, hey Martin. That, by the way, that is Marquise Martin, a Mensa member. We call him Mensa Martin, and he owns about a dozen Quiznos, Sam, on the East Coast.
Did you say you owned something else? I swear.
That I think that was a different donator.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Davis owns the Burger Kings. I forgot. I think Cheeks owns the Arby's,
Yeah.
and Martin owns the Quiznos.
That was it. It was Cheeks.
Cheeks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cheeks
Cheeks.
is
She's
the Arby's
obsessed with
guy.
you.
Martin is
I
the
don't think
Quiznos guy who's
Okay.
he's gonna single-handedly re-spark that franchise.
I didn't know it still existed.
Is it gone? Maybe he's the holdout. I
Yeah,
think he's the
that's
last
great.
holdout.
Quiznos is a great sandwich shop. I hope he
Yeah.
succeeds.
In Texas, they have them a lot, I believe.
Really?
So, Martin, by the way, thank you so much for that big $200 TTS. Thank you, man. Tatum, while your sister here was telling us the story, you were kind of smiling or making a face. So, do you have some secrets you want to reveal? Or
No secrets. I don't share my sister's secrets.
So you are confirming though that secrets exist.
In general.
In general.
Yeah.
In general.
Secrets.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't know everything
Do you
about
wanna-
us, Brian.
Sadly, unfortunately, I'm
Yeah.
hoping to expand my understanding. But so, can you just spill the beans? What were you smiling about?
No, it's just funny.
Okay.
Because like you guys don't know him, and I
Oh.
know him.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about him?
She's right. He's not boyfriend
Yeah,
material.
he's not boyfriend material.
But
as of right now.
he's just a disaster. He's like a mess.
No, he's nice.
Is he hot?
It's the meanest
In my
thing you could say.
opinion,
He's nice.
No.
Then
He's
what
not
makes
hot.
him not a boyfriend
He's
material?
attractive. I can see
Oh.
why she thinks he's attractive. She just has high standards.
She has a different type. than
We've
you.
already been through that.
We
Wait,
said this
yes,
already.
high standards. We need to talk about the high standards again.
He's
Um,
attractive, just not if you have high standards. Is that seems
She
really
has a
mean to
different
me.
type.
I know.
She has a
I
different-
we
she has a
see-
different type.
Yeah. we
Well, what is a
different
high
types.
standard here? Like, what is the definition of high standards?
For me?
Just generally, yeah. Like, what
someone
are you
who's
talking
Like
about?
looks.
Oh, so
like-
he's not attractive enough, but attractive enough to sleep with.
I mean, I think
I
he's.
Well, for her.
am
We just have
attracted to-
different types.
We
like,
have all
different
different
types.
types.
All of us have different types. I mean, I'm more general.
Yeah.
Your
Like,
type
you
is
can get with
general.
Yeah, like I
Either
feel
way.
like I could like people from different areas. if that
From
makes
different
From
areas.
different
So
groups.
one person from Idaho, another person from San Diego.
sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then for you two, what you guys have very specific types.
They do.
Pretty
What
much,
what
yeah.
what are the specific types that you guys have?
Sam, do you want to say it?
I feel like hers would be more not like skater boys, but like probably someone who's very tall.
Scary? Wait.
Skater.
Oh, skater
skater.
boys. Okay.
Someone who's very tall,
Tall.
can dress well,
Skater boys.
like
dress well?
darker hair.
Well, within okay.
Darker hair, definitely not blondes.
What's wrong with blondes?
I don't know.
She just doesn't.
There's
like
nothing
them.
wrong with them. I just like have never really found myself attracted to a blonde.
And for her, she's probably more.
Sorry,
like
Ben.
Beach
Oh, wait, are you
boys.
blonde? Okay, all right. Nah, it's darker. So skater boy, kind of.
Not like a skater boy.
It doesn't have to be, but like that kind of like look. I feel like.
Okay.
Bad boy type of look.
Yeah, but not like the conventional like bad boy.
Like got
She's just like
attention,
really picky.
but never
Yeah,
got
I don't even
expelled.
know what your type is, Tatum, honestly.
I don't either, you guys. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I just feel like she's very like certain people. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah.
it.
He's got to be really well dressed, but also a bad boy, but not like a bad boy.
Yeah,
he
like,
can't be
it's like-
blonde, and he's got to be tall,
Exactly.
and he's got to
Bingo.
skate, but not be a skater.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do-
Okay,
do-
I got it.
He doesn't have to skate.
Yeah.
but-
Does
Okay.
anyone
But
at
pretty
Daily
spot
Wire,
on.
like one of the hosts, do any of them have blonde hair?
No.
Shapiro, no.
No, we're certainly not.
Walsh, no.
No.
He's got a nice beard though.
No, Candace's husband is very blonde.
He's married.
But he's taken.
He's
I'm
married,
sorry
yeah,
to say.
unfortunately.
You guys, yeah.
She likes taken men.
Tatum- oh,
That's her type.
No, it's
that
taken,
is why.
it's taken women. She likes taken women.
Either
taken
or.
women.
But single
Yeah.
men.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a term for that? Is that like one of the new
Homewrecker, maybe?
Oh,
I am a
that's an old
homewrecker.
term.
she is a homewrecker.
I
She's
home
wrecked
wrecked a relationship in high school.
Oh, good times.
She didn't mean to.
intentional? No, okay, it wasn't
No.
intentional.
No.
It was an accident.
And it was a girl.
So that's why I said she likes taken women.
She made out with a girl, and the boyfriend broke up with the girl.
In high school?
Yeah. It was crazy.
It goes down in high school.
I feel in high school that's not a big deal.
No,
Yeah, well,
I
I
best for
that
him.
never happens ever.
He was not happy with it at all.
So, what about your specific type?
Surfer
boys.
boys,
Surfer
for the
boy.
most part.
She probably
tall.
would take blondes.
I
Yeah.
will take blondes.
Oh,
Hair color
wait,
does not matter
oh,
to me.
So you don't like blondes? I got it mixed up.
No,
Okay.
No.
she doesn't like blondes.
Oh, so dark hair,
Yeah.
kind of edgy
Yeah.
guys.
I just usually like
Skater
like,
boys?
Find
Can Eric? Can you pull up
darker-haired boys
a
more
photo of
attractive.
Ben Shapiro?
Don't you know who Ben Shapiro is?
He's a surfer.
I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
know.
well-known surfer.
Yeah.
He's from LA.
He's a stoner, right?
Um,
Totally
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
on my
Drives
around in
alley.
a van.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
no, but he,
Yeah.
hold on. But okay, not. Well, he's taken.
Oh.
But if you
For
would,
now.
if he wasn't, would you find him attractive?
Forever.
Sounds like a threat.
Or a
That's
problem.
him?
How you want it?
Is
That's
he babe?
him?
Is he babe status?
No.
Whoa, Tatum.
I've been
Wow.
trying to tell him that for years. I was
He's
like,
also
Ben, you're
Jew.
not babe status.
Jesus,
You're not.
oh my
Here we
God.
go. Dave
Sorry.
LeBron over here.
Fucking
Uh-huh.
Ukraine just going
Wow.
hard. Okay.
Azov Battalion showing up to the podcast. Goodness gracious.
Okay. So your type is surfer boy.
For the most part, generally,
Generally surfer boy. Okay.
is what I tend to go for.
So she has high standards. You have normal standards.
I feel like she
I
also
think we need a
has,
seat booster for Tatum too. By the way, I feel like.
no,
Oh,
it's
there we
just
go.
because
she just
Yeah.
has
Sorry.
that
Yeah.
much.
My
Yeah.
back hurts.
Posture checks. We'll do posture
I don't think
checks.
she has high standards. I think
Okay.
just Tatum. No, you do have high standards. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. But it's just not as high as Tatum. I feel like Tatum's even more picky.
I see.
Very
okay.
picky.
So you said that there's a guy you're hooking up with, but while you're doing that, you are kind of exploring other options.
Mm-hmm.
You're going on dates with other guys. So how long have you been seeing this one guy that you're just hooking up with?
Well, I've known him for like a couple years, but we started talking again, or we saw each other again New Year's of this new year.
So you reconnected.
Yes.
But
Okay.
so if you don't want to date him long term and you don't think he's the right boyfriend material and you want to see these other guys, why would you waste your time seeing him?
I don't think it's wasting my time because it's like, okay, so he lives in Santa Barbara. I live in LA. When I come down up to see my family, I see him at points.
But if it's not going to go anywhere,
Because
why wouldn't you
what? Are
spend
you
the
gonna
time
live
with
for the
some other
future?
guy? You go on another dinner date or something.
I feel like
And
it's,
I don't need a boyfriend in Santa Barbara. I probably should date someone in LA. But it's I'm sorry. I kind of see him for the sex.
Oh. Okay.
Do women really do that? I understand why men do that because
Yeah.
men are just constantly thinking about sex, especially when they're very young. But like, do women really think that way? I know feminism pretends that women think about sex the same way that men do, but that's not real, right?
I feel like they do.
I think they do. I don't think they get the same like great orgasm that these guys are getting from casual sex. That's for sure. But I do think women think about sex.
Yeah,
for sure.
I definitely feel like women think about
At
sex.
least we do.
I know.
But you're admitting that the experience of it is totally different for men and women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're saying that the drive.
I mean, no, actually, once you get comfortable with someone, like once you're sleeping with them enough, I think the sex gets a lot better.
A lot better.
Which is why I'm seeing this guy where the sex is good because we've been seeing each other, but I'm like dating other people or like.
But don't
going
you
on other
think
dates.
the other guys that you're dating might frown upon it if you're sleeping with a different guy?
No, because they're sleeping with other people too, probably.
Do you like it that they're sleeping with other people too?
I mean,
I feel like you don't.
Don't
care
you want
for
your
it.
needs met?
You've stumped me. Don't you want to fulfill your needs with one person to whom you're attracted?
But I
and not
haven't
just
been
think of-
attracted enough to any of the dates I've been on yet.
Like. for
Do you think the fact that you're sleeping with this guy consistently might have something to do with that?
No.
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 It's a lie.
I tend to agree with you. Yeah, I think that's
Why
a
do you-
lie. I think
I
if
wonder-
Because
anything-
I'm thinking about him while I'm with them.
because your behavior is always going to color any behavior that you're habitually engaging in is always going to color the way that you view the world. And so if you're occupying your mind space and your body and all these, as you're saying, really powerful sensual emotions with some dude, that's obviously going to color the way you think about romance and love with any other guy you're going on a date on.
Wait,
Maybe
but-
that's why you're not so interested in the other guys.
How come guys can do that so easily though? Like I feel like I know guys can go and fuck women and find this like amazing intimate experience, but then they can actually find a girl who they respect and like and then
Yeah.
date them. So how come it's different for men and women?
Men can
Testosterone.
compartmentalize a little bit better that way, and men can treat sex as purely physical a little bit better. But even for men, even for men, it's somewhat difficult. You can't actually separate.
Yeah,
all
see,
these
I
things.
feel like it would be like go both
I don't know.
ways.
Have you met my dad?
Oh yeah,
can.
true. Yeah,
Really?
he can.
Yes.
Yeah, he can.
That-
he really can.
That's unfortunate to hear.
Should he come on the podcast?
Yeah,
sometime?
Probably.
Probably
He
should.
wanted to come on tonight.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, was that why you guys were asking if a guy could join?
No, we
No.
had someone else.
That was a different guy
Yeah.
friend. Okay.
But
Maybe
no,
Sam's
he should.
dad.
No,
was gonna come
no,
up.
no, no. No, but her dad
Sensitive
would be fun
subject.
to be on the podcast.
Doesn't he like go to the Philippines? What was the story?
Thailand.
Oh, Thailand. What
He's
is
a
he?
passport bro.
He's a passport bro.
Yeah.
Except he's just going there to fuck bitches.
Yeah, he's not going to marry them. He's just going to fuck.
Okay. Isn't he involved with like MMA or something? Or
Yeah. No, didn't you say he was going to
No,
box?
he used to box.
oh, he used to be a boxer. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
But
anymore.
that's why he would go to Thailand is to train or whatever.
No.
No, just
Like,
to purely
just for
like
the women.
purely
Well,
just
no,
fuck
to see
women.
the sights
AKA the women
and
Yeah.
the beaches.
and the beaches.
And
Okay.
the woman.
Wait, so really quick just on this thing. So do the guys that you're going on dates with, do they know that you're hooking up with someone else, or do you just kind of, it's not something you...
I mean, we don't really talk about that. I feel like we get to know each other
Mhm.
in other ways.
And you said you've been on a few dates. How many dates have you in the, I don't know, the past month or something?
Since last podcast, just
Sure.
2.
Oh, just 2?
Mhm.
Okay.
One, well, hasn't it only been 2 weeks?
It was
3
Valentine's
3
Day.
weeks, I think.
So it's been 3
Okay,
weeks, yeah.
so 2.
Only 2?
I think.
3? 4?
I think only 2.
Okay. And then Sam, so you're seeing one guy right now. It sounds a bit more serious, but you're not boyfriend, girlfriend. You guys haven't hooked up or anything. Are you also going on dates with
No.
other people? Or you're just seeing him, but it's not official yet, so to speak.
Yeah.
Tatum, what about you?
I'm not going on dates, no.
Do you have a guy you occasionally see, a friends with benefits, a hookup
No.
buddy, or no?
No.
Nothing?
Nope. I'm strictly focusing on my school
Strictly focusing
yeah.
on school.
That's great.
and like partying.
Okay. And life and partying.
Yeah.
Isn't there a temptation when you go out to party? So we're 2 blocks away from UCSB. We're here in Isla Vista, #1 party school. Well, frequently ranked the #1 party school in the U.S. Isla Vista, really big party scene. You guys go out to IV to party, or do you go?
Yeah, occasionally.
Occasionally. How frequently would you guys say you go out and party?
I feel like it depends on the season.
Yeah, in the winter, not as much.
Sam, can I have you just scoot your mic a little closer towards you, to the edge of the table? Perfect. It's the end of the season.
It depends on the season.
Oh, it depends on the season.
Like if it's winter, I feel like
It's
I
a little
wouldn't.
colder,
Yeah, I
yeah.
wouldn't go out that much. But during the summer, I probably would be out there a lot.
Okay. How frequently would you guys party during the summer?
Like multiple times a week.
A lot.
Like 3-4 times a week?
Like 3 times a week.
4.
3,
Well,
4?
for her, I'm not that. I can't do it.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
I get tired out.
Okay. So when's the last time you've been on a date? Or
Oh my god, PTSD. I'm not talking about it though.
You can't just put that out there and then not.
oh god. Is it related to essay?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Jeez. All right.
No.
God. Yeah, talk about it. No, it's not that. It's funny.
No.
PTSD, like he just
It just like, ugh.
She sees him around campus. It's
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah.
what?
I went
Okay,
to-
what's the deets? What's
It
the
was like an
details?
awkward experience.
Yeah, it was just awkward. I went to this guy's house that I started DMing, and I never met him in person before. And like the first thing we decided to do was smoke, and I love to smoke, but I can't I didn't
Methamphetamine?
Crack.
marijuana.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where did you meet him, really quick?
Through Instagram.
Instagram.
You DM'd him?
No, he DM'd me.
He DM'd you?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we texted for a little, and then we stopped, and then he hit me up again, this past fall, and he was like, "We should smoke soon," and I was like, "Yeah." I don't know why I said that. I can't smoke in front of people I don't know, and we decided to do it at his house, which that was also just weird. It was a weird experience altogether. I don't like being high in front of newcomers, so.
Wasn't he like, you can sit on the
He
bed,
was
it's
just
more
being,
comfortable."
yeah, he was being
The classic.
the classic, but also
what's the classic?
really-
Hey, why are you all the way over there? Come sit on the bed. It's more comfortable. The classic.
You see my red
wear my
LED
HUD hat type
lights?
He was like,
Yeah,
"Wear my HUD
but I
hat."
also was getting just major icks because I was high, and
So, did you not have the major icks before you guys smoked?
I literally met him at his house. I had never talked to or met or seen this dude in person.
But you just went straight to his house.
Yeah, she just went straight to
Yeah,
it.
no, we met on campus and we met in the parking lot, and then he was like, "Okay, here's my here's my address. Like, just meet me there.
Just a knight in shining armor.
And I
The story where you end up on the news the next day.
Yeah,
I've seen this story before.
Dude, that sounds so bad.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is there more to the?
No, there really isn't. It was just like I ghosted him after that, and he just texted me a couple times like, "What did I do?"
What should he have done differently? So he slides into your DMs. Like, how could it have worked
we just
out?
shouldn't have, because he's like, let's smoke at my house. And I don't know why I agreed to that, but like that should not have been my first interaction with the dude. Like, first of all, I should have been sober. And second of all, like, I don't feel like I should have met him at his house.
Yeah.
Like a stranger. I've never met this fool before.
Right.
Yeah, you guys should like met at a restaurant.
Yeah,
or, like,
I don't know what was going through my head. And then, but he texted me that on Instagram, and I opened it, and I totally forgot that there's like red receipts. So I was just like, LOL. And I like put my phone aside, and he was like, wow, I see how it is. It wasn't nice knowing you.
That's so rude.
Yeah, he got
For
butthurt.
me?
No, it's so rude for him to say that to you.
It wasn't nice.
Well, I kept.
I think it was kind
I
of mean that
ghosted
you didn't
him.
respond to him.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
He gave her the icks.
Yeah,
I think
so-
everything he did was very unchivalrous.
And I also think that sometimes when you do DM them back and you try to be like platonically nice, they can take it the wrong way.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
and then you get yourself in more of a kerfuffle of
Yeah.
being like, oh, I don't want to string them along, but like maybe we could be friends, but they probably don't want that.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
And he
That's
like
very true.
invited me
Yeah.
over multiple times like after that, and like right after I left, and I was like, oh yeah, no. He texted me like 15 minutes after I left, like, you should come back.
Yo, turn that car around.
Yeah. But I'd see him on campus all the time, and it would like literally like shoot my heart rate up, and I don't know why.
What kind of a guy is he though? Is he a normal guy on?
Besides,
I can't discuss that. I can't discuss.
You can't discuss the looks.
Just probably
the
not
looks?
your like conventional guy.
Yeah.
You know?
did he have a mullet?
No, but he's antisocial, I'd say.
So just your type?
Yeah, but I do like more social guys.
Okay, so too antisocial.
Too antisocial.
Like I
Okay.
said, very picky.
Very
I'm
picky.
sorry, guys.
Apology accepted.
Yeah.
Last question before we move on to some of our main topics, and we do need to get a couple super chats here. Has anyone here had a hoe phase? Keeko. I wasn't making assumptions. I was just asking if you've had them.
I mean, I feel like most people have their hoe phase. It just depends on like if you mean hoe in retrospect to my usual, or like hoe as in like what for like the normal of everybody. Because I would, if compared to normal terms, no, I wouldn't consider it a hoe phase, but like it was out of my norm. So.
Did you smoke before the show?
No, I'm like getting over a cold.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Do I sound raspy?
A little bit. I wasn't sure what
Sorry.
that. No, totally fine.
I already took antibiotics though, so I'm good.
Okay, really quick, just on your thing. So are you still bartending?
Yeah.
Okay, you said some of your bartending friends, they've had major hoe phases.
I wouldn't really call it a phase if it's a lifestyle.
Oh, there's a continuity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean just like my bartending friends. I mean,
all the other ones.
I mean, no, I just mean like people I've met since bartending.
Okay,
if that makes
sure.
sense.
So what, I guess, for the lifestyle, how much of a body count are we talking here when we're talking? Like, can you tell us like the highest, maybe the top 3 you've heard from some girls?
I couldn't tell
And
you the
guys.
top 3. For the highest I've ever heard from a girl, it was like 340 something.
What? 340 something?
Killed that many people? Is that what body count?
Partners, but
Oh man, because I'm like actually not a prude, and I'm from New York, and the highest I've ever heard is like 100, and I thought that was
Where
the craziest
are you
number.
hearing that from? I've heard way higher too.
then what?
Then like 340. I've heard like I'm just saying 100's the highest you've heard.
Yeah.
And I thought that was crazy.
It is crazy, but I feel like I've heard.
But have you heard it from guys or girls? Because guys always inflate their number, and women always
I feel like
suppress their number.
You're right. You're right.
Because a guy will say, oh, yeah, probably about 10,000. Genghis Khan didn't sleep with 10,000 women.
Yeah,
That's not real.
Right.
340.
I don't think it was around 340. I think it was like 346 if I remember exactly.
What about some other high numbers?
Very specific.
I literally, ever since then I can't even remember anything else. That's all I can remember.
From your other friends?
Yeah, that's
okay.
everything else after that.
And
unless
like
it's
100
small.
plus?
Yeah, there's a few of those for sure.
A few 100 plus. Okay.
Who has that much time? 340.
I know.
I think it's people because it's like if they're just a promiscuous person, they've probably been like this since they were like 16.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these people are like 30 that I'm saying.
Right.
That's 12 years. That's a lot of time to do some damage if you really think about it.
That is.
Especially if you've never been in a long-term relationship, so you have time to just keep going at it.
Yep.
That is
Right.
time to collect some cards.
Because I sometimes think back in I've had very brief single days, and I think, oh man, I was an atheist, I was a total derelict, and I thought, oh wow, that was really crazy. But then you think, well, what if people just had that period of time times 10?
Right.
And which a lot of people do.
Right.
Wow.
So, hoe phase.
I mean, what do you consider a hoe phase? Like, what's your definition of a hoe phase?
Well, what's your sense of it?
I would say going out, getting hammered a lot, and screwing a lot of dudes.
Seems like a fair definition.
Kind of the same thing. Like, I would consider what I had at one point as a hoe phase, but I don't think the average person would consider that a full-blown hoe phase. But, like, to each their own, I guess,
Okay. Sam, what about you?
I didn't really have a hoe phase, but I had a player phase where I just like knocked out a whole friend group and like killed all their. I was like going through it, and I like played a whole friend group on accident.
What's the distinction between a hoe phase and a player phase?
Because I didn't like do anything with them. I just talked to them and texted them and played the field, and then like one by one. Like made them like me.
Knocked them over like dominoes.
Just for fun. So it's just for ego.
No, it wasn't for ego. I actually like had crushes on these people, and then like I like realized like I think I picked the wrong one. I actually like that one more, and then it only was 3 of them, but the whole friend group didn't end up liking me. So
indecisiveness.
Yeah, it was purely indecisive.
When I was in college,
I ended up dating one of them for 2 years. So I really wasn't trying to like be a player. I just was indecisive.
They called that a suite complete when I was in college. If a girl was every single guy in the suite. That's suite complete. Yeah.
Tatum, what about you?
No, I haven't had a hoe phase.
No hoe phase?
Maybe not yet. Maybe in the
it's
future.
in the works?
Maybe, yeah.
You're going to have to lower your standards for that.
Well, maybe they will
perhaps.
lower.
Or you'll just have a string of skater boy
Just like really hot
dudes.
Yeah.
I hear a train coming.
At first, I was thinking your high standards were a bad thing because it would be very hard to meet a guy. But maybe that's a great thing because you've avoided the hoe phase because you have very high standards, even though they're oddly specific. Okay, that's good.
Actually, kind of on that topic. Well, I'll let the table finish. Have you ever had a hoe phase?
No, it takes a lot for me to, I guess, like someone. So I don't think I know.
Okay.
No.
Michael, have you ever had a hoe phase?
A lady doesn't tell, Brian.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I sort of alluded to it. I was a derelict atheist.
Went to Yale.
I went to Yale, and Yale's a pretty.
Party
Yale's
school.
a weird campus, man. Yale is known for like weird secret society rituals and getting naked. That's basically. I mean, Yale. They would do all this crazy stuff. I think back on it now. They would have sex week. Every 2 years, they would bring in porn stars to give lectures.
Good times.
And it's all these. I was kind of wondering.
There were porn stars back in your day?
Actually, back in the 19th century. It was 1878. It was the first porn star ever.
Awesome.
Old
Love to learn
Abraham.
the
It was
history.
he wasn't very beautiful.
On the first camera?
Yeah, it was where
Let's
the
get
light
that
bulb
shot, zoom in.
explodes. Yeah. I wondered though, when I got to Yale, I thought, why are all of these people so promiscuous? Like, why is everyone? You wouldn't necessarily expect that. And I realized, you think about the people who you might have known in high school who went to Yale were probably fairly nerdy, fairly studious, maybe didn't go out that much, probably didn't go to a ton of parties, you know. And so they were just these pent-up balls of lust and gluttony and drunkenness, and then they just explode. And it's,
Well, they say when, like, you have really strict parenting as a high schooler where you're not allowed to go out a lot, once you hit college and you have no rules, they kind of go off the walls and, like, the partying, the drinking and all that.
Yeah, I had roommates like that. I went to NYU, and my roommates, man, my dad was like, oh, you have really nice roommates. They must have had great parents.
Wow. By the way, I'm getting reports that we have almost 6,000 live viewers in the chat. This is a record for whatever. So the chat is on fire. I had to boost, unfortunately, the time between chat messages. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We're about to get into some of our more spicy questions here. One question on your high standards. So is there just like an absurd, ridiculous deal breaker you have, like that in terms of your high standards? Like if a dude, he's got like weird knees or something, just some like random, totally unimportant thing that's a deal breaker for you.
Schlatter disease, yeah.
Okay, honestly, like, this might sound really shallow, but a lot of the high standards, like, comes from the looks. Like, people's looks are the first thing I look at, and then, like, past that, it's, like, personality and, like, whatever else. So if it had to do something with their looks that, like, stood out, is that what you mean?
Yeah, like maybe they have two different colored socks or something like that. Or
weird nipples.
Weird nipples.
I've seen that and I'm like, no.
Weird nipples?
Weird nipples.
And you're like, no?
Yeah.
That's like a deal breaker for you?
I feel like for guys it's much easier because guys, they can be very attractive and not your like stereotypical attractive, but you know.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I do too.
Get away
That's
with
so
a
true.
lot.
Sometimes you just are attracted to someone and you don't know why.
Yeah,
but you're
just
attracted
like,
to them, and everyone else is like, what?
And you're like, but
I just
they have
like
it.
them.
Yeah.
You say, I find this guy so attractive. He's got a great job. He's, you know, really got great family and drives a fast car, but his nipples are just unfortunately too weird. So there it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That happens.
Out with the old. Let's go.
All right, we're going to do a couple chats here. So, guys, if you want, check out the description for all Super Chat and donation triggers if you want it to be read. TTS, we had to boost it to 200 just to preserve the flow of the show. We have Stifler here. You know what? We'll come back to that one from Stifler. M1 Garand asks, would any of the girls date a guy who is pro-gun and owns a firearm?
Sure.
Yes, for sure.
Let's just go one by one here. Go ahead.
Yes.
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 I'm with one that owns it, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I bet they didn't see that one coming.
Would you all consider yourself to be conservative or right wing, and is that why you would date a guy who's
No.
I
No.
just believe. I mean, we have guns.
Yeah.
I don't think the gun issue has to be on either side. I don't think you have to be a conservative to like be pro-gun.
Yeah.
Not saying what my political stance is. That's all I'm saying.
I have heard that there are definitely people who are on the left who are in favor of gun ownership and gun rights.
Yeah.
I have heard that, but I think amongst, for example, Democrats, if we kind of differentiate Democrats and people who are left-leaning, Democrats typically are not so much in favor of, I think.
Yeah, because I was just sort of wondering if you happen to be more left-wing, if you find yourself attracted to someone who has all these stereotypically right-wing characteristics like gun ownership or whatever.
I feel
difficult.
like,
No, go ahead.
I feel like I'm not typically attracted to someone who has right-wing like ideals, but I wouldn't mind a gun. Like that's not something that's gonna make me be like, no.
Okay.
I feel like these days you have to. I mean, if you have a family, you got to protect. I mean, you have to be responsible, very responsible. But
I'm more
it's hard to
left-leaning. I
see.
wouldn't consider myself a Democrat, but I usually am more attracted to more right-wing people, if anything.
What do you think that is?
Good question.
I don't know. I've never really thought about it. It's a good question.
We have time.
Oh, wonderful. Can I come back?
Because I would have guessed that. I would guess
would have
that
guessed that?
most women, even if they say I'm liberal or I'm left-wing, ultimately, especially if you're thinking for a guy more long term, but even in the short term, you're probably not attracted to some guy who's like wearing dresses or is super, like makes you pay the check or is kind of, you know, like a soy boy. Beta
Soy boy.
kind of. Yeah.
I wouldn't say all that.
I would say that.
I could see where you are going with that, though, and why people who believe the same things as you would see that. It's just for me, since I said I am left-leaning, not fully a Democrat, I find myself, not fully agreeing with a lot of things that a lot of like full Democrats believe, whereas I don't always believe things that full conservatives believe, but will find a middle ground easier than I will with the really, really democratical people. So
Just say you don't like soy boys. Just,
or maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I really couldn't say that since like I've dated girls, so it's like that's like.
And also, I feel like feminine men can be very attractive, like very attractive, and I think men that a lot of people who are younger.
Whoa,
like,
there.
the younger generation.
I was very upset by your
I know he was like
upset by your statement.
feminine men. No, I feel like a lot of the guys that girls nowadays find attractive are very feminine.
What do you mean by that?
Like, look at Harry Styles. I feel like he's a very feminine.
Well, he has a
guy.
lot of status too.
But
so.
I still feel like I mean, personally, he doesn't do it for me. But I know a lot of girls who do like him. And
Harry
like,
Styles slides into your DMs.
Very feminine looking.
Yeah.
But just because they wear dresses doesn't make what makes them feminine.
I feel like
said the dress thing.
but
But
also
his
the
other
soy
features
boy.
are
But like
somewhat
Timothy
masculine.
Chalamet,
Yeah.
like he
Features are
seems
masculine.
very. He doesn't seem like super like gym rat masculine like
No.
big guy. No, they're very like skinny, scrawny,
Slender.
like slender men. Like I feel like
Feminine fat features.
yes, and they're very like soft. They come off soft, not like someone who's very strong and aggressive. And I feel like a lot of times women find that attractive.
I think younger women tend to find more feminine men a bit more attractive, but I think as women start to get older, they do start leaning more and more towards more masculine men.
Or it could just be like a generational thing.
That's true.
I think
Perhaps.
it could be just like the way that our generation is versus other generations. I
Or a
don't know.
regional thing too.
Yeah.
Well, I also think there's a component of social proof too, because if all the other women find him attractive, it's almost this if the other girls find him attractive, oh well, other women will find him attractive too. So really quick on the women finding feminine men more attractive. And Michael, maybe you've heard of this. I've heard that women who take birth control tend to, and maybe it's something with how the hormones are changing them, tend to find men with more feminine characteristics attractive when they're on birth control.
I would believe that because I'm now convinced birth control just poison.
I think it changes your brain.
Oh, it
Totally.
does.
Totally.
It does.
You have you sort of experienced this, or this is stories you've heard from people?
No, I think a lot. I've been on multiple different types of birth control, and I feel like they've all affected me differently in different ways. And I feel like birth control shouldn't affect you and your like brain.
Because they tell you, they say, "Oh, this isn't going to affect anything about your body." It's like, well, I don't know. I'm taking a bunch of hormones constantly. Like, I don't know. If I eat a cookie at lunch, it affects the way that I feel.
Yeah.
So I think pumping myself full of hormones will do that.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm like the rare case where if anything, since having an IUD, I never took birth control before having an IUD in the end of 2020, middle of 2020. Before that, if anything, I dated more women, more feminine men, and ever since then I've dated more masculine men. And I also like,
Is it a hormonal IUD? Okay.
It is. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen. My boobs got bigger at first, but they went back down. That's like literally the only thing I noticed. Yeah, my titties. I went from like a solid like B cup to like a solid like full D right away. But then they went away. They deflated again. But
Do you think the reason that you started dating more masculine men once you got on birth control was just in your mind you had less of a fear of getting pregnant? So you said, okay, now I'm not going to date women or whatever.
damn, I never thought of that. Huh.
You're like a psychiatrist.
I consider
That
myself a
was
love doctor.
a good one.
Michael is the new co-host of the show. We've poached him from the Daily
I'll move
Wire.
back to Santa Barbara.
You're
the
asking all the questions.
Yeah. So, okay, let's do a couple chats here. So we have, everyone seemed to be fine with a guy who is pro-gun and owns firearms. We got, oh, yeah, do you want to, we'll do the, shout out the Twitch people really quick. By the way, guys, If you have a Twitch account, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Give us a follow. And if you have an Amazon Prime sub, drop us a sub if you can. Twitch.tv/whatever. Thank you guys. All right. So we have Richard Contini Jr. here. Thank you for the 50, man. Appreciate it. By the way, does anyone want to be the designated super chat reader? Who's got a good diction?
I was reading something. Women are not used to being forced to think. What does that mean?
That is I'm not sure. Does anyone have a good reading voice? Tatum, here, how about you get this one?
I can't. I'm just kind of a little sick right now.
Oh, okay.
But
I can.
Keeko, here, how about Keeko? Oh, sorry. That one's getting all covered up. My bad. Keeko, you want to read this one?
These girls have no idea what's about to happen. Michael, you're an awesome guy. I love your daily show.
Well, thank you for saying that, Keeko. I appreciate that.
Came from the heart.
She endorses your show, by the way.
That's great. I'm going to put that in my credits.
Clip
now.
it.
Yeah,
Clip it and ship it. All right, we have Rob CD. Thank you for the 50, Rob. Appreciate it. Where can I get those old school Isla Vista posters? Is Ivy's store still open? Hail Gauchos. I assume you're talking about that couch photo that I use in the intro. Yeah, I think it's available on Fine Art America. I think you can get it there. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. American Grizzly, thank you for the 75, man. Appreciate it. Love the show, Brian. Longtime follower of Knowles and Daily Wire. Love to see you're coming to Buffalo. I'm already seeing protests starting. Best of luck.
It's because I'm very intimidating. You know, we were just talking about those like gym rat, very imposing dudes, and so it's like they know when I'm coming.
They can sense you.
They can. It's my pheromones.
I think someone called you Channing Tatum.
That's people say it all the time. Many people are talking about it. Yeah.
Do you know any martial arts?
I actually I did briefly train in what I called Krav Maga at Jeremy Boring's house.
Okay.
Oh, it's also known as Jiu-Jitsu, and so I trained in that for a while, and it was awful. It was horrible. I'd wake up early. I'd have to like.
But jiu-jitsu is when you use more your legs.
But this is jiu-jitsu. It's also known as Krav Maga, and you know, it's like you fighting kind of dirty, and it was a hassle, man.
Sounds fun. I want to do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah, switch to lightsaber.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I realize that.
I feel like
are a little
you
bit
could tell.
both.
I've never been in a fight.
Are you more of a feminine man?
Am I or why would make you ask that?
Because you're like, I'm a lover and not a fighter. No,
I'm like Lancelot in my own mind at least. Yeah.
I feel he does come off as a little feminine.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
like,
In a real
Shots fired.
It's actually like a good thing.
A
Like
good
it's
energy.
a
It's a good
energy.
feminine
you
energy.
are-
It's
I
like a kind
feel
of manly
okay,
feminine.
I feel
Yeah,
It's like nurturing.
Your
maybe.
actions would be masculine, but you would understand.
It's
I
called
don't think-
diplomatic.
Wow. Oh,
I don't
right.
think you come off feminine at all. I just don't think you come off as toxic, like masculine,
Oh.
which
Especially
is a
when
lot of
you're
people
saying
just
it's
aren't
sort of
used to. I just
salutary.
think you're just a normal mas. Like I don't really see
It's a
you
great
coming off as feminine,
juxtaposition
but
we
you're just
have.
not. Yeah.
Wait,
Right.
what?
Because he's toxic.
Yeah, he's Satan right there.
I'm the toxic one.
Yeah.
The toxic masculinity is.
I feel like
it's-
like today's like it's
Or
either you're
maybe it's
either
the Yale
toxic
Is that,
or you're
that
feminine.
Yale
There's
thing.
no like just normal masculine anymore. You know,
Okay.
you're the toxic feminine.
I think actually you raise a great point, because when you see people bring up toxic masculinity, and a lot of times people bring it up because they just hate masculinity. So they say, you know, all masculinity is toxic. But there is a toxic kind of masculinity, right? There is a way where men who basically have no good role models just decide to perform to try to pretend they're Conan the Barbarian or something like that. And it's very silly.
Just toxic stupidity, maybe.
Yeah.
It just always looks like you're overcompensating for something.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So I sort of almost reject this concept of toxic masculinity because I feel like it needlessly genders
you
a
have
behavior. Because I have. Am I toxically
I don't
masculine?
know, but I feel like
What-
I think
how do you
there
really
definitely-
feel?
I feel like there's definitely is toxic masculinity. I don't think all masculinity is
oh.
bad.
Can I
There
say?
are good. There is
Go ahead,
good.
Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, some people tell me that you kind of like blame women a lot. It's like you
Oh,
put
wow,
like
okay,
a
this
lot
is a
of
therapy
that's
session.
a toxic masculinity where you kind of
I blame. What do
yeah,
I
you
blame
blame
women?
women.
for your
Like you have
problems,
this like
I don't blame women for my
it's like you
problems.
tell their lie. You kind of create this image that women are
like
bad, and you continuously put it out there for young men to like be like, oh, I don't want to get married. Like I will just date women for like as long as I want. Why not?
You don't want to get married?
No.
No.
Why not?
All right.
yeah,
What?
Brian.
1,
let's
2,
switch
3,
the
4,
spot.
5, 6, 7. All right, 1v7. Okay. Well, so I'm not opposed to necessarily having a life partner, but there are certain. I'm sorry, Michael. There are certain realities when it comes to marriage that, from the male perspective, make it seem risky.
Oh, only from the male perspective? Because I can feel like it's also risky from the female's perspective.
How so?
I think you've never been in love.
I feel like,
maybe.
yeah. If
Or
you're
very
thinking about
offended.
risk factor, I feel like it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
they're turning on me.
Well, but to your point, Brian, you make a good amount of money. The way the judicial system works, if a woman divorced you, she could take a bunch of your money. She could take your kids. So there's a risk. But my question is, if you're already going to have a life partner, which sounds, I'm sorry to say, kind of gay, like it's not gendered, it's not traditional.
Thank you for saying that.
It's just if you're going to do that anyway, but you want to protect against divorce, why not just marry a woman who's not going to get divorced?
Or get a prenup.
Yeah, literally.
So you're saying, like, well, if you find a great woman that that's
not even just that. I'm saying because you could find the most wonderful woman in the world, and then I don't know, someday something goes off in her brain and she totally turns on you. But what if you create the structures such that you're not going to get divorced? I'll give you an example. I'm Catholic. My wife and I cannot get divorced. She could murder me. That would be her way out of the marriage. But it is not possible for us to get divorced. Now, if let's say you're not Catholic yet, and maybe you don't, you haven't worked through these things, maybe.
Wait, did you say yet?
We're just talking. And okay. So I'm saying, what if before you get married, you sign a prenup, but not the kind of prenup now, not the kind of prenup where you say, okay, in case we get divorced, we get 50-50. What if you sign a prenup that says, if you divorce me,
I will kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you. Whoever brings the divorce forfeits everything. That's the Knowles prenup, and then you're safe. She's not going to take your kids, and she's not going to take your money, and you get to be married and not have a life partner.
Sure. I mean, I'd love to bring on a family attorney to ask him questions about this, but kind of what I've heard and my understanding when it comes to prenuptial agreements is that oftentimes they can be thrown out, and I don't think prenups can apply to post-marriage. So you can protect your assets that you've acquired pre-marriage. I could be totally off base here, but I've heard prenups can get thrown out. Someone could say, "Oh, I was signed it under duress," blah blah blah. It's unfair. It's there's a specific term for it that's evading me right now. It's
But is that why you don't want to get married? Because you're afraid of the divorce potentially?
Afraid of women.
Why not just date another successful woman?
Do you have
not
trust
into it.
issues, Brian?
wow. This
Sounds like
It sounds like you
Yeah.
have trust
Pile-
issues.
pile
It's just
on.
Michael and the girls here. I'm intervening with you, Brian.
Like, if you date another successful woman, wouldn't that fear kind of disappear? Because then, if anything, it's like, she could be scared of your money.
What if she's more
you taking
successful
her
than
money
you?
or
Like,
something
what if
like
she's
that?
making more money than you are?
Yeah. Like, why are we
But
assuming
also,
that you're the breadwinner?
you want a wife, right? I mean, you want to not.
Apparently not.
Maybe he wants to be
He
a
wants a
What I'm
life
saying is,
partner,
like,
Mike. He wants a life partner.
Yeah, well, you're right. Okay,
wants a
maybe that does
dog.
sound accounting for
you know
it.
what's big now? Virtual girlfriends,
Yeah.
virtual wives. It's a
Is that
thing now.
Like this
AI?
one.
What is
You
it?
get an AI wife?
What is a
or you'll just be
virtual
a
wife?
You know,
passport.
He wants a
they're-
dog
in the
that speaks
future,
English.
Yeah.
But she can take all the
And that he wouldn't
But
get in
it's like
trouble
a thing
for.
in the future now. You can have a virtual, it's like an AI, but it will interact
We're figuring
with
out
you.
your love life
Just
here,
like
Brian.
your
Yeah.
friend.
Like Siri.
Why aren't you
Just
married?
put all your faith
That is
into
probably
us,
gonna
and we can
happen.
figure it out for
Yeah,
you.
we'll figure out all your love life
We really want to get
issues.
to the root of this problem.
Yeah.
I don't see the benefit.
This is why I asked, don't you want a wife?
Of having
It's
a
like,
companion?
I can have a companion and not be married. And I'm not a fan of the government, so I don't want the government involved in my love
But
affairs.
if you
Do you
live
want
with
children?
someone more than 10 years, you're gonna
Be
it's
legally
gonna be
married.
legally.
It's common
Not-
law marriage anyway.
Well, that's only some states. Not all states have common law marriage. California,
We do.
I don't know
We
how
do.
long. No, California does not have common law marriage.
Yeah, we
But-
do.
Yeah, we
We
do.
do.
My
Yeah, we
parents
do.
are by that.
No, not
That's the
California.
only
I'm pretty sure California is not common law
Yeah,
marriage.
no. 'cause
That's
my
the
only
parents
reason why
are
my mom
also
is still
Tongan.
on my dad's
Google
side.
it.
Here, I'll do common law marriage.
They're legally
states, just
married
we'll
by the
look it up.
state, but they've never been.
Um,
They haven't been dating since 2001.
So
They did it for
okay,
1
here:
year.
Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Texas, Utah, and DC. Those are the only, according to this sterlinglawyers.com.
Your very quick Google search. Your 2-second search.
So I think it's a minority of states that have common law marriage. But yes, that is a risk factor in those states. If you are cohabitating with somebody and you almost treat your relationship as if you're married, then you are basically, in the eyes of the law, you are married. Luckily in California, which I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay here, I'm probably going to get canceled by proxy because Michael's on the show, but just kidding. But
maybe kidding. I don't know. You probably the franchise tax board is going to come and evict you. Probably.
Oh, jeez, scary stuff. So I don't have anything against for other people. That's great. I've sort of looked at the numbers. I've done the calculus, and it just, to me, it seems like, here, I'll put the math here. I've done the math. 50% of marriages end in divorce, and the stats I've seen, 80% of divorces are initiated by women. And so when I say it's bad for the man, divorce, the negative consequences of divorce typically tend to disproportionately impact men. They can impact women, but I think 97% of alimony payments go from men to women. So there are some concerns there financially, and then just you have the government involved, and then it can be quite contentious. And then not only is there the consideration in terms of splitting your assets, but then you have lawyers involved. And I don't have anything necessarily wrong, perhaps from a religious perspective, with marriage. But when the state's involved, and I think we ought to perhaps rewrite marriage laws to perhaps incentivize men to get married again, because you have no-fault divorce.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing? And then your wife could cheat on you and then take half your shit. I think under certain circumstances, if you can prove it in a courtroom, that perhaps you shouldn't be on the hook for alimony if there's been some infidelity, for example.
You're saying so that you could dump your wife if she cheats on you?
Yes, without any
Brian,
financial.
who hurt
Most
you?
prenups include
Like,
let me ask you a
I
question.
feel like you're always
Yeah.
worried about like something gonna happen bad. Like when would
Something
you
going
just
wrong.
like you have no trust and faith in
But
these
I think
women.
it's the society
I
we
mean,
live in now.
well,
'cause
let me
there's
ask
so
you a
much
question.
bad
Also, like,
things.
Let me ask you a question. So how many people get married and they think, hey, this is the person I love, we're going to be together forever, and then you hear that divorce rate, it's like 50% of marriages end in divorce.
I think when people get married very young, right?
But isn't that the best time to get married?
Not
Well, Michael,
necessarily.
your thoughts on that?
Some of them. Well,
you're like an exception.
I didn't get married young though. I've only been married now about 5 years, but I should have gotten married younger. It's one of my quasi regrets in life. But some of the best marriages I've ever seen were people who got married 20 years old or 22 or 23 years old. I just wonder, Brian, if because all the objections you're raising are completely legit.
Sure.
I just wonder if you are looking at an alternative that doesn't really exist, that's illusory. Because if you're thinking, okay, I'm going to have more freedom if I don't get married, I don't know if that's true. If you're always in one of these situations, even if you're just dating, where you think, well, where are we? Where do we stand? Is he going to leave me? Is this that? Is that? In a marriage, in a proper marriage, all that is gone. And so you think, I had a bad day, I got in a fight with my wife, I didn't do the laundry, whatever. Doesn't matter, especially if you believe in marriage like marriage really is. You say this is an institution defined by real things. I made a covenant before God and the political community. I signed up with the government. They're going to take my money if I break this covenant. And that actually, it seems like it puts limitations on you, but it actually gives you a ton of freedom. Because you can think, oh, I'm here, we're in this. There's no getting out. There's no way out but through, and so we're just going to make this thing work. I find it's a very freeing experience.
Yeah, what if you also meet someone and she's like, I want to get married, and you're in love with this girl? Is it a deal breaker for you?
I have not crossed that.
He hasn't found that girl yet.
road yet, but I don't know. I mean, my thinking on this is just you should never sign a contract with someone who's rewarded for breaking it. And in today's day and age, oftentimes if you break the marriage contract, there are certain financial benefits that you can reap.
But you can go get married in another country, and then you don't have to.
Passport bros, we up. I think Japan, maybe.
Yeah. Actually, you know what's happening in Japan? Because women can't there's not enough guys. So there's a thing where they have one woman wedding because all these girls want to get married.
Tokyo, here I come. You know what, Michael? You've convinced me to get married. In fact, Eric, if you can hide this, Tatum.
What? Oh,
Wow.
Pull it out.
Will you marry me, Tatum?
Where'd you just get that from? Like last time you reached for it, you just had that ready.
I had it ready.
He knew you were coming.
He already knew.
Tatum, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Okay, put it. All right. Thank you, Michael. You're the best wingman
Okay.
ever.
Congratulations,
And,
man. That's
and
great.
Brian,
Best
I will be
wishes.
divorcing you at the end of this podcast.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Can you do a little Beyonce? All right. Okay. Look at that. Nice.
people in the back.
All right. Tatum Atlas. Okay. Cool.
Ooh.
What? What's your last
She's
name?
keeping the last name.
Wait, are we hyphenating? No.
They both go no.
You're not going to keep your last name.
But then our family's name runs out.
Yeah, there's 2 girls.
Only 2 girls?
Yeah.
Only
Well-
2 girls. Well, that's the way things shake out, right? I mean, your family's name is either going to be your husband's name or your father's name,
Why?
because that's what your last name is.
But why can't?
I want to keep my father's last name, so I'll just keep my father's last name if I get married.
Why?
Fiona Flynn. Have you heard that? That's a great
That's a
name.
nice name. I'm not. I have friends who married guys with horrible last names,
Porn star.
but it's kind of weird.
I know.
Would you
your
really?
last girlfriend.
When you get married, you would keep your father's last name? No, you wouldn't. No
I
way.
want to.
She's talked about it.
Unless the last name makes
Unless
my
the
name
last
really
name
cool.
is really awesome.
But
I like the
then-
way my last name
yeah,
sounds.
I like my last name too.
Doesn't that feel like you're not really getting married then?
No.
You're not really forming a
No,
new
I mean,
family.
if you're devoted to each other in every way possible, I don't think. I
my
think a
last
name
name's
is very
gonna affect me,
trivial
yeah.
part of it.
Your name is very. It's what you are called. It's how
So
you're
the
identified
last
in the
name
world.
is not what I'm called.
Can I ask you a question? So then if you have kids, right, are they going to take your husband's last name or yours?
I'm not having
Or you're going
kids,
to
so-
hyphenate it?
You don't want kids?
No.
Why not?
Because I just don't want to bring kids into the world right now. So, or any time from the way the world's looking.
The world's always looking bad. It's
I
been
know,
looking
and
bad
I
for
just-
thousands of years. But you got born.
We
Aren't
were
you happy
around.
about that?
We were around.
You're not happy about that?
No.
I don't believe you're smiling. I don't believe
no,
that for
I'm
a
not
second.
happy about it.
That's really sad to hear.
That's very. I don't believe that for a second. though.
There's pros and cons, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's being a parent's a very serious thing. I don't feel like a lot of people take it serious enough, and I feel like there's a lot of kids in this world who have bad parents or who are dealing with trauma from parents, and it's affecting the way these people are raised and like the people in our community and how they come out. And I just don't want to be at fault for like giving a kid.
Now
a
you
shitty
sound like
life.
him though. Now you're all doing this thing where you're like, I don't want any responsibility.
No,
or-
I would if it happens, it happens. But I'm not like planning on having kids.
I mean, she'd also adopt if she feels like she needs
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
I feel like I would adopt before I actually have a kid.
Wait
Why would
until
you
she's
wanna
like
adopt?
35 and she'll feel
I don't want
the-
to adopt.
You
Also,
guys want to
birth,
adopt
like,
over having your own? Why?
I
Giving birth.
don't know
scares
because I
the-
feel like there's so many kids
It's
out
scary,
there.
but you
There's
get
a lot
it.
of kids, but like, so then are you going to adopt someone of your own culture or are you going to like branch out?
I don't know. If I were to adopt,
We're not adopting.
She's divorcing you after
She's
this.
Yeah, I
adopting.
told you I'm divorcing you after this. I'm taking half your podcast. So
Who are you taking?
who?
If you're getting half the podcast, who do you take with you?
Very true. Eric.
I'm taking Eric.
Eric deserves better.
Okay. Good times. Just the last thing on the marriage thing, and we'll get to some of the super chats. So, I guess kind of one of my qualms with marriage is, people don't really commit anymore. Evidenced by, well, generally speaking, obviously people have healthy marriages that work out and go the distance, but the vows that you say when you get married, till death do us part. That has to mean something. If your words mean nothing, then, like for me, if I were to get married,
What do
that
you mean?
is
We
for
just
life.
got married.
Yeah, you're already divorcing
Well,
me.
Stacey,
Hello?
you would be part of a good change.
Hello? I do have a skateboard, by the way.
Oh god.
Oh.
You should see the trucks.
This-
They're proper.
Can you do any tricks on it?
It's been a minute since I've skateboarded.
This is why she's
but-
divorcing you, Brian.
Here's a good question. Do you know what a mall grab is?
Do
you know what a mall grab is?
Do an ollie?
Yeah.
Or you jump
What's a mall grab?
Isn't it where you kick off it and then you jump in, you grab it in the air?
Yeah,
Tatum, you like skater boys and you don't even know these terms? A mall grab is when you're carrying the skateboard, you don't grab by the trucks.
Oh yeah, they make fun of kids.
It's like
yeah, posers do that.
Posers, like you're walking around the mall with your skateboard, but you don't skateboard, so you grab it by the trucks. That's called a mall grab.
Do you know what a ramp tramp is?
Sounds like a setup.
Yeah, I don't know. But no, the vows you make when you get married, till death do us part. To me, that has to actually mean something. And perhaps I'm
You're not
a
a
bit
guy.
pessimistic, but when I see the divorce rate, it makes me take pause, and I think, look, how many of these people that are getting married have the best intentions in mind, and they love this person, and they think, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this person, and then 1, 2, 3 years down the road, the marriage is done. And
Are your
so-
parents divorced?
No, they're still together.
They had a terrible marriage?
No, they're happily married.
So where is this example is coming from?
My parents have a very healthy relationship. They're still married. Actually, that's a picture of them right there. Them two right there.
That's a great. Don't you want that?
Yeah, don't you want that?
I do, but I have to be, I guess, realistic about the
Wait, do you-
current.
do you-
I have to be realistic about the current dating landscape. And
Go to
Michael, how long
Ukraine.
have you been married?
I've been married now 5 years, coming up on 5 years.
Oh, it's a shit show out there.
No, look,
It's a shit
I
show.
missed dating apps. Like I got back together with
They're
my
terrible.
then girlfriend now. Yeah, they seem horrible. So I just missed it, and so that would be hard, especially if I were a single guy and I were living in dating app culture, and I just knew there were always there's always going to be some hotter. I don't know what, like check a hotter, younger,
Tinderization.
blonder, or whatever, like girl, right?
Sure.
But you're from here or you're not from here?
I'm from New York originally.
You're from New York. Okay, so even better. And you said you've known your wife since you guys were 10?
Yes.
So, I mean, if you've known her since you were 10, you've been single between those times. You've seen multiple women. You've seen everybody out there. You had your time to explore, and you basically learned that maybe there's not better, and that's why you're with your wife.
But that's kind of like the modern lib thing is you've got to split up and do your own thing and go.
I don't believe that either.
I think it was BS. I wish there was so much cultural pressure when my wife and I, sweet little Elisa, when we were in high school, they said, oh, you got to split for college. You'd be crazy to date your girlfriend, and your high school girlfriend in college. And then by the end of college, we're like, why the hell did we break up? That was crazy. We should have gotten married at 18, pumped out like a dozen kids, gone to move to a farm, and grown a big beard.
Yeah, I didn't say all that.
Sam, can you push your microphone now closer towards you? Yeah.
I don't believe in.
Sorry to cut you off, Michael.
I was talking about how I should have been Amish, and ish, sort of not fully all the way, but something like that. Yeah, I think it would have been.
Since you guys knew each other at 10, 18 isn't that insane? That's already 8 years. It's almost, you guys would have known each other for basically half your lives at that point. So that's not insane. For me, I feel like it's insane when I see like 18 to probably 22-year-olds getting married when they're getting engaged within a year of meeting somebody. And it's like, I feel very, very strongly about my boyfriend. So strongly. But I still know would not be the smartest decision to get engaged 6 months from now. Like when you say like the divorce rates are 50%, it's like, I'm sure there is some people who are blindsided in those relationships, but I bet a good part of those relationships that end in divorce are people who got together, who either A, already knew it wasn't going to probably work out, B, got married just because either someone was pregnant, or C, they were forced into it and they are waiting till marriage or something, so they just get married young. I feel like a lot of those both parties going into it kind of are already knowing this isn't going to work out.
How long have you been dating?
Not long at all. We've known each other since September. We've only been exclusively dating since January. So it's been very, very, very brief. But I've been in two and a half year long relationships, one year long relationship, and I've never felt this way definitely about anybody before. So I know the difference now. And that's also why I've said before, like some things I've said before have changed. Like before I thought I needed to be single to have fun and vacation or explore things, but now I know I don't need that. I would rather him be there,
Last thing on the marriage thing, kind of the other reason why I'm hesitant is because my fiance wants to hyphenate our last names. So that's another issue there. Let's move on from that. By the way, you didn't introduce yourself as Wish.
Ariana Grande from Wish or Great
Walmart.
Value. Yeah, Walmart.
Yeah,
Whatever
okay.
you prefer.
Next time. We'll get it next time.
I forgot.
So let me see here. We had
Kiara Grande.
would you guys date So we have a political commentator on the show, and he's part of the Daily Wire network, and which is a more conservative company. Would you guys date a conservative? Let's start with you.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. I mean,
Okay.
if
You
I
don't sound very
I'm just saying,
enthusiastic about
I
it.
don't think that would be a deal breaker for me. If I like you, if I fall in love with you, that's not going to be something that's going to stop
Yeah.
me.
But I mean, you're
Yeah.
gonna find out they're conservative before you fall in love with them, though.
Yeah.
Unless you're just falling in love at first sight or something. I mean, I feel like that's something that gets brought up before you fall in love.
Yeah, I mean,
So would you even date a conservative to begin with? I feel like it's better.
yeah. Probably. Yes. I don't think that would stop me. I don't think that's a deal breaker for me. I think relationships can still work. I've seen a lot of relationships where there's one conservative and one more liberal person.
I think it depends on how conservative they are, or like how
Yeah.
much they let the politics get into their life, like how much it affects them.
What if the guy's super conservative, like super duper, makes Francisco Franco look like a huge Democrat, but
I don't think they know who that is.
or
No offense.
makes like
Who is that, by the way?
Francisco Franco is a strong man in Spain for many decades.
Oh, during
after-
World War
yeah,
II.
after
Yeah,
World War
or
II.
after, okay.
Yeah, and into so okay, makes I don't know, makes Trump look like a big lib or something, but he's not always talking about his politics. He just happens to be very conservative.
And the dictator of Spain.
Does he?
And the dictator of
Does he
Spain.
like? I mean, I feel like if you are like that, your actions are gonna be very conservative.
What do you mean, like have a family, hold a steady job,
Or
you
just
know?
the way he treats people and the way
Yeah,
that
be like
the
super
human
respectful to people.
interactions. I feel like if he's making Donald Trump look like a lib, I feel like his interactions with people wouldn't be very
be
respectful.
very funny. It'd be really charming.
I mean, it might be funny to watch.
Be very
but
attractive to women. Yeah.
Probably not.
I
No.
feel like being on too much of any side
Yeah, it's
is
not
not
good.
going to be not.
Like
Don't you
too-
think if you stand in the middle of the road, you might get hit by a truck?
No.
Have you ever stood in the middle of a road?
Not in that sense. I think you can have views on both sides.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
think that's
agree.
a dumb analogy. No
I mean, I feel like you do.
Me? No, I am extremely conservative. I consider myself very moderate because moderation is a virtue, but there's no issue on which I hold the liberal position.
See, like I would date someone who's conservative, but I wouldn't date a trumpet. No, that's weird.
Yeah.
What
Just like
kind
I
of
would
conservative would you date?
someone who I would date, I would hope isn't still fetishizing a president who hasn't been in office now for almost who knows how long.
Well, let's say he kind
Just
of
like I wouldn't date somebody who had, even though I feel like it is a little bit different in a sense because it was the first black president, but still I wouldn't want to date somebody who still had Obama flags and propaganda, whatever, up anywhere. I feel like that's weird. Let's move on. If he has something representing the next Republican candidate, sure, he's representing who he wants to vote for. But somebody who's been out of office to lie and say there is not an agenda behind what's going on there, I think is very naive. So no, yeah, I wouldn't date somebody who's Trump flag still, Trump 2020, whatever at this point. No.
2032.
But if you are conservative, yeah, if you want to vote Republican, who cares?
But you say he just can't be too conservative.
Like just what she was saying, how it's like when you're too far on either spectrum is just very bad.
But don't you think, I mean, people who have a coherent view of politics, it's one thing is going to lead to another thing, right? If you're, let's say you're pro-life, you don't think that abortion should be allowed. That's going to bleed into your thoughts on marriage and divorce and raising children. That might even bleed over into your thoughts on taxes and education. So it's all going to kind of come together of a piece, right? And same thing if you're super liberal. All those issues are going to kind of roll off one from the other.
But I feel like you could still find a good middle ground. I mean, like I'm okay with people owning guns, but there's certain other things I probably wouldn't be okay with that conservatives are okay with. Okay, like I'm not pro-life.
Yeah, not yet.
I won't
I was
change.
young once. That's all right.
I will not change my mind on that one.
That's what I said. But then I got convinced.
I just there's no way I'd be convinced to change my mind on that.
Yeah, no.
Have you ever thought there's something I'll never do and then you did it?
I'm sure, but like I know for this,
There you
I
go.
will not change my opinion on.
Really
I'm
quick,
pretty headstrong.
show of hands. Who here would date someone who's pro-life?
I mean, honestly, I
I
probably.
mean, I don't. It's
That's
such
a hard-
such
that's a hard
question.
stop.
Yeah, like,
of
Pro-li-
course, it's
you-
a good.
That's a hard
you
stop.
wouldn't date a guy if that guy said, I don't want to kill your child?
No, I would date the guy.
I think
That's
there's but the
different
thing is,
than being pro-life.
yeah,
It's just that
That's very
What's the
different.
difference?
I think the problem for me is
You want a
that
show, Brian?
I own my
Huh?
body,
I'll give you a show.
and like
You don't own your body.
I
Well, you
own
have
my
to at
body
least stay-
What makes you say you own your body?
because I have my body and I take care of it.
Well, you are part your body. You're part
Yes.
your body and you're part yourself, but you don't own that. You didn't.
So
you
who
didn't build
owns
it.
it? Yeah, so
let me just interrupt you.
If you believe that God owns it, that it's your belief, but it's not mine.
but you
Mine
can't
it's
bring
true. It's
religion
just true
into.
whether
You
you believe it or
cannot
not.
bring
True in your universe,
religion
it might
into
not be true in
politics.
mine.
No, there's only one universe, and it happens to be true in that universe.
In my universe, it's not true. I have my own set of beliefs,
Well,
and
in
it's,
your universe, you could pretend to be a bug with 17 arms. It
Wait,
doesn't make it
but
true.
Michael, you can't bring religion into politics.
Well, you have to bring religion.
No.
I'm
All
no.
politics
I
is
mean, you can like
religious.
take it into a factor, but
Why?
you cannot let it set politics.
No,
because-
it has to.
No,
it has
because
to. Why
there's
not?
so many different religions. It's just like you can't cater to one.
But
Being
you- but-
Catholic, you can't cater to just like
Catholicism.
Why not?
Catholicism. Because
Well,
you have
let me
people
just
in the
interrupt.
United
Well,
States who are not just
Hold on,
Catholic.
let me just interrupt really quick, and then
Yeah.
I'll let you respond. So, just one thing. This is a hot button political issue. Michael's conservative. I think you guys probably have a different stance on abortion. I'm happy to talk about it, but I want everyone to try to keep it. People have very strong opinions on this, so let's hopefully just keep it respectful. Let's have a debate. Let's engage in a hopefully a fruitful debate, or not fruitful debate, but let's just keep it polite. And I think Michael is probably prepared to make pro-life arguments that are not based in religion.
Well, I think
Well,
everything's
he was
based
just
in religion.
making. He was just making.
I think ultimately everything's because if you're right now.
but what if I'm not religious person?
Well, that,
can I
you know,
ask
that's
you-
your problem.
Can I
It's not my problem. It's my life.
No, it's your, it is, but it's a problematic aspect of your
Why it's a problematic
can I ask
aspect?
you-
Well, because certain things are true and certain things are false. So, like for instance, if I said right now, hey, is it better to bake a pie for a widow or kick a little baby in the head? Would you say one of those things is better than the other thing?
You can't compare them because you're taking things out of context.
No, but I'm just asking,
Wait,
would you look at that situation and
wait,
say,
what
you
is
got two
this?
choices here. You can either bake a pie for the widow down the street, or you can kick that little baby in the head. Would you say one of those things is better or worse than the other one?
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
Yeah, so if you're going to make a claim that something is better or worse as a moral question, then you are now taking recourse to
What it-
religion,
what it-
because that's a religious view.
So how is me making a claim about like having an abortion and pro-life? Obviously, I feel like if you're having an abortion, it's not a good thing. Like I don't think it's something that should be romanticized. I don't think it's like a good thing. I feel like it's sad that you even have to go out to that point, but it should be there for women
Why?
if they
If
need
it's not
it.
a good thing, then why? No one needs it.
Because there's other things that are not a good thing. Birth control is not a good thing
I
either,
agree.
and
Yeah.
we have it, but
Well,
and
we
it's
shouldn't.
needed. Well, I mean,
Having sex before marriage is not a good thing for society, but we have it,
Right,
so
but
you're
we
gonna
shouldn't.
ban it.
But you just shouldn't do
drugs
it.
are not a good thing, but we have it. It's good
Right,
for
you
the
also
economy.
shouldn't do that. You're making very
But
good arguments for things we shouldn't
I'm just saying
have.
there's so
Wait,
many
wait,
things.
So I agree with I agree with your viewpoint, and I know you're very passionate about your viewpoint.
I'm very passionate
But
about everything.
I think we're going a wrong way about the whole conversation, like
I agree.
because you're saying that's just wrong, but
Yeah.
we have to talk about how can we prevent that from happening in the first place. Like what happens to like a 14-year-old girl who gets raped, for example.
Oh,
like
yeah.
how would we prevent
It's
that? Like, I
terrible.
think we have to
How do you
talk
how do you
about-
prevent rape?
Well, how do we talk about people with like mental issues? Like we have to talk about just bettering. Like, are you doing something to better?
Yeah, well,
that?
the way to prevent rape would be to get tougher on crime, and it would be to circumscribe certain sexual behaviors, right, and stop. I would say probably stop encouraging a hookup culture that makes it a little bit easier. So you can do all sorts of things like that. And then what do you do for like a young woman who's already pregnant? What do you do? The crime has already happened. So if she gets an abortion or she doesn't get an abortion, that's not going to change
but like,
the fact
for
that she was
example,
raped.
you can maybe like create a foundation that will help.
Oh,
some
yeah, there are
woman
plenty of
to
those.
like fund the baby.
Yeah,
right?
crisis pregnancy
Right.
centers. They're great organizations
but
all
are
over.
they accessible to people?
Yes, everywhere.
Well, that's good. I mean,
I don't
know
if it's
a hard
accessible
issue.
to like.
They totally are.
Okay,
Tell me
you-
where you are. I'll
It's
get you an
not
organization.
So you gave me a look while I was over there. Is it what's up?
I was just wondering what you're doing.
Oh, I had to go to the bathroom and I got an ice pack.
For what?
Neck pain. Yeah. I got old
Getting
man over
older.
here. I've got arthritis or something. So you also looked at me, Keeko, and you wanted to. Why don't you and Michael have a little debate on this?
Well, Keeko and I agree.
Oh,
I think
On
we
what?
agree on pretty much everything.
No.
No? No. What do we disagree on?
I'm pro-choice through and through. I'll never change. I will never waver.
Yeah.
Not a single thing I could be seen, said to me, anything. I'm not changing my opinion, so we might as well not even debate on it because it doesn't seem like he's changing his opinion either.
But I did change my opinion because I used to be.
So
in favor of
you're willing to
abortion.
change back your opinion?
Well, I'm.
Then you don't sound 100% true to what you
face
believe.
of-
I am, so I know I'm not going to change
No,
it. So
I
we
just-
can then if you want to debate, if you think you
So
possibly
in the
change
face
back.
of compelling evidence, I could change any
Okay.
opinion.
One
And
thing really quick.
Me too, usually, but then some things you're just set in stone on, and this is one of those
Is
things
it maybe
that I'm
because
set in
you're
stone.
afraid that you'll find compelling evidence that would convince you otherwise?
So one thing really
I
quick.
just know it's dumb to debate
Are
things
you
that you're
guys
not willing to change your
comfortable
opinion on.
having this conversation?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, you
so
guys are fine?
comfortable.
Okay.
So beyond
Yeah.
comfortable.
'Cause- Oh, beyond comfortable.
Yeah, let's have it. Ooh. So fun.
Okay, because some people don't like talking about this sort of stuff, but it's so long as you guys are fine having a little debate. I think, and the great thing about debate is that you can it can help you reaffirm your position or perhaps challenge your position.
I mean, I'm always open to new things, and I want to keep learning, but
Sure.
I'm just saying I agree with Keeko on being very strong on this one.
Yeah.
So then what if we have a debate for the fun of it? How's that sound?
That's what I'm saying. Fun.
Okay.
Woo. Let's do it.
Fun.
Go ahead.
Why is this the one issue that you wouldn't change your mind on?
Because I feel like the research is already done. We've already taken away the law, put it back. We've already seen the negatives and positives from it. So why are we repeating history? We've already done this multiple times now.
What law?
When we banned abortion back in what was in 1960? Yeah, Roe v. Wade.
Well, Roe v. Wade created a constitutional right to abortion.
Yes,
So
but
that's
before
what
then,
opened up.
yes, but before then,
Before
and
then,
then
abortion was illegal in
Yeah.
most places. Yeah.
yes, and then now we saw because the reason why that happened. Well, there's honestly multiple reasons why. Some of it does stem in racism as well.
You
but-
mean because most black babies in New York are aborted and not born? That would be racist, right?
No, I mean, because the issue was, the reason why we're getting back here is because the most people having, not the most people, because the majority of the highest percentage of people having abortions are African American women or minority women in general.
Right. The majority of black babies in New York City are being killed. The most dangerous place for a black person in New York City is in his mother's womb. That's very racist. I agree.
Maybe
Isn't
And Planned Parenthood
Hey,
targets
now,
the black
can
community.
we not be calling them babies?
Yeah, they're
What should I call them?
They're
Fetuses.
You
do
can't.
you know what the word fetus means?
yeah.
Embryo.
Well,
Is that
an
better?
embryo is another term, but the word fetus is a Latin word that means offspring. So it means baby.
Isn't like the I don't know, I think it's in Freakonomics that they wrote about the
Offspring
fact that
doesn't mean
Roe v. Wade decreased the crime rate in New York.
Yeah. This was an argument that was really compelling to me. I actually made this argument to a bioethicist she was very pro.
Bronte?
And not Bronte. I wouldn't say she was the top
okay.
bioethicist
Yeah,
I
yeah.
talked to. But I made this argument. I said, well, no, I'm really in favor of abortion because the Freakonomics book told me that it decreases the crime rate, if you abort these babies. And she said, cool, Michael, which of those arguments is not also an argument for killing young black men in the inner cities, age 18 to 25? And the problem is... there
They
isn't
have
one.
life.
Well, the babies have life. Or
They
you call it
don't.
fetus. But no, they have life.
No.
Well,
no
they
one-
have life experiences. They have no. How are you a life if you have no
Consciousness.
memories? You have no conscious. How are you a living, breathing thing if you have no conscience?
Should you be able to kill somebody who's in a coma, who's unconscious?
Honestly, yeah. If I was a vegetable, why are we
What
having
if you're
people on
just in a
ventilators who are vegetables for years?
No, what
Honestly, my true opinion, yes, they should be dead
Yeah,
too.
I
Even if
agree
you
with
Pull the
that.
fucking plug.
Even if
Yeah.
you could come out of the coma at
What?
some point? Because people can be in a coma for years and then come out of the coma. But you
Yeah.
think just kill them anyway?
Okay, but
Honestly,
see,
if you're gonna be
talking
on a
about
ventilator
life, but
for
the thing is,
6
are you
to-
vegan?
yeah.
Are you
Pull the plug.
vegetarian? Do you really care that
no,
much about
I'm
life?
talking about human life.
So
So do you-
how
are you
come
gonna be
just
a
'cause we
foster
have a higher
parent?
conscious, we're better than these things?
No, because man is the only rational animal. So man, unlike lower animals, we have a rational will.
So I'm saying, yeah, because we're more rational, we have a higher
consciousness.
intel-
That's
yeah,
what
I just
makes
said.
it the difference.
No, but the rational soul is not merely the expression.
I
of
just feel
one's
like you shouldn't call it
conscious
pro-life
decisions.
because I don't really think you're pro-life. Maybe you're pro.
Even
like,
broccoli screams when you pull it from the ground.
Carrots.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. No, I mean, ultimately the image, because you brought up religion, ultimately the reason is because man is made in the image and likeness of God, right? That's why
So
man is
once
the
again,
religion.
it's religion for you. That's your main
But
argument.
everything ultimately is religious because that's the fundamental.
What if I'm not
of
religious?
being.
I don't believe in that.
Well, everybody's religious in some way.
No.
Because well, you just admitted that you believe some things are better than other things.
How does that have to do with
make
religion?
Well, so that's a moral.
That's a
view.
moral high ground.
So
yeah, but it has
where
nothing to
does
do
your
with
morality derive from?
the universe?
I don't need
spirituality.
a religion to
Well,
tell me what's good or bad.
is it the-
It's common sense most of the time what's good or bad,
Where
not
does your
from
common-
God telling me.
Yep.
Where does that common sense come
Like
from?
you weren't just you didn't one. I feel like from the time I was able to have any belief, I didn't need somebody to tell me it's wrong for me to kill somebody. I didn't need somebody to tell me it's wrong if I steal this from somebody. And I was the only child too, so I didn't need to be taught that. That's just something that my brain was like. It's like a common sense thing.
Right, that's called your moral conscience, and because
And I
you're
didn't
rational,
need God to do that. It was just me.
Well, you're
being a human.
God gave you your moral conscience and created the moral
Have you
law.
That's
met
what you
God?
think. That's
Like, I
what
don't
you
know
think.
where
But
you
furthermore,
get all this
you
stuff
do
from
have
God.
someone now telling you a view of right and wrong that
Me.
is different than the one that you have.
Me,
no,
me,
you-
my
no,
brain.
but you,
My subconscious tells
but
me.
you also have me telling. But you also have me telling, and so you say.
But I don't
so-
listen to you. I listen to me.
But you might be listening to me. You're listening to me right now.
I'm listening to you speak, but I wouldn't listen to anything you do and put it in action.
But you might. You might. Is the problem?
My ears
What-
work, yes, but
right now,
am I taking it in?
You say abortion is fine, and I
Yes.
say abortion is bad.
Yes.
How do you know which one of us is right? How do
You
you know that
don't,
you're
because
right?
humans know nothing really. You
No,
don't
I
know
think I
when
know certain
Well, I
things.
know, but
Not a
really,
lot, but
I mean,
little.
I don't. I think the argument where life begins is useless because I don't think based on that you're not going to change someone else's mind because everybody has strong beliefs. I think
Well,
it's
that's a great point because it doesn't matter when life begins so much as what life means.
Yeah, so it means so many different things to people. So I just think it's useless to argue over that. I think it's better to argue what we can do in this situation.
Because we all agree when life begins.
I mean,
by definition, it's a conception.
No, we don't. So
Didn't
Hold on,
think
hold-
about
we'll-
it.
we'll-
So
we'll
we're
get-
swallowing
hold on just a sec.
Abortion was such a silly issue. Women's issue is with nature/God.
Oh.
The idea they can escape consequences and not control every element of sex is the issue. Ironically, women side with the eugenicists that created these schemes and hate them and want them gone.
Dig Bic Energy. Thank you for the 200
Very true.
TTS. Thank you there. Interesting name you have there. Thank you, man. Go ahead, Keeko. You wanted to.
Well, because I agree with what you're saying, but we said we're debating for fun, so that's the reason why I'm doing it, because I know whatever. You said, how do I know I'm right? Well, I mean, this is also objective too, but like for me, like I know I'm right because like every state with the most educated people here like are still, you know, pro-choice. And like the states with like, you know, not that many educated people usually are the ones that are pro-life.
But I'm
So-
relatively educated, right?
I'm not saying you're not.
But I'm
Is
pro-life.
New York pro-choice? Is New York?
New York is
Well, now I live in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's the okay.
Tennessee.
Oh.
Which is very pro-life.
Oh, that makes sense.
Do I have to speak?
Yeah.
No, if you're saying educated
I mean, I just feel like
people are
if
not
you
pro-life,
grab
I'm
somebody from
relatively
Tennessee versus
educated.
if you grab people from California and you find the most overall, I feel like the
majority.
The majority is going to probably be from California and not from.
I mean, Michael's boosting up the average, I think.
Because it's so small, right?
No,
He has one
I
Yale.
think-
You throw one Yale into Tennessee, you're.
No,
like
but
an outlier.
I also don't have a ton of respect for people who have all these credentials. I mean, my fellow Yaleys believe all sorts of things that are insane. I mean, they don't know the difference between a man and a woman. So I'm not surprised that they can't tell what life is about. You know.
But also, I feel like I'm just gonna set this from the start. You and Brian don't really get a say in this because
Why
you
not?
can't have kids.
Oh,
You
no
can't
uterus,
birth
no
No, I have
opinion?
2 kids.
Wait.
No, did you birth them? Did they come out of your vagina?
No, no.
So
But I
that's
did.
what
I did
thought.
help to make them. And the other, even if I didn't have kids, the other reason I would have some say over this is because I have rational faculties and I can come to conclusions about things that don't involve me. For instance, if I were an oncologist, I wouldn't necessarily need to have cancer to know something about
You can
cancer and
have
to
like
operate.
you can have a say, but you're not gonna have the final say. It's not your choice. It's not your body.
Why would it not be? I'm the head of my household.
Well, it's So you control
think
your
the- I
wife's
think what-
body. You tell her when and what to do, every move to make. You tell like
Not every move to
What
make,
she's
but
trying-
I've quite a lot of say over it. Yeah.
Can I say
Oh,
what
right,
she's trying to say is that why do we restrict women and tell them what to do if we have to restrict the men because they're the ones who don't take the responsibility for what they have done?
No, men have to take responsibility.
You don't
too.
know how many guys invited me over their house on the first date. It is disgusting to say every time and no, but it's happening, and I have to say no. But like we are not educating and saying to the man that they should behave properly. Why we are shaming women for the fact that they want to have a choice of what to do with their bodies when the guys and the man whose attraction they're trying to get, like the women are having sex with the guys because it's the only way, that's the only thing they can give guys right now. Maybe they don't see a value.
Doesn't that, you're so right about that, but doesn't that tell you that those guys are just dirtbags and you should go to
But there are
guys?
so many of them, so what should I do then?
Find a better guy.
Where?
Do you know a
I feel like that's
I
not
don't know.
the
I'll think up a
root
list of
problem
names.
of abortions. I feel like abortions are not good, they're bad, but I feel like they're needed in some scenarios. I don't think like pro-choice means all girls should be having sex
and having abortion as birth
unprotected
control.
and just that should be plan B is having an abortion. But I feel like there are instances where you don't realize that you're pregnant or just something goes wrong. I feel like it shouldn't be on legal terms. It's way more about the situation.
But you need a law. Either it's legal or it's illegal, right?
But
You gotta decide.
but if it's legal, that doesn't mean everyone's gonna get an abortion.
So
it's
why,
just that they have
why,
the right.
why do you think it's bad? Because I get the pro-abortion argument, which is the baby's not really a baby, it's not life, it's not human, forget about it. It's just like getting your appendix
I
removed.
think it's bad because it's a sad thing to go through. Period.
Yeah, for
it's
a girl.
Why is it sad though? I guess,
Because
is what I'm
it's
saying.
you have to do something. Because I don't think people really are going in there and being I want to kill this fetus. It's not being no one's going to be I'm going to kill this. Yes, it's life. No one's to kill life. Point blank, period. But for some people, it has to happen. I know this girl who's a friend of mine, and she didn't know she was pregnant, and she was on birth control, and she found out she was 5 months pregnant, and she was I cannot have this kid. There's no way. I'm in high school. This girl couldn't do it.
Why couldn't she just have the kid and give the kid up for adoption?
But she
That's
didn't
just
want to go
changes
through
your
her
whole
Yeah.
life.
You say that it's the easiest thing in the
ever,
world to just
Well, you're
carry
talking about
it.
abortion like it's the easiest
It's
thing.
not.
It's
It's not.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
your
they're
life
both from-
changes so much more after that fact.
You have a kid out there
imagine
that's
being
your
15
Guys,
and
one
now
at a
you're-
time. One at a time, please.
Otherwise, you have a kid in the ground because you killed the kid.
No,
Wouldn't
they're
you
not
rather
going to be in
have
the
a kid
ground
out
because they're
there?
not big enough
No.
to be buried. They're not going to.
Well, no,
They would be disintegrated within. They would decompose
it
within
depends on
hours.
at,
Honestly,
at 5 months, the baby's pretty.
So
large.
are you pro-life
Where
at
at
a
5
certain
months?
point? Or
What is
just
5
from
That's
months?
just what
Well,
you mentioned.
That was just
No,
an experience
sorry,
from a girl that we knew
pro-life,
in high
Guys,
school.
hold on. One
Sorry,
microphone
go
at
ahead.
a time. Well,
Yeah.
I'll get you after Tatum.
I was just wondering if it's after 3 months or after.
No, from the
conception.
beginning. I don't think I don't think it makes sense to just pick an arbitrary date and say, okay,
It's
6 months
that's
is
why
the
it's
time.
arbitrary though, because it's supposed to be by each case by case, because we can't tell when every embryo is going to be viable outside
No,
of
but I'm
the
not
womb.
saying viable. I'm saying from the beginning.
That's what, but
Then
that's not.
what about,
that's what you think. But what we're saying is why it's case by case. It's because we don't want to say, oh, we're gonna ban after 20 weeks. You can't. When some babies might be viable at 18 weeks.
But I don't care when it's
so that's.
viable.
Can I finish my statement?
I'm just saying,
So,
you're
Go
putting
ahead.
a standard that I don't think
Kiko,
matters.
you go, then Michael, then Tatum.
I forgot it. I threw the bathroom though.
Okay.
Someone was writing a message.
We'll get to it later. Michael, did you have a response?
Yes, well,
or-
just in response to that point, because Keeko was focusing on, well, at what point is the baby viable to live outside the mother's womb? But that isn't the question that matters. The question that matters is, when is this thing a human? When is this thing alive? And the only answer to that question, just by definition, is at the moment of conception, because conception just means the beginning of life.
I agree with you. Well, it's just sad scenarios, if a kid is born to drug addicted parents.
Well, they could give the baby up for adoption.
Yeah, but
Do you really think they're
sometimes
going to make
they
that
don't-
smart choice if they're
I mean,
drug addicted parents?
Yeah, I don't think there's enough structure to.
Well, if there's-
So you're saying any life is better than the bad life?
Yeah, I'm saying life is better than being
I
killed.
mean, I agree
Yeah.
with you.
All
I guess-
life is better than being killed.
I guess another argument is what if a girl is young enough, right, and she's so desperate that she's gonna go somewhere else or do it herself or something.
Well,
How
it's
do you
interesting
prevent that?
because you're saying that illegal abortions would be more dangerous,
Yeah, I
but
guess
but they're
that's
not
my
actually.
issue.
This is the weird thing. In the year before Roe v Wade was allowed abortion everywhere, do you know how many women died from illegal back alley abortions in America?
What if the
39.
Really?
And 24 women died from legal abortions.
So you're pro illegal abortion?
No, I'm anti all abortion. But when you look at the number of states where it was legal, legal abortions, illegal abortions were roughly the same.
But how would they
safety.
document that? Do you think like people that did it dangerously, like would it be recorded?
They would frequently have to. Well, it's women who die from this. Yeah, they would end up.
Hold on, let's have Tatum come in.
Oh no, I forgot.
Okay. If you remember it, let me know. Go ahead, Tim.
I feel like abortions are gonna happen either way, like she was saying.
Like prostitution.
It's gonna happen either way, and I feel like it's better if we have a safe way for these women to get abortions instead of knowing it's gonna happen and just like putting a blind eye towards it. And
But if there's a law against it, there are going to be far fewer abortions.
I think
right?
the law should be
Not
more
necessarily.
complex.
No,
it's
I
just
wouldn't.
so black and white, and this issue is not black and white.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
100%.
Well, if there
agree.
aren't going to be fewer abortions, if you make it illegal, then why not just make it illegal? If it's not going to matter.
Well, I think, like, for example, going to a doctor and, like, the doctor prescribes drugs so freely these days, like, for men. It's kind of the same thing with the boy. I think if someone's going to go get an abortion, it should be much more, like, the doctor should be part of the whole
Yes,
solution
I
and
100%
really,
agree.
Like, try to deter the person and, like, or help in however
To
way.
deter it, yeah.
But I just, like, making it so black and white, it's just...
But it just seems to me you all have, I think all of you have, the moral intuition that it's wrong. Because especially because you're women and you just don't want to kill your children. But so you know that it's wrong. So then why not follow that to its logical conclusion and say we shouldn't do it?
Because I feel like if it's just illegal, right, then women will have less help with
Also, what she was saying is this whole situation is not so black and white. It's not just it's wrong. There's like other things that go way into it that you have to take into part that make a deciding factor on whether or not a woman wants an abortion. It's not just like, oh, I'm doing this thing that's wrong. It's like, I'm doing this thing, but I could, like, there's other parts of it that's way more wrong too. So,
What do you
let's say a
mean?
girl gets raped. Do you really think she wants to have that reminder of her having a child?
But she could give the child up for adoption.
It's
But that's
child's
you keep
fault.
saying
I
that,
would
but
not
it's
wanna
like
go through
a birth,
pregnancy.
like,
You're going through an entire pregnancy where your
Yeah.
whole body's changing. Your body's gonna be changed forever after
But
that.
what if you give birth to someone who's like the next, I don't know.
cares?
The
Like,
next
imagine
Mitchell.
the
The next
likelihood
one,
of
right,
that.
Yeah, of course.
The next what?
Or even
Like
if not, even if
Leonardo
it's just a
da
regular
Vinci.
person.
What's the
I don't
likelihood
know.
of that?
Okay,
When
what
they
about
go
the
to
next
foster
Hitler?
care and then they're like raised
No,
by
but
that goes
terrible
both ways.
parents?
But there are about 36 couples who want to adopt for every newborn baby put up for adoption in the U.S. So there would be no shortage of a couple to adopt the baby.
But I
how
know
come
it's
there's
incredibly hard to
but
adopt in U.S.
That's why, because there's so many couples
that's
who want to
another
adopt
thing,
every
yeah.
newborn baby.
It's expensive.
Yeah,
So
Either way, it's changing that girl's life forever.
but it already
just is.
the girl's life's already changed.
Yeah,
She's pregnant.
If she gets
she's going through
no,
trauma. She
it's
has an
not
abortion.
going to be as changed
yeah,
detrimentally.
I feel like it would not be as changed as
But
detrimental.
you know
Really?
what? Like
when
I've
you see
Yeah.
a baby,
Why
it's
not?
different because when you see it, it becomes real. When you don't see it,
Yes.
it's not real.
It doesn't. Well,
But
when you
no,
don't see it, it doesn't seem real. Is
I've
what you're
known
saying.
people that had abortions and it
mean-
affects them 10 years later in
Yeah.
life.
How would
Exactly.
you even know, as a man, if it's going to be a detrimental change to this woman's life? How would you even know?
Well, because
You don't know the
I have
experience of
children,
have-
and I know
of
women
carrying
who have,
a child.
I know plenty of women who've had babies, and I know plenty of women who've had abortions, and I have seen that.
I do
up
too.
close.
I know,
And
Yeah.
I know
And
that
you're telling me that the
if
abortions have not affected.
If my mom hadn't had the abortion she had, I wouldn't be here.
Your mother had abortions. Do you think that perhaps part of the reason you defend it is to justify your mother's abortions?
Ooh, that's
No,
very
I was pro-choice before that.
Before your mother had an
No,
abortion?
Before
she
I
knew.
found out.
Well, do you think though that you were obviously raised in an environment that's pro-abortion, so certainly your views are going to be colored. by
No,
the way
not
you're brought
necessarily.
up.
My dad's not pro-abortion.
my mom's not pro-abortion, and I'm so pro-abortion. There's like certain, I don't think.
Like we said, there's middle grounds on things
Yeah.
that we take.
But not this. This is not a middle ground. You're just saying I'm pro-abortion.
I think
Yeah.
a lot of it is
Pro-choice.
because people
Pro-access
don't
of
like
abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the government telling them. I think a lot of it with women is that they don't like the fact that it's the government that's dictating it.
But the government dictates all these important.
I know, but I think
Moral
it's just
And I
for
don't like
people, you
that
don't
they
like- people
dictate-
don't like
You don't
all
like
of
that there are laws against burglary and like.
No, that they
theft
don't
and
try to
murder.
dictate like my body and trying to tell me what to do with it.
Do you think there should be laws against heroin, like using heroin?
There-
Yeah,
There are
that's a law
laws.
against you using your body as you like.
So
But
I'm
people still do heroin.
Right, but far fewer people do.
But
than
that's
if it were to be
detrimental to your
legalized.
body. That's like a drug that's going to ruin you. having an abortion is going to save
It's
a
gonna
lot of
ruin your
women's
child.
lives.
No,
Save
it
a lot of
doesn't.
women's lives.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. There is no condition in which a woman needs an abortion.
So how does it ruin your child if that child has no consciousness, never existed, never started,
don't know
child
that.
never
The
existed,
child is not
never had a
conscious, but he
name,
existed.
never had a
Memory.
Yeah, never had a
First
birthday,
birthday.
anything.
Doesn't even know it's
Never
actually
even
being
cried,
killed.
never even opened his eyes, never even had, like, most of the time, never even had anything. Yeah, like how is that ruining someone's life that never
Because the child is deprived of the
existed?
chance to grow up.
I don't think we can talk
I don't
about
think
that
the
'cause we
child
don't know
cares
what
about
the
its life.
consciousness
It's
Literally doesn't know it's being
deprivement when it
killed.
never even,
But
it never
a
has no
person can be deprived of
consciousness.
something without being conscious of it, like in the case of killing someone in a coma.
So
You can deprive
so
people
like right
of
now I'm being deprived of being a billionaire. So my life is
No, because you're not entitled to be a billionaire. You don't have a right.
and you're
to be a
not
billionaire.
entitled really to life either.
You do. In fact, if you have any rights at all, you must necessarily
Based
have
on
the right to
our
life
healthcare system and everything that's going on,
So-
technically you don't have entitlement to life because the simple things we need to live is so expensive that most people can't even
I think
afford
we
it
seem to
here.
be living
So how
just
is that an
fine.
entitlement to life?
We're all living just fine.
Well,
we're all living
we
just
Are
fine.
we the whole population?
You think we're all living
Yeah.
just fine?
Yeah, I think we're living.
Like,
great.
can I ask you
Yeah.
something? How do you define consciousness? Like, what is consciousness to you?
When you have,
Like, do we know what consciousness
I
is?
would say you're conscious.
Like, because some people believe that
See, 'cause I don't use-
consciousness exists in the universe, right?
Yeah, that's a hard one for me to
exists.
think. I don't really, because I don't,
Outside
for
of
my
themselves,
thing, I don't say, oh, it's wrong once they're conscious. My whole thing is once they're viable on their own. And I'm not talking
Well, why?
about, because if they are a parasite at that point. I'm not saying like they are viable in the point like they have to be born and like can just walk and be on their own. But if they are born and can't be on a ventilator or something and a machine can't even keep them alive, yeah, they are just a parasite at that point.
No, I mean,
They're a creature living in our body. If it had a
need a
different name, we
host.
would have killed it and gotten rid of it.
But
Just
the-
like if it was a pregnancy that was killing our body, we would get rid of it because right now it's a parasite that's hurting the body.
The difference between a parasite, though, and what you're describing is that what you're describing is your child. So
Is-
it's human. It's not a parasite. It's a human being.
Is it really though at that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't.
It's got-
That's where we
it's
disagree.
got no. Well, it's not just a matter of disagreement. It's
I
got
have a
unique human
question
DNA, and
For
and
you,
it's-
are you
It doesn't though. If it had
do
DNA,
you
we
like
can't
it
test
does.
it.
It
do you
does.
like
Go
the
ahead.
death? Like, are you pro death penalty?
Yes, I'm very pro death
So
penalty.
how are you saying that everyone has a right to live if you're pro death penalty?
Well, because the civil authority has the
But
right to
how
exact
you're
justice.
doing the? I wrote a whole topic on in debate class because if you're religious, right?
Yeah.
So how are you pro death penalty if you are not God?
Because because whosoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed.
Yeah, but-
because man is made in the image and likeness of God.
But
So
who is to decide when to take that soul
The civil
away?
authority, which does not bear the sword in vain.
But who is to decide who that civil authority is?
Well, there are different forms of civil authority. There's monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy, and different
So it's not
societies
God.
at different times. Well, no, God does, in his foreordaining providence, permit the civil authority and entrusts the enactment of justice
See, the
to
thing
that
is,
civil
once
authority.
you
But
go
you
to
said that
religion,
my
I feel
body
like
belongs to the
there's
God.
argument.
You were
There's
saying
no
to
argument.
Your body belongs to God, as does your soul.
I feel like once
But
you
then
bring
when
religion
death
into
penalty-
it, I feel like there's really no argument because
Well, here's why. I mean, I'll just do it like really quickly as to why religion has to come into it. Is because all of our political ideas rest on, as we have discussed, ideas of applied morality, right? What's good and what's bad. And morality rests on a basis of epistemology, which is how we can know anything at all. And epistemology rests on a basis of anthropology, which is the question of what is human nature? What is a human even to know anything? And anthropology rests on a basis of ontology, which is what does it mean to be? And then ontology rests on a basis of theology, which is what is the fundament of reality,
But
force that
okay, so you're
sustains all
saying
life
it
and
all goes
created
back
you.
to religion, but I'm saying you can't go back to one religion because there's multiple
Well,
religions.
religion is a habit of justice that renders to God what he is due. That's
So,
what that means.
yeah,
I
but
don't even understand what that
I think we're all living a video game.
A video game.
It might be a decent metaphor. Yeah.
Simulation.
So I have a question for you, Michael. If you had to steelman the pro-choice side,
Yeah.
you're familiar with? I
Yeah.
assume you're familiar with the term steelman. What are some of the strongest arguments that you hear from people who are pro-choice?
The strongest argument for abortion would be that there's no such thing as God, I guess. Because in order for abortion to be even remotely acceptable, there would we would just have to be stuff. We just have to be matter, right? There wouldn't be good or bad or right or wrong.
We
I
are
think
matter.
I think we
according to
are.
physics.
I do think
According
that
to
there's
physics,
no
but
good
then
or
according
bad.
to metaphysics, we're also a soul.
Yeah, but I believe in physics more than metaphysics.
Well, the two go together.
But
right?
then
the way
they can coexist together if you're saying they're different.
No, different things can. We're all different people, and yet we coexist together.
But then you're saying that we have I should not believe in God for me to not believe in pro-life.
No, I mean there are. I could make plenty of secular arguments for anything you want. It's just ultimately, ultimately it does come down to God because everything comes down to God ultimately.
So what would be if we remove religion? If we remove religion from it, what is the strongest argument you hear from someone who's pro-choice? Is it a bodily autonomy argument, or is that not particularly compelling?
I mean, I think they're all really pretty silly arguments. The strongest argument I could imagine is that we live in a materialist world. So all of the metaphysical things that we pretend to care about, or we think that we care about, our loves, our hopes, our dreams, our joys, our emotions, that's all just fake. It's all a trick played by chemicals firing off in our brains, and we're actually just bags of flesh, and we're eventually going to die and take a dirt nap and turn to worm food, and that's all that there is, just oblivion, which can be compelling in the modern world. Yeah, no, I mean, that's very often how we treat ourselves, though. Actually, the way that we behave, the way that you're all talking, you don't really believe that because you're saying something's
Well, you
good, some things
don't
are
want
bad,
to believe that because you don't want to believe that because you want
No,
to
I think a
believe
lot of
that
people do want to believe that because
No.
they want to live without
I
consequences.
feel like if we all believed that, we would all lived a very sad and mopey life of not really caring about anything. And I feel like people want to believe that, so they have reason and purpose and something for them to do with their life, and so that they're just not shitting on themselves all day long.
No, well, what you would do, if I didn't believe in God, which I didn't for a while, I would do what I did then, which is just be very hedonistic. I would party all the time. You disagree?
I don't believe in God, but I'm not hedonistic.
Why not?
Because I don't care. For me, the short-term pleasure doesn't have any any good in it. I pursue long-term pleasure. I pursue the long-term achievements, goals, ideas.
And I know a lot of people who are religious who do want short-term pleasure. Very
well, yeah, that's called sin and temptation. That's true. But so you're interested in long-term goals.
Yeah.
But why? Because in the grand scheme of things, that's still short-term. But by the perspective of eternity, right? The scientists tell us the Earth is 14 billion years old.
My life. That's what long-term is for me.
But that's a blip. That's nothing.
I care as long as I can think. My consciousness is here. That's what I care about. I don't care what's going to be there after whatever and what's been before me. What matters right now is what my conscious can take, and my conscious can only take what is happening right now, right here. It cannot take the yesterday anymore. It cannot take the future anymore. It can only take right now. And right now, I believe that I'm pursuing my life dreams that are not necessarily short-term pleasure. I'm not I don't know. I'm going for masters. Let's say it's not something very appealing. It's not that I'm gonna go through a party after the show, but it's still it has more value to me than something hedonistic, as you were saying.
That's good. I'm stumped because it's good that you're doing that. I just don't think it makes sense that you're doing that if there's nothing higher. Well, because
Are you talking about purpose and purpose?
Yeah, I think you're just kind of
being happy. She
yeah,
has to
that's
be happy
what
for
makes
herself.
me
There doesn't have
happy.
to be a greater being because
no,
for her
but
to be happy
you're
in
suppressing
life.
your own short-term happiness for long-term happiness,
I'm
which
not
I think is a good
suppressing
thing.
my short-term happiness.
You just said that you were.
No,
you said
I'm.
you were giving up short-term pleasures for long-term.
For me, party is not fun. I don't derive fun in that. I derive
Oh, so
fun.
then you're
and
not giving up short-term pleasures. You
No.
just have different pleasures.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Keeko, did you have a final thought on this? I have one more question for you, Michael, related to this, and then we'll move on to a different topic.
Oh, I mean, one thing he said was, if I even remember my full point, but you started saying the only argument against pro-life is there's no God or whatever. And I just think, yeah, maybe that's what, highly Catholic people think. But I feel for most pro-choice people is we just put higher importance over the living woman over the embryo inside that's not living. We put more importance over the present woman who's living, who has her life already established and what can change, and giving her the choice, because only that woman knows how that whatever is inside of her will affect her. So it's giving her that choice instead of forcing her to have something that has no establishment that nobody's gonna miss except for maybe her. The only one who's gonna feel the most pain is the person having the abortion.
Not the baby.
They cannot feel that. Even from a scientific point, they cannot feel. That's come on. We're not going to argue that.
Existential.
Yeah, we're not arguing that one.
I mean, suffer an injustice. It depends. Also, physically, it would depend on when you had the abortion. But the reason that I don't find that very compelling is because I agree. You're right. That's what the modern kind of liberal pro-abortion people say. But it doesn't make sense even by the liberal premises, because the idea of modern liberalism is that you have certain rights, and we call these human rights, we call them natural rights, and so the basic ones that our country is sort of founded on is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But the problem with that is you're saying that you would prioritize the liberty in a certain sense of the mother over
and
the
that
life
pursuit of
the-
happiness,
of the-
because her happiness
and
is
the
going to
pursuit
be
of
so
happiness over the life of the fetus.
it's her
in the
life,
mother's
it's her
womb.
liberty, and it's her pursuit of
But it's
happiness,
not her
because
life,
she's
'cause-
already an American.
'cause it's-
Technically, that thing is not even. We don't even know where that thing is going to be born. It could be born anywhere. That's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness
idea
is
is
an
that those
American
rights
thing.
are
It
universal,
could be
that-
born in any country, any place. We don't even know where this
Sure.
woman's going to go.
But the
we don't
reason-
even know if it's going to make it past childbirth.
No, you don't know.
So-
It's life's a mystery, isn't it? But the reason that's not
An enigma.
compelling is because you're saying that these secondary rights, like liberty and pursuit of happiness, and I don't know, fajitas on Saturday, that these are all trump the fetus's, the baby's right to life. But that can't be the case, because those other rights rely upon the right to life. That the right to life is not one right among many, but it's the basic fundamental right without which none of the others can exist.
Tatum, you wanted to go. Go ahead. You had something.
I just feel like abortion should not be based off of like you're saying, it was like it's not liberal ideology and stuff that like.
Yeah,
people
I'm not a
even-
liberal either, so I don't really care,
I just feel like it's more about experience, like the personal experience that you're going through.
Context
The
based.
context.
You can't do a hasty generalization and call it a sound argument.
But do you don't make your moral decisions just based on how you're feeling in the morning? You don't think that would be a sound way of
No, you
making
think
moral
it through.
decisions? You got to think it through.
Abortions are thought through.
Yeah, I feel
But yeah, so that's different than what you just said, though, which is it can't be just this rigid, ideological thinking. It's got to be more based on what you're feeling.
No, it can't be so black and white.
Yeah.
There's way more put into it. It's not just a very
Situational one.
good and bad thing. There's a lot.
I think the only black and white is we probably shouldn't talk about abortion and death penalty in the same sentence.
Why not? I don't see there any contradiction
no,
at all.
I agree with you. It's just that, I agree with you. Like, death penalty is just, people already, to be sentenced to that, people committed.
Well, apparently
really
everyone
terrible
has
crime.
the right
but
to
like,
life,
I
but
still
not
know,
death penalty.
there was a case where it was wrongfully, someone was wrongfully accused.
Oh, yeah.
So
That
it's
happens,
just,
yeah.
I mean, so that's why, like, I don't know.
But
I
that
just
doesn't
think
mean
we
we get
shouldn't.
rid of the criminal justice system.
No, I totally agree with you. It's just like, a child is innocent, and then you talk about death penalty. Not you. I just. like,
Yeah,
us
no,
in
of
general.
course. Well,
I
that's
think
true
it's
if you
just
sentence
so-
a guy to 50 years in
Yeah,
prison.
it just
That's a
put
shame,
bad
too.
taste now that we talk about like an innocent child and then the death. Someone
Well,
crazy.
Well, people
I
can get
just-
things wrong. Yeah, people.
I just bring up the
mistakes
death
happen.
penalty because you're over here talking about how everyone has the right to life, but now you're dictating whether or not someone can have life.
No, I'm
saying
saying
that
that the
there's a
civil authority
justice
has the right and the responsibility to enact
Who-
justice.
Not
Who
God
gives-
anymore, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, the civil authority governs the affairs on earth. Yeah.
But then you're saying that God has and like decides all of that. So why didn't the God decide that, I don't know, Vladimir Putin is not the best person on the planet and
because
he
it's a fallen world and sin and death pervade the world because Adam ate it.
so how can I then trust somebody and trust that somebody will make a decision if that decision is inconclusive and different?
How to trust the civil authority?
Yeah, even a civil authority or a God. Like, how do you? If it's so, the only person I can have a trust in is only myself and my own moral, whatever
you can't
that
trust
is.
yourself. Have you made mistakes? Are you a perfect person? Not even close. You can't trust yourself.
So why do
That's
we
insane.
trust you? Why do we trust the civil authority? Why do we trust them if we can't trust ourselves?
Well, because people. I mean, I'm not necessarily telling you to trust me, though. I like to think that I've, in some way.
So why
tried
do
to
we
work
trust
on
the
this.
civil authority then? Like
well,
why?
because
Exactly.
They're still people.
Because people practice varying degrees of virtue and vice, both of which are habits. And so the more you practice them, the easier they become, though it's a fallen world, so we all still make mistakes. And so what we want is to, in this country, elect leaders who are virtuous and who are wise and who are prudent and just like you.
But I just want to ask
Oh,
you.
I thought you were
this-
volunteering to be a leader.
Oh no, but based on all your beliefs,
Yeah.
I'm curious. So we're moving towards the future where artificial intelligence is going to be so prevalent, right?
Oh, this is where.
So-
Well, this is kind of where I think I was going. Tatum, did you have something really quick that you wanted
No.
to say?
No.
Okay. By the way, guys, there's 8,000 people watching right now. Drop a like. And the chat is on fire. Oh my God, you guys are crazy.
Wait, how many views do you usually get like live?
It's been steadily going up. But normally we get like 2,000 or 3,000 concurrent. So
So
we've
the
almost
metalheads.
we've tripled. So
we brought up abortion. They're all up here.
it could be that. It could
That's
be.
penalty.
In any case,
Yep.
so you're about to talk about artificial intelligence. Were you going to bring up artificial wombs? Is that where you were
actually,
going?
yeah, like the exo, but I was going to ask you first, and I would love to cover that topic as well. But so since we're moving towards that, and at some point, I'm sure there's going to be not even some form of government, but the social justice system that's based on AI. That AI is going to scan things, and so based on maybe past data.
Hold on just a
SL
sec.
underscore 12578 dab D241
Wow.
363C donated $301. Equal rights gave the workforce twice the workers and cut income in half. Basic supply and demand. Core funding abortion get their workers back earning money instead of costing maternity leave. Avoiding pregnancy leaves you serving masters that hate and lie to.
So true. Great point.
Yeah. So just because we don't have a ton of time to continue on this specific subject, I do want to move it on with the whole artificial intelligence thing. Michael, what do you think about this as perhaps a potential middle ground or compromise between the pro-life and the pro-choice side? And obviously this could be decades or even centuries in the future. The development of an artificial womb. What if we saw both sides come together and say, hey, we're going to put all our lobbying money, all our outreach money, basically all the money that's thrown at this issue from both sides, and say we're going to have a joint research fund where we're going to research an artificial womb. That way a woman could, if she was so inclined, she could end the pregnancy. However, the life could continue in an artificial womb. Do you think that could be a potential compromise? It's a bit of a futurist.
You're saying an
view,
artificial womb to be used in the case that a woman tries to have an abortion. You say, okay, you're going to be funneled into this artificial womb. Or are you saying for everybody?
Well, if a woman could still have a normal pregnancy and go through with it, of course, but in the event that, for example, she wanted to terminate the pregnancy, just in the same way how it is today.
If it were a sort of medical device to save a baby, I guess I'd be for it.
But already there.
But if
Ecto babies.
there are all sorts of.
It's a concept, but it's basically going to be in the future.
But the fear is that women just start using it, and that would be very bad because it would establish the domination of technology over the origin and destiny of human life, which is super creepy.
But
and
what about
robotic and
in
futuristic.
vitro and echo?
They're very bad. No bueno. It's not good. It's not good because a baby for everybody. Because a baby has a right to be born and to be conceived through the conjugal act of his parents, who are joined together in perpetuity in matrimony. And furthermore, there's a danger with something like IVF or all the rest of it of establishing the dominance of either the state or big business, maybe even worse, or technology broadly over, as I previously had said, the origin and destiny of human life, which is super creepy. Do you think that I even like Elon Musk, but
it's a losing battle, I feel like, because it's moving towards that anyway. Like, we're moving so much towards
we can stop things. I mean, the atomic bomb was invented, 70, 80 years ago?
And
everybody thought that was going to lead to constant atomic war, going to blow the world up. We've only seen the bombs used twice.
Well, because it doesn't really benefit humanity. If this would benefit, I mean, people would feel like it would benefit their lives. So
the atomic bomb benefits belligerents at war.
Yeah, but come on, like nobody wants to blow something, blow the planet up. But people know that
there are people who want that.
Yeah, but people know that it would end all life potentially. So if there's an artificial womb, a lot of people would feel the benefit. So I feel like a large percentage of the world would push towards that, so it would win out.
There are all sorts of. I mean, tactical nuclear weapons would not destroy the world, but let's hope people don't start using them. But there are plenty of scientific advancements that we curtail. We could clone people, I think, pretty simply.
It's not successful.
And it's illegal in most places.
Goat, it's been for a long time, for 20 years already. So nothing.
But we don't do it because it raises bioethical problems.
So what about the issue, for example, the whole genetic testing, and then how you can edit genes?
Yeah, very bad.
Well, very bad. But what if you can edit out a really crippling disease? How would you feel about that?
Yeah, well, if you're talking about treatments in the womb, I could see a strong argument for that. You have you have surgeries in the womb, things like that. If you're talking about rewriting the code of life, that seems, one, to use a very modern term, very ableist, that you're trying to write out
But like
these people.
CRISPR technology has been already around for so long. Like I know it's not morally yet accepted, but if we keep going into that direction.
Because what's the problem with it, morally?
I agree with you. There's no problem. I feel like that's a very bad enhancement for society. I feel like it would be taken advantage of. I feel like people would use it the wrong way. And I don't think that's good that we're changing people's genetic code.
But you can also change it to prevent cancer and all of the bad diseases. So
but
what difference does it make?
That's the whole thing about like you're playing God. Like you're saying that you can.
So the person should die from cancer then. So no more technological advancements.
Treat diseases.
You can't
Everyone's
say
die
this is right and this is wrong and treat things differently and say you are the God because you decide what is good and bad.
But when people have that power and control in their hands, it can be taken the total wrong way, and it's going to start getting capitalized off of. People are going to be like, oh, well, now we can make us look better and cooler, and like there's this, and you can do that, and it's just going to go down the wrong way.
So I'm going to change topics here. Really quick, just kind of to lighten the mood. Would you guys date a guy who wore a fedora?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What is that?
No.
Not you, Brian.
No.
I'm just kidding, Brett.
Keeko?
You're not kidding.
Is this a good look for me?
Can you blink a couple more times? No.
Would you guys date a dude? This might actually be a Trilby. I'm not sure if it's a fedora.
I don't think that's a fedora.
I don't like it.
It's a Trilby.
It
The lady.
doesn't fit your head.
Yeah, I was about to say
It does.
that.
I
look
dated
like
an
you're bad
Italian
away.
who had this hat.
You dated an Italian
Guy who had this hat. I don't care what
It
you
looks
wear.
like you're about to get like your cane out and start like.
Okay.
Tap dancing.
Super chats here. We definitely got to get caught up on the super chats.
I know. It's been a lot.
Okay, let's see here. We have. Did we do? Wait. Shit, I'm kind of lost. Do you want me to do Streamlabs? Wait, I forgot where we were. We'll do the Streamlabs a little bit later. Let me do the regular super chats first. We got that one. We got this one. Okay, Sir Isaac Newton, thank you for the 50, man. Brian, I love your show and I watch and listen to your podcast even now during work. Quick question for the ladies. Would you date an Asian 5'3" average job making $50K a year, physically fit, and goes to the gym 5 times a week? Really quick, if you guys want to, yes or no? Keeko?
No.
Is it the height?
Yeah, like I'm 5'7", usually walking around in like shoes that make me 5'10", and I just don't think we would really see eye to eye.
Okay. Oh.
M. Martin super chatted $200.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Marquise.
Creation demands a creator. Life, a life giver. Design, a designer. Science has tried to no avail to disprove the existence of God. All that you experience and enjoy day to day cannot come into being accidentally through a random galactic explosion. Feminism has made you a misotheist.
Oh, that's a
Creator
that's a good
demands
one.
a creator, life a life giver, designer. Like, shut up. Like, oh my god.
Well, that wasn't his voice. That's just a computer.
No, I'm not even talking about that. It didn't need the computer to say it. It's just that's what it sounds like. I feel like I'm like
just getting taught
peeking
too much.
behind in like a little like church from like 1850 or something. Like I don't know.
That's a church from like 350. That's like basic church level stuff.
Designer deserves a designer. Creation a creator.
Oh.
Designer.
Would you? What if I were just like, hey,
Lifer.
Keeko? Well, like, hey, Keeko, 2 + 2 = 4. You'd be like, oh, here's Michael. 2 + 2 = 4. It's like just basic stuff,
Well, probably, yeah. If you were telling me at 23 years old that 2 + 2 = 4, yeah, I'd be like,
well,
okay,
that guy's
thank
just
you.
telling you basic stuff that a creation needs a creator.
Yeah, that's like that's how terms and words usually work. He
Yeah,
just
but
used
so why are you
one
making
tense
fun
the
of him?
other
He's
and
just
made them how they work.
He's just saying basic stuff. Be like,
Based
yeah,
on your life, yes, but
A
not based on
child
her.
deserves a mother, like a
Yeah.
mother or a grandmother. Like, yeah, thank you. Thank you for using $200 to tell me that.
Maybe he thought you needed to hear it.
He could have just dropped the thing to Google the Bible verse for free
Stop
in
it.
the comments.
Get some help.
Okay. So would you date the guy 5'3", 50K a month, but he gyms it?
No.
You can do yes or no is fine.
No.
Married, Kiki?
No.
No.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Sorry, bud. Victoria?
It depends on personality.
Okay, that was profound. All right, we have moral objection. Thank you for the 50. Going around and sleeping with every person you desire is not having your needs met. It's fulfilling you hedonistic. It's fulfilling your hedonistic desires. You know it's wrong, or you wouldn't be compelled to make excuses for it. Hey, moral. Thank you for the 50 there. G Zach. Hey. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, did we get? G Zach. Thank you for the 100, man. Military vet, fought in Afghanistan, managed private planes. Now for many celebrities, it's very sad to see the freedoms I fought for turn into a society being degraded like this. Single parenthood or abortion. Young women who can't understand the number one predictor of crime, which is fatherless homes. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I believe it's fatherless homes. Yeah. Is the number one
men.
Well,
the lack of men.
The lack of. Oh.
Yeah,
so
why
men
do
are families.
Why do
so
men walk
causing
out?
problems.
Well, you could make the argument that it's actually the single mothers that are raising.
So the women made them walk away. That's what you're saying.
Well, we don't know the circumstances of what's
so men
caused
not
the
owning
breakup
up to
of
the
relationship.
responsibilities and leaving a child fatherless. Got it. Men.
Well, we don't know the context in any case.
Might take two to tango sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
In any case, Zach, thank you for your service, and thank you for the big $100 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man. Dinosaur D with the 55. Poor Michael looks like he's descended into hell. Run, buddy, run, because these succubi will suck whatever hope you have left for humanity.
That is not fair at all. These wonderful women are, and even you, lady, Miss, what is her name? Kiki and Keeko. You're wonderful women, and you're all, you're looking at virtue and truth and all these. You're taking it seriously. It's fabulous. I'm if not in heaven, at least purgatory.
All right, cool. All right, we have Marquise Martin. Thank you for the 50, man. Brian, thanks for protecting my anonymity with a bankrupt sandwich shop chain. Is it out of business? Maybe there's one like Blockbuster that's still kicking. My job is actually real estate and construction. Congrats on 5K plus live viewers. How much do we actually have right now? We're just under 8,000. Yeah, Martin, thank you so much, man. Michael, nice to see you on the pod. Appreciate your work. Now flee California post haste.
I will. I'll do
that.
Just as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to run.
We have David Ross. Hey, thank you for the 50, man. This conversation leaves me speechless. Controlling words, controlling.
Don't talk about Michael like that.
That's a discerning reader who understands a great #1 best-selling book when he hears one.
Mm-hmm. Shots fired, by the way. Okay, we have Igor Petrikov. Thank you, man. Thank you for the big support. Longtime listener of Daily Wire, but tend to skip. Oh,
real nice.
New fan.
But look at the next part.
But now subbed. Hats off to the 19-year-old girl in the middle. Keep it right. Keep it tight. Which one is that? You, Sam?
I'm assuming. Yeah, she's a 19-year-old.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Thanks, Igor. Appreciate it. Dakota B. Thank you, man. This is from Mike Davis from Sunday. Couldn't respond in time. I'm sorry you lack the skills, man. I'd suggest doing some research. Ladies, how much of a green flag if a man knows what he's doing down there? Green flag. Is it a green flag if he is skilled in that department?
Yeah.
Keeko?
It's a plus, yeah. It's not a bad thing, but I don't really know how to answer that.
How about, maybe let me frame it like this. Is it a deal breaker if he's bad at it or he doesn't do it? How about that?
Wait, what?
If he won't go...
we're talking specifically.
Oh, come on.
Oh, we're talking
Is that crude?
No, it's not just that it's crude. It's like, why is anybody doing that?
Oh, going down there? Or not going down?
I think that's what he was implying.
What?
Wait,
Oh my God,
you're
you just
saying
came
why
out.
is wait, you're saying why are people going down there or why are people not going down there?
Yeah. Well,
Which
Yeah,
one?
what?
Which one?
Wait,
I think you could probably infer from my reaction. to
So
the whole
going
thing.
down there?
wait, hold on. Is this a whatever?
You're not a
exclusive?
munch, Michael?
Michael, do you don't?
All right, listen. I don't tell tales out of school or anything like that, but
Well, I'm with you.
yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Michael.
Yeah, I'm glad I
Whatever.
didn't say anything.
Okay.
And
Wait,
do you expect to
Head? Yeah.
have your
Alright,
skin
listen,
stick
I'm gonna have
sucked
to
in
pull
return,
out-
or no?
I'm going to pull up the Catechism of the Catholic Church for just a second and tell you exactly what. No, I'm going to pull up the Catechism of Norm MacDonald, who says sex is a filthy thing that is obviously only meant for procreation.
Didn't you have a hoe phase?
Hey, man, you know, like, when one is young and irresponsible, one is young and irresponsible.
It's good that you're on the right path right
so
now.
just
Thank you.
deal breaker if he deal breaker.
If he
If
doesn't
he's-
go down?
If he doesn't go
doesn't,
down, deal
yeah.
breaker. If he's bad at it, he can learn.
Okay.
Mm.
You?
I wouldn't
That's
say
a good
it's
way
deal
of putting
breaker.
it. I wouldn't say it's like.
I've been with people who like I
To
would
date them.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't. I mean, like, I would talk to them, like, what's the reason? I'm not, like, earning for that. But for some girls, if it is a deal breaker, good for them. Like, I'm not going to say it's
Tatum.
bad
I wouldn't
for
say it's a deal breaker,
Yeah.
but like it doesn't make sense in my head, I guess.
That a guy wouldn't.
If you were to please a guy like that, I
And
feel like it
it
should
should
be
be
both
Okay,
ways.
so
Yes.
reciprocity. Okay,
Yes,
what about you?
I agree with that.
I don't know what to say.
Thank
Okay.
you. You're the only reasonable one on the panel. Say, I don't know what to say. This is why would anybody?
Because it
dating
happens.
podcast.
Yeah.
Haram!
It is a dating podcast.
I mean,
Victoria.
I personally don't like it, so I
Oh.
don't care.
Oh. Okay.
So, Brian, you're not
What?
a munch either?
what is that?
You know what a
Haram!
munch
do you see any ginger in his beard? I don't know.
is? Oh.
Oh, there's a little. I see
Oh.
a little speck of ginger in that beard, Brian.
Oh. Yeah, just I got neck problems. Like I got an ice pack here. You know?
Hey.
I got this ice pack. I put, you know.
There's many different
Set up
positions.
for that punch. What would you?
No, I
Wait,
actually
but-
do ice my neck.
Do you expect, like, for her
Yeah.
to supply?
I mean, there's things when it comes to there are things when it comes to sex that perhaps your partner likes that you don't, and vice versa. And I don't think it has to be a tit for tat thing or almost a vindictive thing. Oh well, if you won't do it, then I won't. Just
But
me
it is.
personally, my personal thing is my personal thing. I because for a variety of reasons, and just I.
For a
Are
variety
you
of
at least,
reasons.
like,
What are
trying
those
to
variety of
please your
reasons?
woman?
Do you feel like
Well-
you date women who aren't clean down there? Like, what would
Yeah,
be the
what is
reason? Do you feel like you're not attracted to the vulva once it's up close
I-
in your
oh,
face?
I'm a fan. Hold on. First off,
I'm
I'm a
just
fan.
wondering what
I'm a
the
labia
issue would
fan.
be.
I'm a labia. By the way, Michael, I apologize.
Twitter bio or something? That's not silly.
Yeah, for somebody who advocates for large
I'm-
labias, you don't seem like you're too fond of them right
I'm
now.
a fan of large labias. My DMs are open. I'm just look. Here's the thing. I apologize,
Doesn't seem like
Michael.
you're
This is haram. Hold on.
This
Haram!
This is haram.
This yeah. Just not my favorite activity.
There's
And
a great Sopranos episode about this.
Yeah.
Where Uncle June, he says, no,
Yes.
that's not what a man does.
Yes.
That's not what a man does.
Maybe
That's what
for
Uncle June says.
please
I'm
your
just quoting the
girlfriend?
Sopranos.
So you are a feminine man.
A feminine man. No, that's the,
Actually, speaking of the Sopranos, hold on.
like I just saw a comment. The comment just goes, Michael is in hell now. I was previously he was in purgatory.
Now you've made it all the way.
I don't like that kind of talk.
I had that ready to go.
Oh!
Oh, the gabagool. And I don't think what was that? What was Uncle Junior saying? Michael, you never had the makings of a varsity athlete. I'm sorry, Michael.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm just gonna have to become a don.
There you go.
Become a mob don.
You're going to have to get into the racketeering and protection business. Is that racist? Because you're Italian.
It's very phobic.
I think I'm canceled
phobic.
up
You
next
are,
after
yeah.
you. Okay, so did you guys really want my reasons on this, or
No, I just feel like if you're not a munch, ladies don't want you.
That's wrong.
See, and it's the thing, it's like that's not even like a big thing for
No,
me.
it's
Like I don't
not.
even really like that's not even something I really crave like that. But it would just make me question like
If you were so
why-
against it.
Yeah, why
if
not?
you're
Like,
so-
are we sure we're straight?
Okay.
Are we sure we like women? Are we sure?
I agreed. Some people
Is
just
something
don't
wrong
like
with
things.
me? If something's wrong with me, why are you still sleeping with me?
Yeah, like why are you so opposed?
Like, why
to
can
it?
you put your
Yeah, so
peen in it, but not your
your face?
like? Why is
There's different.
So it's more of a personal insecurity thing, is what you're saying.
probably
It's
it would be
making
in
you
the end. I
reflect
think
on
it would
yourself,
be
yeah.
like a thing in my mind, like why?
I mean, if
why
you're-
not?
If you're like girlfriend didn't want to look at your
Minkia.
What?
It's the
your
Sicilian
little
word.
friend, if your girlfriend didn't want to look
Little
at
friend?
would you
Hello?
be insecure? Like if she
It's
was like
average.
What if she was like
God.
what if she was
What is
like
ever?
I don't want to look at it, like don't show it to me. Wouldn't
Well,
you
hold
be
on.
like what's
I
wrong
enjoyed
with it?
looking. It's more just
So you just like get
I
up close and
apologize,
stare at
Michael.
it,
I'm
and
very
then
sorry.
just don't do anything with it. You just be like, let me see it. All right, let's put it away.
Yeah.
Take a peek.
well. So Keeko, you said okay. So Keeko, you said that is it a oh, you're saying, well, you're willing to do actual intercourse, but you're not willing to do that. And actually, I don't know if you said you're okay like, having sex,
Hy-
but
hypothetically,
but
why
you
would
wouldn't.
one?
Yeah. So actually, Chris Rock, his new special on Netflix, he brought this up. He was saying how he would be prepared to, again, preemptively, I want to apologize, Michael. He would say that he would eat ass. He would eat ass, but he like the same night with a girl, but he would not hold hands with her. And it's an interesting thing.
Oh man, that's profound.
It's this interesting.
Tells you a lot about the culture.
But there's this interesting thing when it comes to intimacy. People will do all very quickly after meeting someone, all sorts of sex or whatever, eating ass, whatever. Sorry, Michael. But like to actually like hold hands or something, that would be too much. So it's sort of in that same vein. I guess my big qualm with it, and perhaps this is related to being in California, is in today's in the dating landscape, you have to almost assume going in that when you're first meeting someone, they're sleeping with someone else. You said that you're going on dates with guys, but you're currently sleeping with someone else. We've had, and that's tame compared to other women. We've had girls on the show that say they're currently sleeping. They have, it was 2 shows ago or 3 shows ago. The girl said she's got a main side hoe. No, excuse me, a main hoe, and then 4 side hoes that she's all sleeping with. That's 5 guys.
But not all girls are like
5
that.
guys. No, not all women are like that. However, it does seem to be, at least in California, and perhaps a lot of Western countries, that you almost have to assume going in, it's more likely than not that when you're even just going on a first date with someone, they're probably sleeping with someone else. And so for me, it's just, I would not feel comfortable. Well, first
so
off,
what about like it's your girlfriend, someone
exactly,
you
yes.
know that's not sleeping with other people?
So like that's why like I say that's like the thing
Sure.
you're bringing up earlier. Like it's the whole like intimacy thing. Like I mean, me personally, I wouldn't sleep with anyone unless I knew them. But like you can use condoms at first. I mean, maybe some
You
people are
should, no?
using yes. Like you're gonna be using condoms and stuff at first. That's why like the first time I'm sleeping with somebody, nothing fellatio of the sort is gonna be happening. That's a next level thing because I don't think anyone's going down with some dental dams or
I feel like you wouldn't really want to like.
is that Italian, by the way? Fellatio.
I think Latin.
Are you Italian?
I've heard of fetus before. So a lot of Latin words keep cropping up. I just wonder, I don't want to sound like a prude, because I'm really not a prude, or maybe I've become a prude much more than I used to be. But isn't it all just so gross? Isn't it just so extremely gross to think about the 5 dudes and the right? It's all just.
Wait,
so
that's
wouldn't
why
it
you
be
don't-
better?
Why are
to
you
like
thinking
not?
about the dudes? Wait, hold on.
Well, yeah, because he's put it in my head.
Sleeping around.
You know, the girl with the 5 boyfriends and the this, and you're gonna
That's
put
why
the
you
thing
just
on
don't
this
go
and
around
that
giving
thing.
Yeah,
random
just why
girl's
you
head.
don't do it you do it with someone who you're in a like relationship with. That's like I think that's way different.
But isn't, like, let's say the most traditional like, thing would be you don't do any of this stuff, and then you get married, and then you do appropriate sexual behaviors with your spouse. And then the extreme on the other end is you're doing all sorts of weird stuff, putting things in the wrong places with like 5 guys at a time. And that
Haram!
Yeah, which is very haram. Like, clearly that's gross. And the good one is like good and wholesome.
But can
Wouldn't
there
you
be a
just
balance? Is there not somewhere in the middle?
Why would you want
a
a balance between good and gross? Why wouldn't you just
sometimes
go for the good
There's
one?
not.
It's
It's
just
black
gross.
and white again. I think like
Yeah.
you can
It is.
have intercourse with
Why is it
people
gross
and like
showing your husband a good time? What's gross
Wait, so
about that?
no, finish your. Oh, hold on.
Sentience super chatted
Oh, hey, Sentience, good to see you.
$199.99.
We're over
A clump of
this.
cells? A human being is a parasite? Being in healthcare and having witnessed the mass suffering and death of thousands, the only parasites I have seen are the vacuous, feculent, materialistic, all gaping maw that is the modern woman, just like this panel. Gents, focus on yourselves.
It's like, do they just open up like a thesaurus or like something and just like type in like one word, like anti-woman word, and then just keep like listing them?
That was poetic. That was one of the
Maybe
most-
that's why that guy is alone, because he doesn't like women.
Yeah, literally.
That's why he has enough
I feel like
time
a
to
lot of
watch
these
4-hour
men
podcasts.
Zenti, let me just
You're
say.
married though. Shouldn't you be like promoting women?
I think
he
I
is
think I've been
promoting
very
women.
pro women
Yeah,
this
he
whole
is
time.
promoting
I've
women.
said it's Michael and the girls against Brian here on
Yeah.
marriage and all the rest. But you don't want to just like simp and be like, oh girls, whatever you're doing is great. Like, no, it's gross. It's so gross. Just
But
don't
why?
do
Okay,
that.
maybe there's like a certain extent where it's gross, but like she said, it's not black and white. There's like
It is black and white. Most things are fairly black and white.
know
They're way more black and white than
No,
you think.
most things are not fairly
They
black
are.
and white. Most things are on a spectrum of things. Most things are like, is there an array? It's not just one or the other.
But if it's a spectrum, then the spectrum presumably would go from one extreme to the other. And if we're talking
That's why
about
we're
like
saying,
right
can't
and
there be a
wrong and
middle?
like beautiful and ugly and like good and bad, then the clear answers are on the extremes.
No. What, you think the extreme is the way to go for each thing?
No, we're saying right now you've got a spectrum, right, between like true and false, or good and bad. And
Okay, so like
beautiful and
a
ugly.
spectrum of sex, and there's different sex.
There's like the good, wholesome.
there's
right
like
there.
waiting
also
for
assuming
marriage.
There's no context, no life experience. Like saying just like there's true and false. Human behavior is so like has such a range and so many
Yes.
different people and like backgrounds and parenting. Like that goes into all that. There can't just be a right and wrong for everything, a black and white for everything.
There is though. There is.
Well,
I don't know
think
why.
that-
I
so
don't
we
know
just
why there
disagree.
can't be.
I mean, it's just the same thing with there should be a separation between
I
church
wanna-
and state.
But that, yeah, there shouldn't be. I mean,
I
there
I
isn't
don't
any.
agree with
strictly,
that.
do you
So-
live strictly by Catholic law?
Yeah,
So do
I
you-
try to. I mean, I probably
but
fail
so-
all the time, but I try to.
So you
Speaking
don't
of Latin, Deus Volt.
Deus vult.
Deus-
Don't pronounce all the moderns want to do it the German way, but you got to do it like a good Italian.
How do you?
Deus vult.
It's with a V because I've heard it's pronounced with a. It's like a W.
Yeah, that's what all the like
Is that
modern
wrong?
weirdos say. Yeah, because if that's true, then Julius Caesar said "Weni Weedy Wiki," which is obviously
Oh, good
absurd.
point. Veni
Veni
Vidi
Vidi Vici, baby.
Oh,
di
that sounds
Adamo.
better.
Yeah, yeah.
That sounds better. Okay, so Deus Volt.
Deus vult.
Can we get some Deus Volt in the chat, boys?
What does
I
it
want
mean?
to spam it.
I mean, it's God wills it. It was a chant during the
yeah.
Crusades.
So you were saying the Zentient's comment kind of interrupted what you're saying though. But so you were saying, I'm seeing this one guy, I'm hooking up with this one guy, but I'm also dating these other guys. You were in the middle of saying something. Do you recall what that was?
I think it was about the black and white. What
Oh.
we just got to.
Okay.
I guess I'll take my like sort of. I don't mean to sound like a church mom or anything, but I'm saying if you were all describing all these weird sexual behaviors, right? And you're saying there is a spectrum, and on this spectrum, let's go from the one end. It's the most trad, good, like wholesome thing where it's just you and your husband, and you've got this good life, right? And then on the other end, it's you with like 7 dudes and a chihuahua, and I don't know, like all this weird stuff going on, right? And so on that spectrum is actually just like good, normal, flourishing
What
behavior.
makes
For you?
normal?
For
Like,
you?
yeah,
No,
it's good.
for everybody, for all of human history
No,
until
it's-
like
So you're
5 minutes
deciding
ago.
that?
No, I'm just looking at history, and I'm looking at also philosophy, and I'm looking at also
I feel like there's been a
anthropology.
lot of terrible things that have happened in history. So why are you looking back at history? I mean, for a long time, that's always been good, but now we have a different look on love. Personally, I don't think hookup culture is great, but a lot of
Obviously.
guys will not commit. So
Yeah,
you,
right.
you don't want
But can't
them.
you make them like not to be
no, because then you come
old-timey,
off
but
as
why would
crazy,
they buy the
or you
cow
come
if
off
it-
as clingy, or you like. Do you know how many?
Stanley
Hold on,
donated $200. These modern women on
Thank you,
panels
Dink.
hate it when someone says something is objectively wrong. Modern women hate accountability, especially when it comes to having consistent morals and ethics. Things are black and white. It's whether you decide to see it or not.
Sam, go ahead.
I think men also hate accountability because, like we
They hate
said,
it
we
more.
pulled out the stats. Men are leaving their kids, and that is the main problem with the world today. Thank you.
Well,
very much.
there was something roughly. Okay, so let's say you're saying, okay, there were bad things in the past, and now not everything's perfect, but some things are better. But we're talking about the change that happened with women's lib, right? Basically, the modern feminist stuff, which says we're going to break up the family, we're going to easier divorce, women can go hook up, do whatever you want. And the thing that's weird about this is if you look at all the studies on all happiness surveys, which again, take it with a grain of salt, but it's all you've got on these sociological numbers. Since that all went into effect, the hookup culture and abortion and feminism and all the rest, women have become less happy. Everybody's become less happy, but women have become especially less happy, even relative to men. So wouldn't you have to look at that, at the last 70 years of feminism, and say,
how would
it
you
just
know
didn't
women
work.
are becoming less happy? Aren't men more likely to do suicide now than women? Like, aren't men mental health is more higher in men? So how are women becoming less happy?
Everybody is getting less happy, and there is a spike in suicides, especially among older white men, and drug overdoses as well. But if you measure happiness, which again is a very difficult thing to do, but you just take people's measures of happiness, both men and women have declined, but women have declined
Since
at
when?
a faster rate since the 70s.
Because we live on
Since
the internet,
feminism.
probably. Everything is so on the internet. I mean,
This is even
you
before
watch
the
the
internet, though.
TV, you think you're gonna die.
I don't
Maybe
think it's
because-
like, do we know it's directly caused because of feminism?
I mean, I think studies are all fake anyway, but if
Causation.
you look at all of these happiness surveys, such as they are, the big change that happened in the relations between men and women is the advent of feminism, and it made women completely miserable.
Probably because they became more eye-opened and realized, whoa, my life is shit when you do something
That's
about
exactly
it.
what happened. What they would do, in the New York radical women's groups, these happy women who had good husbands and families would show up happy, I'm not even joking, and they would go through these struggle sessions, and they would raise their consciousness, and they would leave miserable. And this happened again and again at these meetings, and that's what happened to the whole society over the last 60 years.
Wait, isn't this the same thing as
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, I feel like they were ignorant before. They opened their eyes from the Matrix or whatever the pill.
That's what the feminists say. But no, I think they actually were much better adjusted to reality before, and then they were told a bunch of lies by the feminists about their nature.
When they weren't controlling their own lives and everything was dictated on their husband.
Before when they believed that men and women are complementary and actually made for one another, and that actually we have responsibilities and obligations and not just entitlements to do whatever the hell we want. And then after they went to the struggle sessions with all the feminists, they were told a lie, which is that men and women are not complementary, but they're indiscernible, basically identical. Woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. And they were told a lie that they would be much more fulfilled, not working for the good of their husband and children, but instead going out and working for Mr. McGillicuddy, some guy who doesn't care about them at all, so they can work at a job at the widget factory.
That they don't need women, that women are like a fish, they can have many women, men are told the same exact thing.
Yeah, no, that unfortunately is a product of feminism that's affected men too, and it's just all a bunch of BS.
But I feel like that was before feminism. I feel before it was just hidden. Men could cheat on their wives so much more easily. No,
because we're allowed sex without marriage. That's why people don't want to marry anymore.
Bingo.
Okay,
Bingo,
I understand
baby.
hookup culture is a problem, but when there wasn't hookup culture, men were allowed and they had this freedom of being to cheat on their wives and to get away with it.
There were mores and even laws against adultery and fornication.
Yeah, but no one would care. They would just turn a blind eye. No one would.
Depends what you mean by no one. I mean, sure, men have been cats for all of human history.
But hold on just a
Alvin
sec,
Sam
guys.
super chatted $199.99. Girl in the middle, men abandoning his duty as father is one issue. But, you're forgetting that it is the woman's fault for making a baby with him. Since you argued that women are the final decision makers of intercourse, women bear the responsibility of it. It's her fault.
So it's abortion.
No. It's her fault for him deciding to leave his kid.
How would
No.
stay for his
It's
kid?
the moment you decide to agree to sex and have sex with somebody, you have to accept the fact that you can have a baby with that man, just as you hooking up with somebody.
Yes, but
you can
it's
have
still
the baby
his
with him
fault
anytime.
for leaving. It's not.
He has to also accept the responsibility that he's having a kid as well.
So-
Isn't it a two-person thing? You said
No.
you're having the baby too.
It
Yeah,
is
it's
a
also, I
two-person
mean,
thing.
if you're really trad, like you think that men have a leadership responsibility, and so really you would blame the men even more. The same way that Eve eats the apple, right? The serpent goes up to Eve, says, eat the apple, Eve eats the apple, but it's still Adam's fault. It's not very feminist, but that's the way it goes in the book.
Well, I'm not religious.
It's
so-
we're getting back to this religion
Yeah,
thing that
I'm
none of
not
us are going to
religious.
agree on.
I think it's fault of both men and women.
Yes,
I think
I
it's
think it's
just
both.
it's the way that our society is right now. I'm kind of
He
the
was
same age
wanting
as
to eat
you,
the apple and
but
convince
like I have a
everyone.
sister that's 10 years younger, and I'm like horrified. I feel so bad for her,
Oh,
just
yeah.
because she's growing up in this world where, well, first of all, you grow up on the internet, and there's a lot of toxic things you see. Then like the hookup culture doesn't help. Like,
I remember
so
thinking-
how do we solve this problem?
Well, you have to eliminate feminism, actually, because I remember thinking when I was in college, I thought the way the hookup culture worked, I thought these women had convinced themselves that they were empowered by sleeping with
Well,
men.
the definition of feminism changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
How do you
There's
mean?
different
Well, because-
feminism. The feminism initially is there's different kind of equality. There's equality of a pay that should be allowed. There's nothing wrong against like paying the same amount of money to people performing the same kind of job on the same
Are
position.
we talking about the wage gap now? Wait, we're just all over the place.
That
a
is
little bit.
that
we
is
gonna talk
part of
about
a
unicorns and
feminism.
hell?
No,
I think,
it is
We're
a
talking
league.
about the
So-
There's different spectrums of feminism. The feminism we are talking about is the one who said that somebody has enslaved women, and then somebody came in the 70s or 80s and sexually liberated them. So now we can sleep around and do whatever that we want because
Yeah.
it's gonna make us happier.
Yeah, that's not
That is
feminism
a wrong.
that I would
yeah.
call feminism. Like I'm for I'm for gender roles. Like I don't want men to
Nice.
like I
Agree.
if I have my
Nice.
own gender role. Like I'm not gonna go fight in war, but I want to do my womanly duties, whatever it will be. But I also agree that we should support men and men should support women.
And you
I
agree
know.
with gender roles, too.
I agree with what she said at the end, but what
It's
about men
because we are
supporting women and
from
women
post-Soviet countries.
That's why.
She's from Armenia, from Ukraine.
I just don't
get
think
it way more than the
anyone should
Americans
go to
do.
war.
It's not about gender. I don't think it's about gender roles. I feel like, yeah, in a sense, some are gendered, but I feel like it's more about delegating tasks to whoever best completes them in the relationship you are, unique to the relationship.
And do you think some men and women tend to or be more inclined towards certain things than
Maybe,
the
yeah, like
other?
maybe I'll probably be better at some things that we'll do with our child and such, but I know my boyfriend's a way better cook than me, and he honestly does a way better job at being clean while cooking than I probably ever will. Maybe a few years we'll get the same skill, but he's also way better at killing spiders than I am. He's also better at lifting weights or telling somebody off than I am. So yeah,
Okay.
some of those things are gendered, but I also think it just comes down to some things he does better than me, and that happens to be stereotypical.
What about
of a
when you
male.
have relationships that are women and women or men and men? Like you're not gonna.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wouldn't recommend it.
We can.
I
I mean,
wouldn't
we can talk about all
Really?
these
I
other different
love
kinds.
women and women
But hold on,
relationships.
let's get back to the super chats. Lane with the 50. Hey, thank you, man. Michael, you and Ben are goats. Thank you for being a source of common sense. Brian, get Chase on the show more. Yeah, Chase, definitely down to have Chase back on. He's been on a couple shows. Just he's got a super busy schedule, and I think he's mentioned this on his Twitter. He's dealing with some health issues, so he has some. It's tough. It's sometimes tough for him to gather the energy. Girl with arm tattoo, do you still think it's not gay for a guy to have sex with another biological guy just because he identifies as a woman?
What?
It was a little convoluted.
That's very complicated.
Wait,
What do you believe? You think it's not gay for a man to do those sorts of things with another man?
If he considers himself a woman?
Wait, what?
Oh, it's the transgender thing.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's not gay if a man does that sort of
so
thing
if
with
it's
a man who says he's a
transition
transgender
woman.
woman?
Yeah,
Yes,
so that-
they're mad. Okay, so can we? I'm giving context because you tried to throw me.
Oh,
into
should
this.
we play the video? Should we?
I'd love to watch the video.
Go ahead,
Just
Brian.
so there's context.
Yeah.
Eric,
so-
you're gonna have to pull up the Twitter.
Wait, I'm excited to see this video.
Just pull it up. Pull up the whatever Twitter.
I'm not.
Don't show it yet until you have the video ready to go. But while we do that, let me read a couple super chats here. Okay, we have.
Here we go, guys.
yo-
Here we go.
Yo, Joker, thank you for the €50, man, bro. I'm sorry, but Jiu-Jitsu and Krav Maga, not the same thing.
I said it's jujitsu. That's very
the same
different.
thing.
No, it's not JU.
Saying
It's the IDF, you know.
What's up, Eric? Yeah.
Is it on one of the tabs? Or do you have to-
It's Twitter, twitter.com/whatever it is, one of the tabs. It's just the Twitter tab. but you are going to have to scroll down a little bit to find it. Okay, we have Joker with a €50. Damn, guys can't answer on the chat, and I'm French, so I didn't get the joke. Sorry. Wait, he's... I wonder... I speak a little bit of French. Eh bien, Joker, merci beaucoup pour le 50 euros. C'est vraiment... tu es vraiment génial. C'est très bien ça.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur Joker. Moi, je m'appelle Michel.
Oui.
Je suis italien. Oui, je ne parle pas le
Eh bien,
français. You are the one for me, formidable.
How do you say wife in French?
Wife.
Yeah.
Épouse? Épouse? God damn,
La
French.
femme. Ma femme.
Tatum, would you like... voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
No.
All right. Okay. All right. RIPs in the chat for me, boys. Okay, so we have... were you able to snag it, Eric?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay, let me just read this one and then we'll pull that up. Ryan, the Eating Warrior, thank you for the 50, man. Appreciate it. Solid beard there, bro. My wife's Catholic and claimed to not believe in divorce. 5 years later, she's the one that wanted the divorce after I came back from a deployment. That seems super common when people are deployed in the military. She had an affair. Yikes. Don't get married, kings. Guys over a certain age don't understand the realities.
Ooh.
Tough.
It's kind of the
Tough.
concept of driving a car. Like, you know, there's a lot of accidents, but you still drive a car. So things
That's a good
can
analogy.
go bad.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Great analogy. That's really good.
Hey, Eric, can you...
Smart.
Is it ready?
Oh.
Yeah. Is it play from the start?
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that's fine.
Chase, would you rather smash the hottest trans woman in the world or the oldest woman in the world? Honestly, bro, the oldest woman in the world, because then I wouldn't be gay.
You really just want me to just rip you a fucking new one. I swear to
Are
God.
you like, Chase,
No.
how dare you be transphobic?
Yes, actually. What the fuck do you mean? Yes, that was
Because
so
if I
necessary.
had sex with a trans woman, I'd be having sex with a biological man, and I don't want to do that.
The question is,
That's not what you said, though. That's fine. If that's
Because
what
I'd
you
be
want to say.
gay if I had sex
That's
with a
not
biological
gay.
man.
That's not gay.
That's
And
gay.
I don't even care if you're doing this for like whatever, but like shut the fuck up. Actually,
I'm doing
You
it
look
for
like
what-
you have a
Hey,
leader
why-
respect
why don't-
his
why don't-
street
That's too far.
identity.
That's
Why don't
too
you
fucking
why
far.
don't you make me
That's
shut
too
the
far.
fuck up? Because I have an opinion that differs from yours.
I'm not gonna be a part of something that's starting to say shit like that.
She's right. I mean, that's really
But
hateful,
she's
bro.
not. She's not. It would technically be homosexual. A trans woman is a biological man.
I want to
Sue me.
meet
Stop,
Chase.
dude. That's mean. I actually gotta go.
It's
I gotta
not
go.
fucked up. It's real.
That's
It's
his-
true.
Okay, if you guys want to
It's
respect
factual.
gender identities, that's his though. That's his sexuality.
I'm not allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say that.
Yes, from a biological woman who doesn't even have any trans friends, that was too fucking far. A man of God who doesn't judge a Christian, yeah.
Yeah, you know what God said? It said He made them man and women. He made them man and women.
He actually said
I just
man,
told you I'm
women,
not
and
gay. I'll
them.
pass on that. Thanks, though.
So,
No, he said
didn't
God,
take
God
your own
created
advice.
man, both
Nice.
male and female created he
You
them.
that stating
So
biological
them. So there's
facts
them.
would make
They
people walk
thems.
off the show.
No, the them refers to the men and the women.
no, but he
man
said
is the
them,
gender
so
neutral
it's
word.
like they, them.
Well, he's referring to both of them.
But he said them, so he's like saying man created men and women in them. So he
No,
admitted
he
to
said,
create-
he said in the beginning God created man, both male and female created he them.
them.
These are the
Them.
types
So
of
you're
while
man.
other
Them.
countries
Right.
are planning
Male and
to
female.
invade us with debating they, them, the
You,
whole
I mean,
thing.
you when you refer to multiple people, you say them, right?
Or you could be referring to they, thems.
It's English.
They thems don't exist. I hate to break it to
I've
you.
met some. It's crazy.
You've met very confused men and sometimes very confused women, but you have never met an
Most
actual
non-binary people I meet are women, not men.
Yeah.
Just gonna put that out
Really?
there.
Why do you think that is?
Maybe because they don't have to face the consequences of all their friends being jackasses. A woman coming out as non-binary probably will have a friend group that'll accept her more than
a man.
A man
coming out
as non-binary.
Oh, I thought you were saying the women get into this stuff because they're really messed up or something more than the men are, but you're saying that this is a real category of being and it's just the men are afraid to admit it. You can't seriously believe that.
I do believe there's people who are, I don't know if it's ambiguous or what it is. There's people who were born in their wrong gender. There's people who are born and they don't feel like they fit in either box. Do I think people are born that believe they're cats and stuff? No. I don't believe that shit. No.
There are
Do I
people who
believe-
think that, though.
I'm saying no, I don't. I'm not saying that's correct, but I haven't seen anything to back that up. But I just,
So
the fact that you guys, in anyone's right mind would somebody go from, like Bruce Jenner, for example, or Caitlyn Jenner now, for example.
Did you just
Successful-
dead name?
Successful athlete, Olympian, whatever, all this
Guy in
stuff.
the Wheaties box.
Was married to Kris Jenner, had the fucking life of whatever. Unless she truly believed that and felt that deep inside of her core, she ultimately ruined her life for basically a whole decade.
No, he became much more relevant and famous than he was.
I
previously.
highly
Obviously,
disagree.
he was on magazine covers.
Well,
Everybody
he
was
got
talking
way
about him.
more
We're talking
She's
about
been on magazine covers. She's an Olympian. She's not on
He was an
covers
Olympian
'cause
many
she's
decades
trans.
ago. No,
but exactly.
he was on a magazine cover for the first time in decades.
But
because
after
he
she
pretended
came
to be a woman.
out as she got way more hate.
Exactly.
And she got
The only thing
ruined
worse than being talked
relationships.
about is not being
But
talked
she
about.
probably
That's
made
how
more
show business
money.
works.
But no, she
Okay, so
lost a
take
lot of
away. Okay,
relationships.
But the
sorry.
reason he
Take
did
away
that-
Caitlyn Jenner.
do you know why? The
Okay, no,
reason-
hold on. Put on your basic day-to-day person. Okay, you're not gonna like this one. Okay, no, not you. You, for example. Okay, there's people like you who are super conservative, right in their
Handsome.
views and stuff, and then.
Charming.
They wake up and they want to be a woman.
But is it because they just woke up and want to be a woman, or is it because they finally found the courage to
Well, maybe
come out with
there's
something
probably-
they've been suppressing their whole lives? I just don't understand why you guys think somebody would risk. Like, yes, I'm sure some people can benefit from coming out as trans, but most people do not benefit from that. So why would somebody risk their whole livelihood, not even just career, but literally especially black
Because they have
trans
a
people?
sexual fetish. Because they have a
Also, why
disordered
does it
sexual
bother
desire.
you?
I think
I
it's
feel like
just
why does
so
it bother
complex.
people?
Because it isn't true.
But why does it
Like,
bother
why
you?
is
It's
that?
not
Yeah.
harming you. It's not hurting anyone.
Well, it
like,
is
they're
harming
just-
society.
So
a
do you
lot.
go
I mean,
around? Do you go around
How?
fighting
Because-
people who think the world's flat? Do you go around
You're like,
fighting
you're
them?
harming society.
No, well, because in the case of transgenderism and this ridiculous idea that men can secretly be women and vice versa, there are very practical effects that we see. Like, for instance, if
It's
we
pushed
accept
onto
this,
children.
Yeah, well, it's obvious. It's pushed onto children. We're castrating children left and right, which is insane. But also, if we accept transgenderism at all, even for one single adult person, that means that certain things will change in society. Women don't get to
Maybe
have their own
things
bathrooms
need to
anymore.
change.
Women don't get to have, well, perhaps, but at least one could have the debate. Women don't get to have their own bathrooms. Women don't get to have their own sports teams. Women don't get to have their own specific rights and places in society. Protections in civil rights law, they lose that because some men can say that they're women. And so it seems to me the obvious question to ask is not, well, what does it matter to you? Who really cares? First of all, the people pushing this seem to care a lot. But the question to ask is it true? Are these men who say that they're women actually women? Or are they men who are confused or who have weird sexual fetishes or have disordered desires?
Gender-wise, they
Obviously,
are.
it's the
Biologically, they're not. So
What's
gender.
the difference?
The difference is like science, and then the other difference is like how you feel in your head and the way you are in society. There's a huge difference. The difference is like the chromosomes and then your mentality.
Okay, so if there's a
good point.
disagreement between what you're saying is your physical self and your emotional self, your
Yes.
psychological self, then why would you not just change your mind? If the options are chop up your body to make go through gruesome surgeries that
If
are
you're
gonna probably
living with
shorten
your mind
life,
for your whole life and you understand like, oh, I've been trying to change it. Like she said, most people are repressing it and are trying to change it, but they just can't. So why would this is something physical that I can easily go change instead of trying to retrain your thought process over and over and over and over.
But
again.
it's not
it's
so
because they'd rather be
easy,
dead.
though.
They would rather be dead than live in the lie anymore.
But
is
the
what
problem,
it's getting to.
if you bring up like suicidality, there is no evidence that having these surgeries and pretending to be the opposite sex reduces any of that whatsoever. So the
Because
people
there's always going to be,
post-op,
because there's going to be dysphoria forever, especially
Yeah.
from people like you guys
so it
going
doesn't
on the
help.
internet.
No, it's from
fucking
themselves because they know that
bashing
they're living
them
a lie.
every day.
Yeah.
No,
That's
no,
my
you're
whole
not,
thing.
I'm not bashing anybody.
I'm not
No,
saying you. Okay,
you,
maybe I
but-
shouldn't say. Maybe Chase, because my whole thing. Because I didn't even get to speak on the.
But what
video
he
of me
said
that
was
got played.
totally right.
Okay, so since we're gonna
Sure,
go back to
go
that,
ahead.
the video that got played, right? If you don't want to sleep with a trans woman, that is your prerogative. I don't give a fuck what you want to do. That is your preference. That does not make you transphobic at all. But to get up on a podcast that has almost 4 million viewers and to say that any man who chooses to sleep with a trans woman is now taking part in homosexual, gay activities, I feel like that is wrong. I feel like that is hateful. And for somebody who claims to be so religious, so
God, new, born again, virgin, Christian, I think that's very hateful of you. If you want to say, I personally wouldn't do that, that's not for me, then that's your thing. Answer the question. That's how you do it. It's a step further.
Is it hateful to say that a man can't really secretly be a woman?
I'm saying it's hurtful to say that sleeping, for any man to sleep.
But the first question you have to answer is not
That's not.
with who.
I'm talking about what happened on the podcast.
No, I know, but
I'm referring to that.
I'm picking up on his point. The question is, what is a trans woman? And so what Chase would say, and what I would say, and what everybody throughout all of human history until 5 minutes ago would say, is that a trans woman is just a man who is pretending to be a woman.
So I'm the only one who thinks this in the world.
You're in the minority.
No,
yeah.
she's
A lot
not.
of people are saying it now, but you're historically speaking, yes. Statistically, 0% of people ever have thought that a man wearing a dress and a
That's so incorrect.
There's cultures where they're
then what about in
gender
Thailand?
They don't
What
know.
about the femboys in Thailand that have existed for decades and decades and decades and decades?
There's
and they're
this third
living.
weird thing in certain cultures, like a modern
So
culture
you
like Thailand.
don't erase them.
But that's-
Then you're erasing them. That's
No,
like me
but
trying to
you
erase your
are
religion.
even-
If I could be like, oh, well, there's some people who believe in this one
No,
ancient thing called the Bible.
But
Yeah,
even
some
the-
of them went in Rome with him.
But even
that
when you're talking about
erasing
this weird species of prostitute in Thailand,
weird species of prostitute.
Yes,
you don't
that's what
understand how that sounds. You know,
sounds precise.
A weird species. Oh, so now we're not human. So back to
No,
the abortion.
a species in the
I'm
technical
just saying,
term.
Hold on,
bro, if you're gonna be-
let him explain. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so it's a type. So even there's this weird phenomenon in Thailand, for example, where there are these guys
That a
who
lot
get
of
weird
American
surgeries.
men go to.
Yeah, well, they probably shouldn't do that. But the reason that is different is because it's not, those people are not saying, I am really a woman. That's a weird, bizarre cultural carve-out that exists in Thailand. The difference here is, and what you are saying, is that a man who puts on a dress, puts on a wig, chops his body up, calls himself a woman, is actually a woman. And I just don't see how you could believe that that is true.
So she has a vagina, shit, probably fucking tighter than mine, double D racks, hair down to the fucking ass, looks like a woman, talks like a woman, does everything besides menstruate and can give birth. What is separating her between the woman who are infertile, who can't have birth, or a woman after menopause, or the woman who never get their period?
So physically,
are they not women either?
Physically speaking, one, those are pretty big differences, and there are other differences too in terms of their bone density and the shape of.
Oh
the
yeah, because
skeletons
you're gonna. Yeah.
But also there are the chromosomal differences, which is that that woman, as you call it, still chromosomally is a man. And then beyond that, are you actually saying that women are just their bodies? That a woman is nothing more than...
Are you saying a woman is just her chromosomes? She's nothing more than just her chromosomes?
I'm saying a woman is much more than all of that. That actually...
Me too. That's why I'm saying that.
But not just
if
chromosomes.
she feels... Since
A
the day
woman
she
is
was
also
woke
a
up
soul,
in this...
is what I'm saying.
Yes, and that person woke up the first day of their conscience, and since they can remember, they remember their soul being a woman or a man or whatever.
Well, that's
trapped.
usually not true. That's usually a sexual
not
fetish
true. You don't
development.
understand why
But-
it's
Everyone
can I
feels
say
that way.
That's
No,
why.
I'm
So
just
do you
correcting.
believe people aren't gay either then? Do you believe nobody's gay and they just do it for attention
well, no,
as well?
to say I am gay means that I have an attraction to a member of the same sex.
Okay, I'm just clarifying because a lot of people who usually do this trans argument are also arguing that gay people don't exist either.
Nobody denies that certain people have different sexual attractions. In fact,
People deny it all the time. Actually, they say it's a choice that they're choosing to do that. They're not born that way.
They're certainly choosing to engage in certain behaviors.
But
yeah, that's true.
choosing to engage because it's your biological driven.
No, you
duty.
can suppress your own desires. I have all sorts of desires that I repress.
Yes, you can suppress your own desires, but why should somebody?
I want to go get a delicious hard seltzer. But
Yes, you can express your own desires, but why should somebody have to suppress if it's two legal consenting adults? Why should somebody have to suppress that just because they're the same
we
gender?
have obligations to reality and to the truth.
What's the reality? The reality is we should be a man and a woman. That's the reality.
The reality is that a man in a dress is not a man, or is not a woman.
Okay, but now I was trying to get away from something else.
This is why the whole
Go ahead,
thing
Sam.
goes back to where it's called transgender and not trans-sex. Like you can't change your sex. To the down and the bottom of it, your chromosomes are going to be your chromosomes, but they're changing their gender. And gender is a man-made thing. It's something that we've created. We've created genders and gender roles in our society. We did not create sex. Yes, there's men and female. That goes back to science or God, whatever you would like to say.
So if gender is man-made, then you're saying it's artificial. It's not real.
It's not real.
Oh, okay. So then who cares?
Exactly. So why do you care?
Oh, well, if it's not real, then the trans woman is just a man.
For you, maybe.
Because you said the gender's
for
not
her,
real.
she's a woman.
But
and that's
I
fine.
think gender is real.
And I don't think it should bother you. And I don't think it should get all these little incel men angry about it.
Do you not think... I mean...
Okay, I think the issue is that this whole conversation, it makes the male role, right? It kind of creates the more I don't know. I just think the whole argument about gender, it's so pushed out into our society. I don't think it's like this in the rest of the world right now. There's so many other issues, like the whole
rest of the world knows what
like
men
the
and women
62 different genders.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane. I mean, I'm not hateful towards anyone. I think as long as you're a good person, you can do whatever you want. I just don't like that it's pushed onto children, because like a lot of people that are getting these surgeries, they regret it. And then a lot of children that are put onto hormones, it really messes with your...
And also,
Well,
obviously,
there's a lot of
this is something that is brand new to our society, and there needs to be a lot more research done and more understanding about it, and like there needs to be laws done. So I understand. I don't think kids should be getting their parts changed.
But I guess my question is, what?
They have to be 18. That's already in place.
No, that's not
You
true.
know
The
that
transition process can start much younger than that.
hormones, yes, but they in
obviously
America,
puberty blockers and,
yeah, but in America you cannot
And
get
a social
surgery before the age of 18.
Yeah, but they can put you
you
onto
can,
hormones.
Legally, you cannot get surgery.
Yeah,
They can
because the laws
take-
are somewhat ambiguous.
They can cut your
Yeah.
breasts
Yeah,
off.
they can,
But like I used to teach a lot, and just from experience, and I don't know much, so I don't want to like say too much.
No, you're right
but-
about almost everything. I'm very impressed with how
like
right you
right
are
and
about
wrong,
many
like
things.
I don't, don't tell me like
Oh, I'm telling you, I don't care. You can tell me no, but you're
okay,
right about these
so
basic
I used to
things,
teach a
like
lot
gender
of
roles.
kids,
Yeah.
right? And a lot of kids I noticed that have a lot of these gender issues, and then they wear their gender on their sleeve, and then they're like, I'm gay, or like
Yeah.
they're like they tend to have depression. They're very like, I feel like they need support and help, not just in the gender department where people are pushing them, oh, maybe you should be gay, or maybe you should do this. Like there's much more.
I had a girl come up to me, I was giving a speech, and she said, hey, Michael, thanks for speaking out on the transgender thing, because I had gender dysphoria, and she was young. I mean, this girl was a teenager, and she said, I had gender dysphoria, and my psychologists were starting to push me down this path of transition.
Like that's wrong.
But-
I believe that's wrong.
Well, she said, luckily, I had good parents and a good priest, and they said, you're not actually a boy, and guess what happened? She kept going to see psychologists. They figured out that actually she had undiagnosed autism. So they started treating her autism, and what do you know? Her gender dysphoria greatly abated. Now it's basically...
It goes back to good family. I
Exactly,
guess,
and because I've been teaching in San Francisco since 2016, so I've seen a lot of how that affects kids. I teach kids all the way from TK through high school. So yes, there is definitely a correlation between the two, but it's typically because those kids, depression can be something that's brought onto you from your environment, or it could be something that's just a chemical imbalance in your brain. It doesn't have to be from a situation.
The
Hold on, let me
chemical
finish this
imbalance
thought
is
before I
kind of
forget.
debunked,
But usually, a lot of these times is why there's this correlation is because they find that the LGBTQ community or whatever is more accepting. So they think, oh, just because my friends that I choose to hang out with are gay and stuff means I must be. Yes, that's a problem. Yes, they shouldn't be able to just now go to their therapist and say, I want to now change my hormones for sure. That's why I don't, in that situation it was a priest, but in a lot of cases it's usually another therapist intervention. I'm sure you can, in some places it's easy, but I don't have any trans friends personally, but I've watched a lot of experiences online. It is not easy to just go through these surgeries. You have to get documents from family, friends, therapists, psychiatrists, everything. It's not just you wake up one day and say, okay, I'm a boy. They're going to give you hormones. They're going to chop off and do this.
Well,
That's not how it works.
I talked to a girl who that is actually exactly what happened. She walked into a Planned Parenthood. She said she had gender dysphoria and she wanted to receive testosterone. And she was able to receive that prescription very quickly.
Testosterone and hormones, it's a lot easier because, well, unless you're prepubescent, most of the things, not all of them are reversible because, like, especially testosterone, it's not all reversible. Yeah. But with those things, I could see how it is easier because it is a hormone, because just how those things are given out for other situations besides just trans.
But the problem, I guess, is this, which is if you really believe, as you say, that for some people are faking it, right? And some people think they're a cat, and they're not a cat. But for some people, I don't know who these people are, there are really men who are secretly somehow women, and therefore they should transition to become women. So the question is, at what point were they the wrong sex? It's from the moment of birth, right? They were born that way. So if they were born that way, then why wouldn't we trans the kids?
Because that's the whole thing is, how can a child be so certain? They have to grow into those emotions and feelings.
I thought they knew you just said they knew from the earliest moments.
Because they've known from the beginning that something was wrong. That's usually what it is. They know something's wrong, that they're not fitting. Like, for example, it's
but
not.
But sometimes they grow out of it.
Well, sometimes
I honestly,
the
I really don't
problems
think people
relied
grow
on
out of it. I
something
think
else.
they're either
A lot of it is
conditioned to
psychological.
not do it, or they realize the other way might be easier,
Or that there's a
and then there are
different
people who are
problem.
faking it. Yeah.
For a lot of people who suffer gender dysphoria, or used to be called gender identity disorder, the vast majority of teenagers who suffer that will grow out of it. Within a few years, that gender dysphoria will go away. For some smaller percentage, that dysphoria persists. And
I
and
think
they
you're
have to deal with
confusing
it
maybe
later.
gender dysphoria, or not just you, but these stats and people who report back are confusing sometimes gender dysphoria versus not feeling like, I don't know, a woman when you're growing up, or feeling like a
Right.
man.
So-
That's also what people, there's so many terminology and words and buzzwords out there these days that
Maybe
people
it's
try
the
to
same
label
thing.
themselves with anything when sometimes it's just not that deep.
Wait, so Keeko, I have a question. I kind of asked this last show, and I don't think I really got a proper answer on it. So my question was, ignoring gender identity, ignoring gender, if we're just looking at sex, if two males, I'm not talking about two men, I'm talking about two males. If two males were to have sex, is that not gay? Is that not homosexual? I'm not saying it's wrong, but is that
Since
is that
sexuality
gay
is,
or homosexual?
I base sexuality off of gender, so I would need to know their gender and not their chromosomes.
So if you
to
dated
answer
a
that
guy,
question.
you were dating, or let's say you were married to this guy, he's been your husband for 10 years, and then one day he says, I'm a woman now, and you went and you engaged in that thing married couples engage in, would you say you're a lesbian now? So the husband you've been married
Well,
to for
she
10
wouldn't be a
years?
lesbian, but maybe she's bisexual now, or maybe she's
No, but her husband is now her
Yeah,
wife,
but doesn't
right?
I get what you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
Your
That's
point you're
interesting.
trying to get at. And technically, yeah. I
But
mean,
you don't
I think
believe
it's
that,
I think it's would be ridiculous like
Yes.
for people to go out in public and not transition themselves at all and expect to be like, if you thought your pronouns were she hers, to expect people to refer to you as she her or ma'am, whatever, presenting yourself like this. Yeah, I think things like that are ridiculous.
Yeah.
There has to be some types when it says gender roles.
So then
that's
you-
the whole reason why they're wanting to say they're transgender, is because they want to follow the other gender role, right? So follow the gender
So then
role.
instead,
but
this is a great point, because this is where I differ from some of the conservatives here. A lot of the conservatives say gender expression's totally fake and sex is all that matters. And I'm kind of with you in the sense that I think gender expression obviously is real. There are feminine men, there are masculine women, all of that's true. But instead of concluding, therefore, that we have the right not only to have any gender expression we want, but actually to be the different sex and to call myself a woman or call myself a man, why didn't we take it in the other direction and say, if you're a man, there's obviously diversity is the spice of life, but you have a general obligation to act like a man. And if you're a woman, you can be kind of diverse and you can be a little more tomboyish maybe or whatever, but you have a general obligation to act like a woman.
I feel like we do, and if you don't, you get bullied and ostracized into the group.
There's cultural pressure.
Let me interject really quick. We have 8,000 people watching. The chat is on fire. Guys, I just got a text from Chase. If we can get the likes to 5,000, it's at 3.7K right now. If we can get the likes to 5,000, Chase will call in right now. And we can... No, you don't want to talk to Chase?
Different episode.
Well, no, we got
10:15.
Wow, you're checking your watch the second
Come
his name
on.
comes up.
I would like to do a whole episode with Chase.
Well, Chase just wants to say hi really quick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a 2-minute hi.
It
And
has
then
to
he'll
be.
off.
Why always in the end? Like, can we?
Guys,
Chase
get the
come at
likes to
9 o'clock?
5,000. Don't worry, it's just gonna be a 2-minute phone call. He just wants to check in,
Two
see,
phone call?
Who
see how you
is
doing.
like I know he's
The white
crazy,
dude.
but why
He's
is he
the co-host.
Oh, he was.
What does he do? Like, I want to know about you.
Well, no, he's been a male guest a couple times on the show. He was the guy in the
Yeah,
clip
yeah, yeah.
that we just reacted to. So, guys, get the likes to 5,000, and we'll get Chase to call
Yeah,
in.
and since all these people are watching, I also want to say we need more strong men in like movies and TV shows. I feel like a lot of movies and TV shows,
Talking
like
about,
the
like,
men, like they
Friends?
don't kill monsters anymore.
Are you
Like,
go on
they run
Netflix and
away.
scroll down maybe you're just consuming media that's not saying that,
Well, like
but that's
the
still like
movies,
the
you know.
premise of most.
No, isn't it all the men in TV are like these weak,
They're like
schlubby,
weak, yeah,
idiot husbands, and in all the superhero and like cool guy movies,
Watch
it's always the
them.
women
Them
who are,
just
like,
came out.
killing all
Marvel
the
movie
bad
just came
guys
out.
and-
Ant-Man just came out. Yeah, Top Gun just came out. That's still the
Top Gun's a
just
good
because we have a
Top
couple
Gun's
of
the
movies
one
thrown
cutting
in that
edge, yeah.
aren't anymore.
That's the only.
But I feel like a lot of
Maybe strong men in general, but not
Maybe
just
they're
in
just like
media.
it's finally equaling out, and it's strong men and women in both different.
I don't think
movies
they're
and-
equaling out. I think they're trying to make men weaker now.
So true. They're trying to pretend that women are men, and men are.
I like both. I like
schlubs.
strong women. I like strong men.
But a strong woman and a strong man don't look the same.
No, like in different movies.
Totally. No, but I'm saying even what it means to be a strong woman doesn't mean
But I agree with you. Like they say that in the past that there were no strong women characters, but I feel like they were. Like
I don't know,
Star
Joan of
Wars,
Arc.
There's a ton of strong women.
Various queens. Yeah, Cleopatra. She's pretty strong.
Cleopatra.
Yeah.
In all Greek mythology.
Yeah, Greek mythology, like all mythology. Yeah, in Christianity, the Virgin Mary, like all the saints.
I don't know.
So,
I haven't noticed the decline.
Fiona and Tatum, you guys have been a little quiet. Do you guys have anything? We're 300 likes away, by the way.
Wow.
Get it?
I think you should go do a dance in your Fedora.
I should do a dance in the Trilby or the. Well, while we do that, let me just get a couple super chats in. We're pretty behind on the super chat, so I will try to get through all of them, guys. But sorry that we've had a very lively conversation. So there's quite a few. Sorry for the backlog here. Okay, we did that one. I think we did. We did Ryan.
Yeah.
FT3, $50 super chat. Question for Michael. What % of modern women do you think are capable of entering in a faith-based marriage where divorce is simply not an option? That's where that argument falls apart in 2023.
It's any woman could. It's just, are you willing to do that? It's never too late for anybody. Anybody can change their mind. I've changed my mind on a million things. I asked my friend Andrew Clavin when I was getting married, I said, what advice do you give me to get married? He said, okay, reject feminism, just reject it entirely. It'll make your life miserable. And 2, don't sleep with other people. And if you do those 2 things, you're going to have a good marriage. And I think that's the case. And so, you just have to be so straightforward about it from the very beginning. I feel all the problems of the hookup culture and the talking culture and all the problems you're describing are because there's so much uncertainty and nobody has any idea what the hell anybody's supposed to do because there are no standards and there are no norms. We don't even know what a man is and what a woman is anymore. And we don't even see depictions of this that we can emulate. And so I think, we're all complaining here, well, I'm not, about how we don't want things to be black and white. But if things were a little more black and white, if we had clarity on some of these issues, then you wouldn't be getting into marriage like Brian is worried, is this woman going to take my kids and half my stuff?
You should go to another country. It's much more black and white.
It is, I know.
Yeah. And you find that free and liberating when it's much more black and white and when you have it's all...
Oh,
Derek
sorry. We'll come back to you, Sam.
$200. So you want
Derek,
me to
thank you,
accept
man.
them for what they believe they are, but they didn't believe what they really are? I'm still not gay and definitely not delusional. That is a pretty simple concept. Just be gay. Keeko teaches. Asteroid, please.
You want the asteroid? Okay, here we go. Send the asteroid, lads. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yo, Derek, thank you, man. Or Travis, I believe. Thank you, man. Here, we got this next one we have. Yo, Davon Jackson, thank you for the big 100, man. So I marry you, promise to protect and provide for you, and in return, you don't even take my last name. Tatum.
Send that asteroid.
All right, once again. Oh, hold on. Oops. Whoa, oh my goodness. Whoa, oh my God. Okay.
You need sound effects.
I know, I suppose I do. All right, have you changed your mind on Tatum Atlas? Hello?
Mm-mm.
All right, okay. Can you show the camera your ring again that I gave you? Oh wow. Damn. Okay, cool. And then we have Hearn. Thank you for the 50, man. Big fan of both you guys. Been watching whatever since the pranks, as I'm 30 and a dinosaur as well. Yep, feel you on that one. Also, as much as I disagree with Keeko, I strongly respect her for coming back on again and again. Hashtag marriage for the L. Hashtag where's Austice. Hashtag certified 10. Well, I certainly, Keeko, I commend you for, returning on the show after we, obviously we have exchanges and debates, but I'm that seems like a very not genuine smile. You just that was okay. Anyways, in any case,
Keiko's just sticking around for me. I think because we're this close to making Keeko pro-life. We're gonna
wait.
No, you're not. You're nowhere close.
Don't ever say my name with that again. That just made my stomach hurt.
Jesus. Okay.
I think you're great though. But I will never, ever change my opinion on that. Some other things you might get me. You might get me on some other things.
You argue very well.
Yeah, you do argue
I'm
very
saying,
well.
I'm literally telling you, you could probably, not probably, it is possible for you to change my opinion on almost absolutely anything besides
that.
pro-life versus pro-choice. That's all I'm saying. That when I've done my research, I have my ducks in order.
Yeah.
I'm not changing my opinion
That's
on it.
great. Well, maybe I'll start with all the other stuff, and I'll build up to the
Yeah.
to pro-life.
Guys, 200. I think, is it what, 200 more likes, and we will
Cut
call.
with a new one.
Oh, maybe 100 more likes. Okay. We have. We did this one. Hey, thank you, Hearn. We have Martin here. Hey, thank you, man. German girl. Brian doesn't need to experience his parents' divorce to be nervous about divorce. I think she's from Ukraine. It's called being a sentient, aware human being. Women always pull the causal connection card. Must you have walked the streets of Jerusalem to speak about Jesus? Good point.
Good point.
Good point. All right, we have Drive here. Merci beaucoup pour le Canadien 50. Thank you. Just tuned in. Not the crossover I expected. Mr. Knowles, not against sacramental marriage or kids, but I fear the government contract that seems to incentivize broken homes. Add to that the emotional and financial toll, or the child support and imprisonment.
Yeah, well, you make a great point. You don't make a good point against the government being involved in marriage. The state, the government has always been involved in marriage from the dawn of time and until the present, because it's a public act.
Church was
And churches very often were established in the countries. But it's a public act, right? You need witnesses. You usually do it in front of the community. There's a minister. So it's obviously got to involve the public, and public just means politics. But to the point that, the government used to incentivize people staying together, made divorce very hard. Didn't mean you lost half your stuff and lost your kids, So the government really screwed it up, and we should just pass laws to make divorce much harder and make marriage much stronger, and then we'll have better incentive to get married.
Hey, Drive.
I agree. Divorce should be harder to do. I think people get married too much, too often, too soon.
All right, we have Ryan, the Eating Warrior, once again. Hey, thank you, man. Great beard you have there, by the way. Thank you for the 50. If a guy isn't okay with baby deleting, that's their deal breaker. Send the asteroid.
Baby deleting.
And if a guy,
like abortion.
Abortion.
You're saying if a guy is reacting to that.
He's mad that a lot of us said if someone was pro-life.
Yo, Ryan, thank you there for the 50. And let me do 3 more super chats, then we're going to call Chase. Frankie K, thank you for the 50. My hot take, women. Make that face again. Kiara?
No, I won't. You don't get anything more from me.
Okay. All right. We have Frankie K. Thank you for the 50. My hot take: women who have broken up friend groups by dating everyone in them. Women with over 300 bodies or generally loose women should not be giving out marriage advice. Keeko.
I didn't break out the friend. I didn't break the friend group.
that friend group is still strong.
They're
strong.
still
going.
That friend
They
group
just all share an affinity for you.
Yes.
Yeah. They all just were like
straight.
They were just. I mean, they're still together. They're all good friends now. So I didn't break them apart. If anything, I made them go stronger together. They bonded over. They bonded over my hatred. They're like, oh, she got us, and now they're all besties for the rest of life.
Wow.
So I actually helped them. I don't know what they're talking about.
You are a saint.
I was doing God's work.
Oh, hi, Dad Eric.
Raw super chatted $200.
Thank you, man.
Girl W the pony, you are the epitome of waiting to respond instead of listening then replying. Be quiet for a second and just contemplate a thought deeper than a rain puddle. Brian, keep it up. Mike, good to see you on here. At Will DeGraw.
It's a very encouraging super chat.
There you go.
That's great.
There you go. Hey, thank you there, C.W. DeGraw. Appreciate it. All right, we have.
I was told by the comments I wasn't speaking enough, actually.
Oh, well, I think at the beginning of the show, maybe a little bit, and then.
I can't win or lose, you know?
Yeah.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So might as well just do.
Story of your life. How did you spell your name? Kiara? He's asking how you spell your name. Chase says hi, by the way.
Chase is asking how to spell my name?
No, this is Frankie K.
Oh, Keeko is spelled Keeko.
No. I think your actual name.
Keara.
Yeah. And then 2 more super chats, and then we're going to call Chase. Yo, Zachary, thank you for the 50, man. You're relying on beliefs in both cases, third wave feminism versus religion. At the end of the day, a woman has control by not having sex. Grape accounts for less than 1% of abortion, more late-term abortions than gun homicides. Zachary.
What?
Oh, for sure.
Can we check that stat right now?
I mean, more people are
more
killed
late-term abortions. So you're saying after 30 weeks take place than gun homicides in America is what we're saying. I would love to check the stats on that one.
The thing about gun
I think Michael should speak on real masculine values to the panel. All these goofy red pill coaches are telling all these men that high value means being free to cheat on women. Masculinity has nothing to do with promiscuity. Will take women and men to change current dating culture.
Yeah, really great point. I find all the
agree with
red
that.
pill stuff is so stupid. It's just not, because it's just another shade of liberalism and feminism.
So what do
it's
you
just a
think about
reaction.
that Andrew Tate guy?
Andrew Tate got big because he says
He
Very
angered people.
controversial.
well, and he also contradicts political correctness and wokeness and says really basic stuff like men are not women and all that stuff, But we afraid like the Romanian government's going to come in and just kill me or something. Yeah. But the problem is the guy is a pimp, right? So he's in prison for being a pimp.
Oh,
At least you own up to it, because every other person comes up in here and like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh no, it's just don't be a pimp. I mean, that's like pretty basic, right? It's
People
not.
think it's all lies.
He's a
Like,
pimp. He
literally
sells
said it.
women's flesh for money. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
yeah, online.
He says
but-
it. Word.
He
I mean,
says
move to
it.
Romania.
Out of
People
his
don't.
mouth.
I just like
Yeah,
couple of
for
friends
fun.
of
It's
mine.
neither.
People don't usually move to Romania for normal reasons. So I don't know. He's not the worst guy in the world. He's contradicting the politically correct culture.
I think he's a genius.
He's obviously super
He's a
smart.
marketing
He's just like
He ended
Trump.
up with
He's a
him
good
and
psychologist.
Him and Trump, both
And it
geniuses.
seems like he's trying to get more serious, right? He's taking more.
He's already
moral
earned all his
matters.
money off of all the incels. So now he can like start to show his
Yeah.
real personality and how he's actually a genius for using all these
But
idiots
he was
the whole
committing.
time.
He was committing fraud, and
Yeah,
fraud is
definitely.
like basically as bad a sin as you can commit.
Okay.
Dante puts fraud in the lowest circles of
So do you
hell.
think he
just
can
loses
buy
with
himself
religion.
out of prison?
Well, he can change his life. I know you'd think he could buy himself out of prison. He can change his life and repent, and maybe he's in the process of that. But yeah, you don't want to model your life after some pimp because it just goes nowhere. I mean, this is the problem with if you're just dating, and you have no interest in getting married or anything. It's just there's no point to it. You know, you just remain perpetually a child, and
Ask
so you're a
Brian.
little boy. You're not a man. You know?
Ask Brian about that.
Oh, we were talking about that earlier.
All right, one last super chat, and then we're gonna
Oh,
call
he changes
Chase.
the subject.
Yo, Rob CD, thank you for the 50, man. Really appreciate it. This show provides a great argument to repeal the 19th Amendment. Great job, ladies. Do you have a response to? I believe that's women's suffrage.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and the suffrage now. You know, there's too much suffraging in the world. Yeah.
That
Any
stat is
thoughts
still
on
incorrect.
his comment, guys? He wants to take away your right to vote.
Well, he can't
Little
do that,
toxic.
so I
Yeah,
don't really
I'm
care.
I don't vote anyways.
Okay.
I've
all right.
No one
I've
really
never
said
voted.
anything that's very contradicting to what you said. I mean, besides the abortion
Life,
debate,
yeah.
but I think you guys are, a lot of common ground.
The
here.
reason there were a lot of women when the 19th Amendment was ratified, there were a lot of women who opposed it. People don't really make sense of that. Why would women not want the right to vote? But the argument was that the political unit should be the family. So there should be one vote per family,
That
which
makes
now would be.
sense. You would like talk about it,
Doesn't
and
make
one
sense.
person goes and votes.
Yeah, basically, and so now that would never happen because if you took that away, then the single women would just outnumber the married women, and or they'd have such a disproportionate representation that they'd just elect libs all the time. But it does raise this interesting question, which is why would women oppose their own right to vote? And then I think, well, okay, I'm a millennial. Millennials vote for libs all the time, and they screw up the whole country. If you told me right now, Michael, we're going to take away the right to vote from all millennials, so you will lose your right to vote, but Republicans will win the elections and conservatives would win, I'd think like, okay, take it. I don't even want to go vote on Tuesday. Why not? Because what's the point of voting? Is voting so that I go get a sticker and I feel good about the act in itself? No, the point of voting is good government in the end.
Yeah, but does voting really matter?
And that's another great question.
No, it doesn't. So I've never voted.
Okay.
For like the
Nice
overall
citizen.
election.
Hold on, you've
So like
never
the
voted?
for like the what's it called?
Hold on.
Primary and stuff. Like no, like, I live in California. What does it matter?
Wait.
Yeah.
Chase.
What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, one in the chat, guys. If you're able to hear Chase. Hey, Chase, can you just say testing 1 2 1 2?
Testing 1 2 1 2. What's up, bros in the chat?
Hey, let us know if it's coming in good. Eric, is it audio coming in good?
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear him. Sorry.
Is it? Yeah, the chat's catching up. We're just waiting to see if the chat can hear you. This way, it's kind of a scuff setup. We're really far behind on the chat. Holy crap! Sorry, guys.
Well, yeah, they can hear.
One.
The chat can hear me. I'm
Okay,
watching it
perfect.
right now.
All right. So are you guys gonna?
Hey Chase.
What's up, guys? What's up, Michael?
Hey,
What's up, Keeko? Hello to the rest of the ladies on the panel. Shout out to the bros in the chat.
He knows me by first name.
Chase, we were just admiring your
Making him
beautiful
rich, you should.
argument about transgenderism, which was pithy and illuminating, and just a magnificent performance.
Thank you. Yes, it was quite a moment. I enjoyed Keeko's performance in particular.
Keiko's not amused by that statement.
I'm not surprised.
I want a part
say,
2.
Michael, you're doing a great job holding it down on the podcast. And I wanted to ask, where is the girl in blue from?
Well, I was born in Armenia, I lived in Russia, then we moved to Houston, Texas, and I went to school in New York, and then moved to LA. It's kind of...
Well, I just wanted to say your takes have been extremely based tonight, and I've heard that a lot of women in Eastern Europe have similar based takes and traditional values. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, based on history and surviving, I guess that's where it stems from. But yeah.
That's awesome. Yes, we need. I think we need to bring more Eastern European women to America so that we can set things straight.
No, everybody's great.
It's my only pro-immigration area. I say yes. Eastern European-based right-wing women.
Let me just add.
They all get green cards. Yeah.
I want to add to that the gymnasts. The Eastern European gymnasts.
We're getting very specific now.
They can come. They can. So, Chase, do you have anything you want to say to Keeko?
I just want to commend her for her continued participation on the podcast. Apparently, she's got some pretty thick skin. I don't know if she's received any hatred from that podcast we did. I'm curious, Keeko, have you received any hatred? Has it been okay? What's the response been on your end?
Yeah, I'm getting pretty harassed. Yesterday, I was told they're going to burn me alive, behead me, chop me up, gut me. I won't include the N-words that they said in it, but...
Well, I just...
Disavow.
Yeah, 100% disavow. I just want to say for everybody watching the show and listening, even though Keeko and I disagree on some of these fundamental things, I don't think it's okay to send her death threats or anything like that. We can disagree politely. And I'm curious, Keeko, if you had the opportunity to go back, would you do anything differently? Do you feel like you handled yourself the way you wanted to? Do you still feel the same? What do you think?
Only thing I would have changed is I would not have told you to shut the fuck up, probably.
What about the dick sucking? What about that too?
No, I definitely would have still told you to suck a fat cock. Yeah.
Still would have said that.
Maybe a fatter cock. Yeah,
it's not totally black and
I
white.
shouldn't have told you to shut the fuck up. No, but you could still suck multiple cocks from that statement, definitely. But
HARAM!
And I just wish. My biggest regret in that situation is I had been staying for a while. I had to leave to go to work, so I do wish we could have not had a whole dragged out conversation about it, but exchanged more words before I made my exit.
Right, I understand. Well, I will still pass on your recommendation for me to suck dicks. And the one thing I'm curious about
Disavow.
Is, if I were to say that men are men and women are women and abortion is murder and Christ is Lord, I'm curious, what would you say to that?
I have to say amen, I think.
I said, I'll see you in hell, my brother.
Well, you won't see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I will, because if he's going around muttering that shit, I think we're going to end up in the same place.
What?
Hey. What? Oh.
I'm just repeating what Jesus Christ said in the Word of God and what God said himself. And he's got an open invite to heaven for anybody who wants it. So I invite you and the rest of the panelists to accept Jesus Christ and meet me there in heaven,
I left him a good 6 years ago, and I plan on staying here.
You can come back.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Oh,
I was there for a good 16 years, saw the bullshit, made my exit, don't plan on returning.
Chase, do you have any pithy apologetics and evangelism?
Oh, we could definitely get into that. I think it's a little bit beyond the scope of this
phone call
right now. But just out of curiosity, Keeko, what was the final nail in the coffin for your faith? What was it ultimately that turned you away from it all?
Just realizing how many things were rewritten in the Bible. I'm talking mostly from Catholicism, not Christianity. I wasn't very pertained in that, but just how many things are rewritten in the Bible that people nowadays say is from homosexuality and such, but really it's about the P word, and just there's so many people in the higher church that are P words, that they try to rewrite history to make it about homosexuality.
We can't bring that word
when
up.
really it's about, not doing that things. But, we struggle with that in the Catholic Church. So we had to rewrite a little bit of things.
Do you know Catholics have a lower rate of pedophilia and sexual abuse than public schools by a lot?
Really?
Yeah.
I went to Catholic school.
I
don't know any of my public school friends that were touched by any of their teachers, but I can't say that about my classmates.
Well, I'm not downplaying. Obviously, sexual abuse exists everywhere, but the Catholic Church does not have a higher rate of sexual abuse than any other religion.
I'm not saying it does.
And it has a much lower rate than public schools. So
okay, but you're saying the public schools, but we're talking about religion, and I'm just saying that there's a correlation.
Yeah, I can hear you.
If we could, for just a moment, I want to go back to the claim that Keeko just made. So in Leviticus, it says that if a man lies with a male as he would with a woman, that's an abomination. And it also says in Genesis that
Chase,
God
you're
made
talking
them
about
male and
religion
female.
and not everyone's
Hold on
religious.
One second. It says that God made the male and female and that the two are to become one flesh. Are you telling me that part has been rewritten, or which part's been rewritten?
I'm sorry. As soon as you pull out the whole mumbo jumbo, lights are
it's
off.
just because you said it. You said it's all been rewritten and you learned this. And
I know.
But then Chase quoted directly from Genesis and Leviticus, and he could quote from the Gospel of Matthew and many other places in the Bible. And so he's saying, was this rewritten? And
my whole point is, and I think these girls might see it too, I'm not using religious jargon or these terminologies. When he says that shit, it is in one ear, out the other. We don't even listen. I couldn't even tell you one thing he just said because we don't care.
Yeah, religion has nothing to do with us.
Chase, is it cool?
Because we separate state and religion.
No, but I guess
y'all can believe what you want. It doesn't hurt us for y'all to believe what you want, but you're not going to indoctrinate on us to believe that. That's the whole point.
But
believe what you want, but we're not going to switch sides.
But that's also kind of a religious view, I guess, is the issue. To say like it's cool for everyone to believe what they want.
Is it though?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Chase.
If I may, there was a specific claim made that the scriptures about homosexuality were rewritten. And I just referenced scriptures about homosexuality. And so I'm asking which of those scriptures were rewritten.
Oh, I couldn't recite off the top of my head. I don't give a fuck like that at all. I've just researched it before. I know it's happened, but I don't keep that written in my mental log. Philippians 1:32 has been rewritten to be about sexuality instead of no. I don't. I don't care about this shit on my day-to-day life like you guys do.
But it's just maybe if that's the thing that kind of turned you up. You said, "Oh, I just realized this was all rewritten," and then you can't recall how or where that was.
Because there's multiple things. After 16 years, there's like multiple things that would just build up. So that was finally kind of like the one nail in the coffin, but it wasn't such a big nail for me to like be ingrained in my mind because there was already so many things leading up to it. It was kind of just like tipping the boat over.
But is it maybe if you thought that was so important and then you realized you couldn't recall it? Is it possible that you were just mistaken and you actually? It's not.
No.
Even you're just confident, even though you can't recall it. Now.
Keeko, would you say that it's fair to say that your biggest problem is with the pedophilia in the church? Because if that was your biggest problem and that was the nail.
TOS. Let's move away from that. But Chase, how about this? When we have you on the show, we'll do a you and Keeko.
Yeah, we can revisit
round two.
Yeah. If she would like to, I'd be happy to.
I think she's down.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it's up to her.
That's like a kind of on the fence. But Chase, any final messages, and then also we're gonna need to hear a Deus Vult from you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Well, I just wanted to say great work with the show, man. It's
Thank
incredible to see how it's taking over the internet. Michael, it's really cool to see you on the show. You're absolutely holding it down, bro, and blessing the stream. And, just keep up the great work, Brian. And Deus Vult, brah. Let's go.
In the chat, tell them you want to see it in the chat.
Chat, let's see some Deus Vults in the chat.
There we
let's
go.
Bros. Do it for
Sweet.
God.
Hey, good speaking with you, Chase.
My man.
Thank you, guys. God bless you. See you soon, Brian.
Good night, man.
I want Chase on here next time I'm in town.
So, okay, let me. We do have to get through the super chats here. So, I know.
It's always the damn super chats.
I know. I'll try to. I wish I had more time. Okay, so we have Stephen Wagner. Thank you for the 50. Why should a child be blamed for the sins of the father? Out of 800K abortions, 800 from grape. The other 792K is because they didn't want it. As someone who was almost aborted, I'm glad I wasn't, and now have 12-year-old son. Me living made him. Hey, Stephen Wagner, thank you for the 50 there.
That's changing the
It's
world.
even fewer than 8,000.
We have Zentians here. Have a safe way to have an abortion is just a bullshit. way for modern women to justify their lack of accountability, just like when they use the 1% stat of grape. Most 305, oh my God, don't want consequences so they can sell their mental physical trauma to any simps. Zentians there with the hot take.
Can I ask, what's a 304?
What's a simp?
Area code, I think.
Is that an area code?
But they call
No,
it
it's
like
It's
You-
hoe
it's
right upside
hose.
down.
It's like, you know, the calculator, like boobs.
And backwards, upside down and backwards.
Oh man, I'm gonna start using that.
Yeah,
I always spell it
There's
as
one for
H-O. I
pimp
don't
too, but I forgot how it's spelled. It's
Yeah.
like 316 or something.
I just don't spell it like the farm equipment. I always thought it was just H-O. But okay.
Yeah. All right, we have Dragon Stalin. Dragon's Talon, excuse me. Thank you for the 50. Hypocrisy check. If these women want abortion, then shouldn't men who didn't want the child... hold on.
Alvin
Let me add
Sam
that.
super chatted $199.99.
Thanks, Alvin. Appreciate it, man.
Michael, I would encourage you to be more informed about the red pill community instead of talking down against them. Empiricism beats religion when it comes to relationships. Just because you're religious in your marriage does not make you any more righteous.
Quick response.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make me more righteous. I could sin just as badly as anybody and frequently do. But when you say empiricism, the premise that you're espousing is that the fundamental nature of reality is physical and scientific, and you can look at it with a microscope. And that isn't true. We know that isn't true because the fact that we're speaking right now about ideas which are not physical shows you that. And that's why the physical world has to rest on a metaphysical world. And it's why you should do the right thing and not just be a modern scientistic lib.
Talon here, men who didn't want the child, but the woman had the child anyways, also not have to pay child support. I will try to parse that later tonight. I think it's a little bit of...
Yeah.
All right, the Lomax SGD. I'm not sure what currency this is. Anybody, Michael? Any? SGD. What currency is that?
Is that
Singaporean.
Singaporean dollar.
If your pet keeps running out of the cage, you'd build a better cage or try to persuade said pet that it should stop trying. It's the same. If women would stop spreading legs left and right, men would learn to not chase coochie all the time.
Can we really claim that when we've already seen what happens with men don't get what they want?
Yeah, literally.
Like we've already seen what happens with that one. So
No, that would go a long way. I mean, I'm not blaming women. Men bear a lot of responsibility, but women should stop providing that incentive too.
If a woman wants to fuck as many men as she can in her life, let her fuck as many men as she wants in her life, and let her go find another man who's okay with that. If she just didn't expect a modest man to want her, it's not that hard. But if you want a modest woman, get yourself a modest woman.
No, the Lomax though is saying he's trying to help women here, right? He's saying women, if you don't want these men to be irresponsible. But you're talking about this problem with men are very irresponsible and they don't do what they're supposed to do, and that's all true. But one of the incentives for men to act the way they should is for women to say no to them. And the secret is that men love to be told no, and they like the sort of the chase of a woman, and they like pursuing a woman, and then it makes it sort of more satisfying when a man finally gets that thing that he desires, and it will increase a woman's sense of self-worth, sense of status, the closeness of their relationship. And so even just for self-interest,
Sure,
I
but
think
then
Lomax
I feel like your
gets
whole
it,
relationship is going to be based on just the chase of it all, just the chase. Instead of you just
No.
liking it, it's just it's like, that's why there's a lot of girls who I know who be like, oh yeah, I don't sleep around, blah, blah, blah. So they'll have multiple men who are stringing them on for 4 months at a time or whatever it is. And then they finally get it. And now it's gone. Now they're gone.
What if they wait though?
Until marriage? Until marriage, yeah. So then they're going to get married, do all the paperwork, and then he's going to be pissed when she leaves him, and the divorce rate's now going to be 51%.
Oh, but that's not her problem. Then she gets half his stuff, right?
Right, but
I
now
don't think
it's
I don't
his
think
problem.
she's
So
gonna
why
get
would you guys want that? I don't see why you guys think that's a win-win situation. I still see that as a win-lose.
It would be better for the men to get married anyway, and if they can wait, and there is some leverage, and there is some modesty, and there's some natural development of human desire.
My boyfriend's gonna marry me not because he has to marry me to fuck me, because he wants to marry me. You know,
Kiko, have you ever waited before having sex?
Yeah, you think I'm just fucking everyone I meet? Yes,
no, I'm just saying how long have you ever waited?
I've gone over a year plus with not having sex. I don't need sex. I just think that is something that should be taking part before you are getting married.
So you dated somebody for a year?
No. I'm saying I've been celibate for a year. Like,
I'm asking you, how long have you dated somebody without having sex with them?
Since being sexually active?
Yeah.
Probably like 3 months, 4 months. If we were like exclusive, like you're talking about since exclusivity, yeah, like we'd be exclusive for like about 4 months.
Would you say that the feeling of doing that after 3 or 4 months was better than, say, a one-night stand?
Sure, I've only ever had one one-night stand. It was kind of a different predicament. So actually, no, because that one-night stand was special for a reason. Anyways, it's just, yes, but then I've also had that come where it's like, yeah, it's great, right? But then it's also like when it's terrible, right? You wait the 4 months and the sex is terrible. We would have ran into a lot of problems in our relationship if I would have ended up staying with them until we got married, and then we would have had sex and it would have been like that. Our marriage would not have been working out.
Here, just to keep things moving along, Keeko, can I have you read this one from Marquise Martin?
Keeko, grow up and embrace adulthood. In society, we have polite discourse. To be so upset and unhinged because someone else has a differing opinion is so off-putting. It's what makes the world interesting. The fact that you're so upset means your ideas are untenable.
Untenable, yep.
Untenable.
Do you have a response to Marquise? I think it's actually Marquavius. Sorry, Marquavius.
So you're on here to watch. I'm on here to speak. And that's what this is about. That's why you have to pay to speak.
Ooh, she got you there.
Oh.
So.
Wow. Okay, Super RC, thank you for the 50. As masculine men, we should be compassionate. Let them decide whether they want to have a baby or not. It's not black and white. There's no proof of God or the right religion. There's hundreds of religion. Can't use religion as facts for law. Super Ronnie.
Oh my God.
I like this
It's just so incoherent because people now treat this stuff as though you're like talking about a magical sky daddy with a beard or whatever. That's what like the modern
It's
atheists
actually
say.
an AI plus some robot.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it's gonna wipe us all out.
Yeah, it's like
scans all our arguments.
Yeah. It's like an AI machine that looks a lot
Oh, by
like
the way,
God.
you never
Yeah.
answered. So the ecto baby thing. Would you agree if someone doesn't want to have the baby to put that?
Well, I think he
as a last resort. As a last resort, maybe. But no, the thing is, the existence of God can be known with certainty from the natural world by the light of human reason, and you actually have to reason about all these things. If you want to pass a law against parking tickets or taxes, you have to take into account moral thoughts. So yeah, the religion is essential to it, as we all know.
Wrong.
Toast.
Just kidding. I don't give a fuck. Really what you want. If that helps you sleep better at night, bro.
Oh,
if when you're tucking yourself in, you go to sleep thinking that's how the life is working.
No,
hey,
it's just the
it's the
inescapable
fuck up your sleep patterns.
No, it's just the inescapable conclusion of my use of right reason by the things that I perceive.
And it's like,
in
but
the world.
you say that and you don't realize when you're saying that how insane you sound.
What's
Like to us, like, you know how back in the day when people are like, oh, I'm sick, I have a mental illness, they're like, oh, the devil, Satan. I feel like we're gonna get to a point in society where it's like what you're saying right now is like they're gonna think you're crazy.
Well,
like
the devil
you
is
sound crazy. Like you sound crazy when you say that shit. Like I hope you. I don't know if it's just me, but you literally sound like Looney Tune bin, like you're ready to get locked up, like straight.
Keeko, you just told me. You just told me that if a man has sex with another man while that other man is wearing a dress, he's not engaged in a homosexual action because the second man is secretly a woman. But you're telling me that but by using my right reason to deduce from the world that because the world is, say, in motion, there has to be an unmoved mover, or because the world is caused, there has to be an uncaused cause, or for any other number of reasons, we can conclude that God must exist in order for this contingent world to be as it is. That seems a little crazy.
And there, right there, folks, is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, that was like, you barely even used any religious jargon, but it's like...
Right, I used logic.
Like,
I used the language
you're
of formal
losing
logic.
us. Like, you're losing us.
What do you say?
I guess.
I'm just trying to be honest.
What do you say to guys? Like some people commented, no girl is worth waiting 3 months. What do you say?
No girl's worth waiting 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this guy? Is this guy just like picking up hookers every night and sort of like paying a cheap kind of? No, I would say 3 months is a good minimum to start with. Maybe.
Eric, can you open the door a little bit? It's a little stuffy in here.
It's all personal preference.
All right, we have drive here.
Or objectively true or false.
Personal preference.
What did you say?
Or it's objectively true or false. You know, it's like either
all the way.
I can't. I'm not hearing the last part. Is it my fault? Is it my fault? He's saying
No.
Oh, true or
like
false?
Objective, not subjective.
No, it's just you find somebody who believes what you believe and go make babies and have love with them like you did, and happy for you. But like me.
Yeah,
we wouldn't. So I'm going to meet somebody who I already have, who we share a lot of similar views. We share some differing views, but we know how to respect each other's views because they're not so polarizing that we are disrespecting each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but aren't there better and worse ways to live? Like, can't you
Yeah, and like you
improve
seem like
in
you're
your
living
life?
your life in agony, so worried about what
Me?
all these
I look
other
like I'm in
people are
agony.
doing.
I'm the happiest guy I know.
But like maybe maybe not
I don't
exactly.
storm off
Maybe
sets.
not
I
you
don't
exactly.
even raise my voice.
Don't say you don't raise your voice.
I
'cause
don't
you
raise
have.
my voice.
But
well, I project because
yeah,
I'm a
I
performer
mean,
and
I get that. I
broadcaster.
project too.
But
I project
I don't start
too.
yelling. I don't get really
yeah,
angry.
I get that.
You know?
But maybe not you necessarily. But I
Yeah,
do know
I'm a
so
pretty
many
happy
people
fella.
who like literally like they are straight men, but are just sitting rocking at night at the thought of trans women having sex with straight men. Like, why are you guys so concerned? Like, get the fuck over it.
Well, you know,
like,
I think
I'm
because
so
it's
serious
pushed,
right now.
right, on
Yeah,
people.
because they're pushing
It's
it
not
on
that
everybody.
push though. Look
not
away.
that push.
As somebody,
It's
you know what's
not
crazy?
that
Yeah.
Okay, here's the point
It's
though.
not that
You know that
push.
thing that's circulating around with me? That shit has probably what, like 3 million views now, or 6 million views on Twitter. It's of me. I'm the one speaking in the video. It has not once come up on any of my social media platforms. I'm only getting people sent to me, and I'm in it. It's because you guys are making that your life. Step away from the internet. Go touch some grass. You guys say it's only 1% of people. Go surround yourself without that.
Keeko, the reason is because up until 2015, there was no such thing as transgenderism as a matter of public life. In 2015, Barack Obama decided to insert it into military policy. And then also in 2015, a bunch of liberals in North Carolina passed an ordinance that said that there are no women's bathrooms anymore because dudes can go into the women's bathroom. So it was the pro-transgender people
I'm letting you know right now, it's not
trans
trans women who are. It's those
Who are
weirdos
what?
who are
Going into the
weirdos
bathrooms?
who are
It's
going into the bathrooms
exclusively
who are trying to like who are trying to abuse that power. They would have been going into those bathrooms
Yeah,
regardless
period.
if it was allowed for them to or
Where
not.
do the trans women go to the bathroom?
In the women's bathroom because they were a
Exactly.
trans
So,
woman.
But you just said that it's not
That's the thing I'm
trans women
saying.
who go
I'm
into the
saying
bathroom.
the trans women who are actual trans women who are.
There's no such thing as an actual trans woman.
Okay, the point I'm trying to say is there's weirdos who are going to abuse the power, who would have abused the power without those laws in place anyways. Those
No,
weirdos
but they would be
who-
kicked out. Is the difference?
They are still going to be kicked out. A man.
No,
it can't-
now there's a civil right according to the
you
Bostock
think
decision
you think
in
so? If you
2020
think you
that
walked
allows
into
men to
if
go
you
to
think
the
if you
women's
walked into the women's bathroom in that state right now and you just said, "Oh, I go by she hers," they're gonna let you stay in there? Be fucking for real.
Not-
like there's
Yeah,
common
for
sense
real.
still,
Keeko,
dude.
if they didn't, I could sue under civil
And you
rights
wouldn't
law,
win.
and I
You
would
wouldn't win. You
Unfortunately,
wouldn't
I would
win.
win.
I'm guaranteeing
No,
you.
you would not
You
win.
wouldn't.
No, there's a
Look the
Supreme
way
Court
you
They
live.
precedent
have so
called
much
the- called
evidence
the
against
Bostock
you. There's so
case.
much evidence.
There's no
You guys
evidence
are so
against you.
delusional
The
to like
idea-
these actual real world problems. Because you guys
Keeko.
read 2 stats online of people, or you talk to one person who's a detransitioner, or you hear one thing online, and you guys think it is the
No, Keeko, I'm
overall
just telling you what
arcing
the
normal.
law says. The thing about
I know what the
gender
law
identity-
says,
let him-
but
hold on,
the
let
thing
him
about
talk.
gender identity is that it is a self-identity. So there's no test that someone has to take to prove that one is now a man or a woman. It's all just self-definition.
But you're
So-
still going to be in
But
front of
there-
the court
but
of
there
law,
still
and
is
you're still
common
going to have to
sense.
win the
They're
case.
gonna
No
see
judge
you,
is going
yeah.
to no judge is
But
going to have you win
now-
that case.
but
I'm sorry, you're delusional. if you think
According,
that's the case.
you're right. According to pre.
That's why we still have the gay panic law in some states. If you think that's
Okay,
passed,
What's a
I
gay
actually,
panic
can I say
You're-
something? I witnessed this like the other week. We were at a really nice restaurant, like, you know, where you had to dress up to go there.
Yeah.
And then there was a trans person, and they walked in like fishnets and just a bra exposing everything. And
Yeah.
it was very vocal about it.
Any such
And
cases?
then, you know, some people next to the table asked, like, why the person was allowed in the restaurant. They said, we can't kick them out.
Exactly.
So it does happen.
That's
but
that. Then they don't have a dress code. That should be a dress code
It
thing.
is a
No
dress
matter
code.
your
No,
gender,
it is a dress code.
no
You
matter
can
your
just violate
gender,
it if
no
you
matter your gender, you have to follow a dress
How
code.
No.
they're able to kick her out. for
Just
the
like my
dress
friend,
code.
yeah, my friend
Yeah,
just
but
got
I
kicked
don't know
out in
why they
Vegas
didn't.
because she was. It's a you know
But is your
masculine
friend a
female.
trans woman?
She's a masculine female wearing men's attire, and they did
Yeah.
not let her in because she didn't fit the woman's dress code.
What was the establishment?
And she
in
left,
Vegas?
and she just left.
So
It's like, but yeah, I'm not saying it can't happen, but that's the thing of dress
Okay.
code.
Just
That's
saying
nothing
what
to do
I
with gender.
experienced.
Yeah,
I know.
Because like, even a woman wouldn't get
I
away with
think-
wearing that.
I know, but
so
she
they need to
did.
update their rules.
No,
they
women,
should've kicked her out
especially
then.
women, would not get away with wearing that. But the thing about this weird transgender moment is that transgender identifying people can get away with whatever the hell they
No,
want.
they can't.
I'm saying
You
if they
should-
had a
that
dress
person
code
should
in
kick
place,
them
they
out.
would not be
Yeah.
allowed. If they had a dress code saying no fishnets or exposing things
that they
allowed,
should
no
not
matter
have
if they
been there.
thought they were a
I know,
fucking
but-
unicorn, they wouldn't
No.
be allowed to sit in there.
Yeah,
Keeko.
literally.
The
They can't- there was
establishments
a- there was
are
a
nervous
major-
to say anything or kick them out.
See,
because
that's a
they're
problem
nervous
on
to-
them. That's a problem on them getting nervous
There-
about it. Why do you have to be so nervous? It's a
because then
person.
they'll
There
end
was
up on the
another
news.
Supreme Court case about this, though, about dress codes for transgender identifying
Mm-hmm.
people, specifically in a funeral home, and the transgender person prevailed in that because we're in this weird moment. It was actually parodied in Family Guy, which is that there's this guy at the end of the bar who's a transvestite, and he's looking at porn, and the bartender comes down and he says, hey, you can't look at porn at this bar. And he says, hey, no, I'm a transgender. They said, oh, okay, then do whatever the hell you want. And that's actually how our Supreme Court law works, and it's how it operates in the country. And it's ridiculous.
So a transgender can murder someone. We'll be like, hey, you're transgender. Do whatever the fuck you want.
There are an odd number of serial killers who have been transgender, including
All right.
the most famous ones.
Let's wrap it up, Brian.
Yeah.
Let's wrap it up.
It's just a historical fact. But
all right, we gotta get through the
I like to
super
talk
chats.
about Silence of the Lambs and stuff. But, yeah.
Let's try to get through these quick. All right, Drive. Thank you for the Canadian 50. If a man fails to make a child support payment, he can face imprisonment by the government. Takes control of his body, even if the woman lied about taking birth control, stole the condom, or paternity fraud. Should the woman not be held to some standard as well?
She should.
Okay.
I think that's wrong too. If they can prove that she purposely made him impregnate her one another, I think that she should be charged for that also.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get through these as quick as possible. Sorry guys, we just got an overwhelming amount of super chats and the conversation was just flowing, so we will try to get through all of them. Lean, thank you for the 50. Novel concept, don't have sex before you're willing to deal with the potential consequence of having a baby. Lean, thank you for the profound super chat there. Yo, Steven, thank you, man. Michael is leaving Keeko speechless. Controlling words, controlling minds. All right.
Nice.
All right, well, there we go.
It's a great book. You can get it now on Amazon if you wanted to.
Yeah. It's called Speechless, right?
It's Controlling Words, Controlling Minds subtitle. It's #1 national bestseller if you want to get it.
Go grab it. I'm pretty sure this one came through as TTS, yeah? All right, we had James Moore. Thank you for the 150, man. So good seeing Michael Knowles on the show. Any chance at getting Matt Walsh on the show in the future? Everyone should see the documentary, What is a Woman?
I agree.
Also, everyone should watch Red Pill by Casey J. Thanks for what you do, Brian. Hey, James Moore, thank you for that big $150 super chat. Really appreciate it, man. I'd be down to have Matt Walsh on. I think we're going to try to get Brett Cooper. She might come on. Yeah, Brett's awesome. And
I can text Walsh now. Say, Walsh, you got a call. Send him a pic.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to have Matt Walsh on, Ben Shapiro. Oh, there we go. Boom. All right. Hey, James, thank you so much, man. Yo, Mark Quavius, thank you for the 50. I'm pro-life, but Keeko is making a strong argument for the other side. Oh my God. More existence-based than argument. Keeko, do you have a response to M. Martin shooting shots? Sorry, Mark Quavius, I mean. Yeah. Do you have a response, Keeko? Just anything?
More existence-based than argument?
He's saying...
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's saying he's pro-life, but...
Is he being
after talking to you, he's
after you being on this podcast,
he's now pro-choice
because he thinks
not because of your arguments.
He's being sarcastic.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
He's just being a dickwad.
He's roasting. All right.
Okay. I think I can't remember names.
Yo, Zentians, thank you for the for this one. That came through as a TTS. Alvin, thank you for that. That came through as a TTS. Appreciate you guys. It's Jacob. Hey, what's up, Jacob?
Jacob.
Good. Yeah, Jacob. Yo, thank you for the 20. The whole chat is waiting for the. Oh yeah, Michael, let's get this party started.
I pay him way too much if he can just throw $20 out to make that comment. That's outrageous.
Wow.
You should seriously diminish
it. Speedy the Unsilent, thank you for the 100, man. Really appreciate it. Let me ask the women a few questions. We can only do one. Do you think you can do no wrong? Do you actually agree with the stuff you spout from your mouth? Are you just saying what every Instagram post tells you to say? Also, Michael is right about everything.
He's an insightful guy, man.
Can't even spell my.
Show of hands. Do you think you can do no wrong? I think Tatum.
No,
besides the hyphenated name stuff, you're doing pretty well. Okay. Geez, now they're gonna call me a simp. Okay.
Yeah.
Rip. R.I.P. She's my wife. Come on, I gotta come to her defense, or fiance rather. Dan, thank you for the 50. Oh, are you guys here? Speak Russian while you're at it. Let's hear it. Go.
It's a secret language.
Speak it. Go.
I was asking what simp means.
Oh, okay, whatever. I suggest to not debate Michael. It would turn into facts. Don't care about your feelings. Sorry, ladies. You are all great looking, though.
That's very sweet, but I'm very into feelings. I'm very pro feelings. Feelings matter. Yeah, I'm very emotional. You all said I'm very sensitive.
Are you? Oh, you sensitive.
Yo, Michael Lindley, thank you for the 50, man. Appreciate it. Dinosaur D, thank you, man. Behold, I send you out as sheep among wolves. Little did I know it was actually Michael that is the wolf. There is blood and hurt snowflake egos.
Wait, he
all
just said
over
he's
Hell's
the feeling
floor.
one, though.
I'm a
He just
deeply
said he's the
feeling,
sensitive.
sweet and sensitive man.
So are you the snowflake or are we?
I don't know. I think
Michael's a beautiful snowflake.
yeah. None of you resemble any wolves.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have Belief Whole podcast. Thank you to Michael. Great points and all love and respect to the panel. But Michael, what are your thoughts about capital punishment when weighing the possibility of citizens being executed by the state who are later found to be innocent? Is it morally worth the risk? Quick answer on this, Michael.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you want to be careful about it. You don't want to be reckless and just chopping everybody's head off. But it's important for deterrence and for and obviously for retribution and also for rehabilitation, because hanging concentrates the mind. So you got to take these risks, but you want to minimize that risk.
Why can't they
Wait,
just sit
Eric,
in
why-
prison the whole life? Isn't it more of a punishment and then them just being dead?
Having a miserable
Yeah,
life.
it's definitely a more significant punishment, but some crimes call for significant punishments. Like, for instance, like those serial killers like Ed Gein, that
Yeah, they should
transgender
just
guy.
put them in the bottom
To
of
rot
the cell
away,
to rot.
yeah.
And water dripping on their
Yeah, well, you don't want to torture them,
Oh.
because that's illegal. That's cruel and
Well, I'm
unusual.
not saying
So
torture.
killing isn't illegal, but torturing is
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. You don't want to just like torture them. You just want to. You just want justice.
You just want to end it.
Sometimes,
Yeah, right. Who
sometimes a
cares?
head on a pike is just justice. Not saying you torture them first.
All right, CW. Hey, thank you for the 200. That came through as a TTS. Thank you, man. Philip, this also came through. Thank you guys so much for all the support tonight. We have Aaron Martinez. Easy. Aaron Martin. Easy. Okay. 50. Thank you, man. What do you think about using social programs such as Medicare for All and a robust social safety net to reduce abortions? The girls are seething. Okay, reducing the financial incentives to abort. Also, I'd ask for an asteroid, but would rather have a tally. I don't know if I have a tally, but I'll give you the asteroid. Here, actually, I'll give you a different asteroid. How about that? Boom. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Really quick on Medicare?
Yeah, the short version, he's asking, well, if you have sort of socialist healthcare policies, then won't you have fewer abortions? And that's not true. You actually end up with an incentive for more abortions. That's what you saw in communist China, and just for more killing the citizens generally. That's what you're seeing in Canada right now, because they can't afford to take care of old people, so they just kill them.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have Joseph Macias. Thank you for the 50, man. What's the girl in blue's Instagram? I just love her common sense that she spoke earlier. What's your Instagram? I'm assuming.
It's linked, right?
Edge
Isn't
of
it linked?
Paradise.
Edge of Paradise. By the way, she's verified, so she's legit. All right, the wolf.
Also engaged, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you say
Yeah.
all these simps in the chat just trying to get with the based girl in blue? Sorry, guys, she's taken.
All right, the Wolf 50. Catholicism is Christianity. You genius.
I was going to let that slide, but that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Alvin. Marquavius Martin, thank you for the 50. IQ challenge, Keeko. You're like 2 millimeters away from being a cyclone. What does that mean? Tell us how peripheral vision is overrated. Hello?
Yeah, because you could just turn your head and see from the side if you look. So why do we need a peripheral vision? Just turn your head, right?
Okay.
Right, Martin? How about you spend another fucking $300 tonight?
Can you refer to him as Marquavius, please?
Marquavius, how about you spend the rest of your paycheck from Burger King tonight on here?
Well, speaking of Martin, Marquavius, Sam, can you read this?
Oh, here we go.
Sam, with these crazy opinions, you're dangerously close to losing your seat on the G600. I've told them to stop fooling the jet.
By the way, did he slide into your DMs after last show? He offered the jet ride, right?
I don't remember.
I don't remember
I
that.
don't.
You get so many
on the
jet
last
offers?
show. On the last show, he. I don't know. I remember if he went into my DMs. There was too many DMs.
How many DMs did you guys get?
I don't know, a lot. Usual.
How many?
50.
What about you, Fiona?
Yeah, 20.
Tatum? You got a lot for sure, Tatum.
No, I got 12.
Oh.
That's so specific. You for sure count.
No, it's not 12.
It was a baker's dozen? 13?
Yes.
Okay. Yo, Kendall Brown, thank you for the 50. Keeko, you were made in God's image, and the fact that you were able to reason and have an innate sense of morality shows God's signature on you as his creation. I hope that God continues to pour out love and mercy on your day.
You say God, I say Big Bang. I mean, come on.
You know, the Big Bang was discovered by a Catholic priest named Father George Lemaitre.
I thought Big
I
Bang
don't give a fuck who. A monkey
telling
could have
you,
discovered
the guy who
it.
discovered the Big Bang
I don't
definitely believed in
care.
God.
I don't care.
You just said you believed in it, so I'm telling you what the guy who discovered it.
I don't even know what the really Big Bang is. I just know I don't believe in God. That's all I know.
You're right. You believe in the Big Bang and the guy who discovered it.
I believe in the opposite of God, if that's what it is.
What
I just
came
believe he
before
doesn't
the
exist.
Big Bang?
You believe in Satan?
Yeah, or just the absence of
God.
Anything.
There we go. I believe someone's probably correct, that there's a higher power out there, but I don't know who's correct.
Confirm or deny.
I've seen so many people are clearly wrong in a lot of parts, so I mean, I don't know.
Keeko, I am here to tell you.
I'd rather work out than go to church or something. Like, I'd rather do something more productive.
Well, you just said, I don't know who's correct, and I'm going to tell you with 100% certainty, I am completely correct.
So you know what's crazy? I'm not even trying to disrespect you.
I'm not correct about
Not even trying to disrespect you, but like usually what I say is like, I don't know what I believe in, but I just know that the Catholics have it wrong. That's usually what I will say.
Why did you ever wonder like why you're so drawn?
After 11 years of Catholic school, I saw a lot more negatives than I saw positives.
Just seems to me, sometimes
Personally.
like teenagers say this, they're like, hey man, you know, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. And so right now you hate the church.
I don't hate the church. I just wouldn't want to be part of it.
The thing I know is totally wrong, and I have all these bad experiences, and it's abusive.
I didn't say. I never said the word hate though. I just said I don't think they're correct.
Things that conduce toward hatred.
I don't hate everyone that's wrong. I just think they're wrong.
But you said it's abusive. You said the church is abusive, and people have all these bad.
I don't even think I used the word abusive. I just said I didn't like it. I said they were wrong.
By the Catholic Church.
I said there's pedophiles in the Catholic Church,
and that people were abused by it. And
I guess that you can continue. I've never said that word.
I don't think she said abuse.
I'm very careful with my terms and my words that I use.
We can check the tape. But in any case, I just wonder if the fact that you're not indifferent, but you actually have this seeming antipathy for the church, maybe points to this truth that the opposite of love is not always hate.
Keeko, confirm or deny, are you the Antichrist? Confirm or deny?
I don't think I'm allowed to give out that information.
Okay.
It's very tricky.
By the way, Michael, so you said that you know that you're right.
Yes.
And
About this question.
That's your, you know, as a throwback to your conversation with Bronte, that also happens to be your identity.
That is my self-identity, and I would ask that everybody respects it. But I think you all do respect
what's your identity?
That I am correct about this question in particular.
Nice. I don't respect it.
You don't respect mine.
But can you affirm his identity as being correct on everything we spoke about tonight?
I know he's a Catholic.
Yeah,
he's correct that he's a Catholic.
But you would, if I told you right now I'm a woman, you would affirm that identity.
No, and
Wouldn't
you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
Why would
You
I
wouldn't.
affirm?
Unless
you don't believe in transgenderism.
I do believe in it, but you haven't. Everything
are you telling
that
me transgender women need to prove to you that they are the sex and gender that they know in their heart that they are?
They don't have to prove it to me, but I don't have to like
believe it.
Oh, so you don't believe in transgenderism? Okay,
that's never what I said.
What's wrong with the fact she doesn't believe in something you say?
No, I think it's good that you don't believe in
exactly
transgenderism.
how I just said. I don't believe that people who think they're a cat or a cyclops or whatever you said, a unicorn, is a person either. I feel like there's judgment calls that always need to be made. Now, do I think I have the right because I don't think that you're a woman that I need to tell you to stop being a woman? No, I don't give a fuck what you choose to do. From that, that's my whole point, though. Is even if I don't believe it or I don't agree with it,
I can go to the
I have
bathroom.
I have no. That's not what I said either.
Well, you just said you don't give a darn.
That's why there's certain things. That's why I even said earlier, even with these gender neutral bathrooms, you're not going to get away with walking into a woman's bathroom like that. Just how I'm probably not. I mean, I might get away with it because they might want me there. But
okay. So we just have a few more. We have a few in Streamlabs, and then we have this last one here on YouTube. The Base Capitalist, thank you for the 50. I love you, Michael. And Brian Keeko's Lost Cause. 96% of biologists believe that personhood starts at the moment of conception. So it's not just religion. Ladies, science agrees with us. I'm just gonna have to get through these.
Wrong.
Just Purified Hip Hop Podcast. Thank you for 50. Michael Knowles. F's on the rails?
Is that a good thing?
Like you're off the rails?
Or is it like F's on the rails?
Off the rails?
No, but he has an apostrophe there. I feel like that was intentional. And it's not off the rails, it's on the rails.
Yo, Eric, can you pull up the Streamlabs tab? And I'll just pound these out in 5 minutes.
11:07.
All right. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Holy.
Okay. We're in the up.
You just have zillions. Wow, my man. All right.
Do you have to go
I have nothing
through all
to do tonight. I'll be here all night. Get me a fat stogie.
We got 15 minutes, Ben?
No.
You need to up the prices.
I have all night. I got all the time in the world.
If I can get some food.
Yeah, I got all the time in the world.
Are you okay to keep going for a little bit?
Nothing to do until my flight at 7 a.m. Let's go.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Let's go,
I have to go eat.
I know if we had food here, I would go
Wait.
for 2 more hours.
My food is in the fridge.
We've been here 5 hours.
Let's just get through these. Why not? Why not? Okay, so let's start from the top and then we'll work our way down. All right, so we have Eric. Oh, this is different than mine. We need to figure out a better way to do this. Hold on. Okay, so are you sure this is from the top, Eric? I have something from Send the Meteor. Well, I'll just do the ones that are on screen then. Eric Hansen, you need to, can you hit the refresh on this screen? That's what's wrong. Hit F5 on this. Good times. Yo, Send the Meteor. How would Keeko like to be judged for not wanting... Wait, is this the same? Oh, yeah, okay. How would Keeko like to be judged for not wanting to sleep with a manly-looking lesbian? Second, how sad is it that these girls don't realize that they're in the path of misery? Bring them back in 10... I should have put the minimum 100. I should have put the minimum at 100, but they will regret it when their DMs are empty? Okay.
My DMs are way less than empty.
They'll never be empty.
Yeah, they've never been empty.
Don't worry about me.
No, but he's saying someday it might be empty.
I don't think that he's gonna come. No, personally, I don't. Is what I'm saying.
All right.
Maybe not for you. Keeko.
Down.
If anybody's not,
Scroll a little down, Eric. I'm going to do the down Mingo one. All right, we have again. That was me. Women were happier before entering the workforce. Equality made them work. Corporations hate you. They want you earning them money, not on maternity or raising kids with sense. Case in point, this panel. Think about these topics. Less than a minute. Okay, thank you, man. Thomas the Poet. Ladies, men and women view sex differently. Men give love to get sex, and women give sex to get love. Also, about love, please remember we accept the love we think we deserve. Finally, love you, Sam. Love you, Sam and Tatum.
That was profound.
It's from Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Oh, wait, can you guys do that?
That's from a show.
No, that was one guy.
We didn't see it.
Well, they like the most recycled quote from like a young adult.
I'm such a basic white girl.
Eric, can you pull that back up for me, please? All right, we have Crispy Tofu here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. When I was raped, I couldn't go near the city where it happened from when it happened. 3 years after it happened, I couldn't be near any army tent uniform. I was scared to see my rapist. Okay, definitely couldn't have had the baby if I got pregnant. Scroll down a little bit. Eric, just will move that one off screen just because it's probably TOS. Unashamed Truth, thank you for the 50. Atheism is religion. To believe there's no God takes faith. Why should a baby be murdered for the sins of the father? Please explain why we should kill the poor kids. If the parents are drug addicts or not financially stable, let them have it. Michael, really quick, Michael, if you want to.
No, you just let it rip, man. That was totally true.
Okay, Eric, can you pull that back up?
Totally agree.
All right, we have Timbo Slice. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. My buddy Miggy and I are obsessed with the pod, Brian. Thank you, man. We discuss it every day. With Michael's confidence, if he was running through 3 foes, he would be unstoppable. Could take over the world. 2 of my favorite content creators in one spot. Michael, should we reveal? We've poached Michael from the Daily Wire.
This is my
so Michael's my new co-host.
Yeah, it's really.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Shapiro just made fun of me one too many times. And now
yes. And is that libel?
Let's not become an expert in it.
Am I going to get a cease and desist from the Daily Wire? Okay. Pull it back up, Eric. Go ahead. Thank you, Timbo, though. Michael Trolls, thank you for the 50. You can be socially conservative and fiscally liberal, just like you can be street smart and bad at math. Okay, thank you, man. Eric Hansen with the 50. Met my wife at 21, dated 9 days before 6-month engagement. We're both virgins, married for 15 years now with 4 kids and 1 on the way. Congrats, man. It can be done if you get your life and mindset in the right place. Congratulations, Eric.
You say it can't be done, Keeko. You're laughing. It happened.
I never, anything can be done. There's a lot of things that can be done.
Oh, the driver?
Whatever, just get an Uber.
Oh, we got to cancel.
Whoa.
Get an Uber.
That's a wrap.
It's still good? Good to go? You sure? Okay. It should only be a few more minutes here. Okay.
I don't have an OnlyFans. Please stop saying that.
Okay, we have Derek Man X. Thank you for the 50. Welcome to Madness, Michael. Love your content. Hold on, Victoria, hold on. Welcome to Madness, Michael. Love your content. What qualities did you value most when dating early in life? As well, ask these girls to name 3 countries. Okay, we can do that really quick. Go, Keeko. 3 countries, go.
Wait, what am I doing?
Name 3 countries. Go.
Name 3 countries.
Go.
United States, South
Japan, China, and Russia.
I can name like 200 countries.
Yeah,
like, what's the point of that?
Canada.
Canada, America, Mexico. What do you want to do?
Boom.
Then we can go Costa Rica. We can go
Tatum,
Honduras.
name
we
3
can go
countries.
Puerto Rico.
Where do you want it in the world?
Brazil.
I can probably list
Asia.
it.
Hold on.
Asia? I
Hold
just
on.
said Japan, Russia, and China.
Well done. Okay. Pull it back up, Eric.
Oh my God.
Yo, Davon Jackson, thank you for the 100. Not to get too political, but for Michael and Brian, would you rather date the oldest woman in the world or the best looking trans woman in the world? Did we already do
He's
this
trying to
one?
restart. He's trying to get us on back. He's trying to get me and Michael to do a part 2.
Yeah. I'm going to storm out. What do you mean it would be the trans
Shut the
woman?
fuck up.
Oh, that was
Do
good.
I have to...
That's good.
Do I have to... Did you
Shut
tell
the
him to
fuck up,
suck
Michael.
a thing? Did you tell
Suck
Chase?
a fat
Oh,
cock,
gee.
Michael. You're projecting right now. Seriously, that's not fucking cool. Okay?
You didn't even hear how I would answer, though.
Disavow.
I didn't need to.
All right. Go ahead. Pull it back up.
Keeko
Yo,
has only
veteran
feet.
contractor. Thank you, man. 42-year-old manho. Body count over 150, non-flated. I married a woman with a BC of 1. Ben had to crack into one of the seltzers. Hey, drink up, friend. Drink up. 42-year-old retired manho. Body count over 150. High-value man wants a woman who has been ran through. Oh, no high-value man wants a woman who's been ran through. Make wise decisions now or suffer later. Your hookups do corrupt your brain. Facts. Thank you, veteran contractor. I believe he does drywall. Okay.
And you guys would both know because you guys both had hoe phases. So
You're talking about
it would corrupt your
us?
brain. Yeah.
Did I say
Yeah,
that?
all sin and vice corrupts your brain.
Mm.
The longer you do it, the more your brain
Listen,
gets
as
corrupted.
a man of God.
Yeah.
As a man of God. Okay.
Oh my
Since
God.
when?
Yeah, literally. You don't
Since
even
when?
know
Well,
the
at least
a
marriage.
couple hours now.
It's Michael he's convinced me to marry.
Yeah.
He's brought me over. Okay.
look how
Deus Volt.
We'll
What?
see in 10 years.
Okay. So
Okay, keep
you
going.
can you bring it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have some coming through? God damn.
Speed run.
Eric, can you pull up the? I'll get those later. Can you pull back up the? Okay, we had. Where is it? Wait. Okay, Johan, thank you. Oh no, Johan, thank you for the 20. Mr. Casey, thank you for the 50. Yo, Brian, going to put you on the spot, haha. But you have to pick which girl at the table is your hookup preference.
Hey, who do you think
He's
he got a
actually
wife?
married.
Yeah, excuse me. How dare you?
Obvious.
Which girl at the table is my hookup preference?
Hopefully his wife.
Honestly, Tatum. You asked. You're putting me on the spot. I'm
You
gonna say
don't.
Tatum.
The chat,
Why do you
guys
think he gave
don't
me the
think
ring in the
it
first
would be
place?
Tatum. Do you know how much she's always like Tatum, 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 Tatum?
Wait, is that what I'm doing? That's me.
I've been noticing it all night.
In the last
chat
pod,
notices.
In the I know. In the last podcast, I was reading. I was like, Brian's a simp for Tatum.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll become a munch for Tatum?
What are you doing after the show?
Oh no.
No.
Disavow.
You didn't even get a response.
Rejected. RIZZ
What?
to the floor.
In any case, okay, we have what's it called? But no, I would not. Is the chat shipping me and Tatum?
You're letting it.
Okay.
You're letting it happen.
Hold on.
I'm starving, actually. Thank you, Edward.
Yeah, we.
I don't.
Hungry.
Which one? Wait, hold on.
We're starving.
He doesn't feed us here.
Yo, Davon Jackson.
Starve us for poor girls.
I need to start getting pizza for everyone before the shows. Okay, Davon Jackson, thank you for the 50. This type of chick is exactly why Brian doesn't pay for women on first dates. LMAO.
Yeah, he doesn't
What type of chick?
Really?
He doesn't pay for women. Yeah. Can
I'm sorry to
explain
disappoint
him
you once
how it
again,
works?
Michael.
Can you explain to him that he is such a walking contradiction?
Yeah,
that he's
he
never
is.
going to find the woman
No,
he wants.
you got-
He
you
wants
got
a
good-
honest, modest woman who's going to pay the bills and rub his feet and go to work and then take care of the kids.
And you got a great fiance over here.
sorry,
And
I'm
you
not
should
that
pay
type
for
of
the
catch.
meal.
I'm feeling that way.
It's basic stuff.
Like my way
Tatum, are you seeing anybody right now?
No.
So under those circumstances, I would pay, and also she's in college. But the issue is, I guess my issue with paying, and I'll be brief on this. Well, yeah, my issue with paying is it's me adhering to my traditional or men's traditional gender roles. But hold on, Victoria. What's happening in the dating landscape, and I've already mentioned this, is that when you first go on a date with someone, you have to assume that they're dating other people. More likely than not, they're sleeping with other people. So to me, it's just, I don't want to pay for a girl on a date and then she hooked up with a guy last night. She had sex with another guy last night. She's got 3 other dates lined up. I don't want to adhere to my traditional gender roles
I think
under
this
those
just
circumstances.
goes back to, once again, who hurt you. Like, I don't understand. Like,
This is she's sleeping with another guy.
Why would you go on a date?
Also, if you show this girl like this nice attention, you pay for a meal, maybe she'll actually see that you're a good guy and want to be with you.
And don't you want to be the change that you want to see in the world?
No, because here's why.
Mandela.
Sam, here's why, Sam, is if I go on a date with a girl, or even before I find out that she's dating another guy, she's hooking up with another guy, that's not a girl I even want to pursue to begin with. So there won't even be a first date. So I just don't even want to entertain that option. Come properly single. That's my stance.
How hard is it before the date is initiated, right? Like, say you meet them in person on dating app, whatever. Obviously, you're going to exchange some words before this date happens.
Yes.
How hard is it to send the message, are you talking to anybody else? Are you fucking anybody else?
I do.
So do they say yes?
And
if they do, why are you pursuing women who are doing things that you don't want them to do?
Well, so I do ask that question. If I find out that they are, I'm like, well, hey, we want different things. So, but also, you also in the dating landscape, people lie. So,
so you're so like how he was going on with her. You're just assuming everyone's a liar.
So
walking
can I ask
around.
you something? I had just a quick. So the reason why you don't want these girls who are like seeing other men, why? It's because they're like with other men, right? They're exposing themselves.
Yeah, it's
so
gross.
would you date someone who does porn or OnlyFans?
Do you already knew that answer. No, I would not. I do make one exception. And
is your 2 last girlfriends?
Excuse me. Well, no, I've actually never even gone on a date with a girl who does OnlyFans, but could I? Ideally, certainly. I apologize, Michael.
Close my ears.
Yeah. Would I date a girl who does solo content on OnlyFans?
Haram!
That's haram.
I would. However, it's not ideal. I would.
You have.
No, I've never dated a girl who does OnlyFans.
Maybe you don't know.
But are you saying?
I'm saying I'm potentially open. I'm open to it. I've never done it.
Are you saying you would date a girl who did OnlyFans, but then realize that's a bad thing to do and it doesn't do it anymore? Or are you saying you would date a girl who actively is doing OnlyFans?
Yes, I would.
Wow. Because that's a big distinction.
But you wouldn't pay for a
So
date.
like we once said, walking contradiction.
She has to do solo content. If she ever did any BG, no. If she does boy girl, so I'm saying like.
Wait, could she do girl?
So you're fine with her popping her.
Yeah, Gigi.
I inferred.
Let me get that there. Gigi, could she do Gigi?
She could pop her pussy with a plastic dildo, just not with a real one.
I suppose online. So. However,
we all have our standards.
I'm saying I would, but it's not for. Okay, so just to be clear, I've never dated a girl who's done OnlyFans. It's not a total deal breaker. However, if putting 2 girls together, one that doesn't have OnlyFans and one that does, I'm gonna go with the girl that doesn't have OnlyFans.
Okay, well,
however,
your wife
I'm
has
not.
OnlyFans.
You know what? Tatum, we can make a lot of money together.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you
mini
something?
Andrew Tate. He's over here trying to monopolize.
What if you go on a date with a girl, right, and she doesn't have anyone, she's not hooking up with anyone, but you assume she's lying, and then you don't pay for her date, and then she thinks you're an asshole and doesn't go on the second date, but she's like the girl that you always wanted, but you just fucked up your chances.
Hold on. Can you repeat it? Just.
So what if you go on a date with a girl, and the girl doesn't have anyone that she's seeing, and she's not hooking up with anyone, but you assume she's lying, and then you don't pay for her date, and then she assumes that you're just, an asshole, a jerk, and doesn't go on a second date with you, but you just missed out on a girl that you would have wanted to
And
be
she
with.
doesn't have OnlyFans?
No.
Okay.
You screwed up, basically, is what she's saying.
But look, here's the thing. One, if she's not dating other people, I'm going to kind of try to suss that out. also, it also comes down to like earnings, differentials in earnings. So if she's a litigation attorney, I'm sorry, you're making $200K a year. I don't feel obliged in those circumstances.
But don't you want to be the gender roles that you argue for?
Yeah. Well, is she a traditional woman? I think women have to go first on that.
She might be.
Women have to go first on that.
It's a two-way street.
Women.
Why do women have to go first when you're the one who's supposed to ask us on the date? And
Bingo, baby. Yeah,
you're the one who's supposed to like.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get out on your knee. You're supposed to propose to me. You're supposed to prove yourself to me.
But this is
That's
like
the whole
head of the
thing.
household.
The man is the leader, and throughout
Unless you're a
history, the
sissy.
man's always been the leader.
Yeah. Okay, but sure. However, you guys want to treat feminism and equality like a buffet. You want to pick and choose that which. Hold on.
Yeah, you're certainly not.
You want to pick and choose the things that benefit you, and then you want to disregard perhaps the equality which does not come at a benefit to you. Because I believe, well, okay, you want. I believe in gender equality, but I like it when guys pay, and I like it when they lead, and I like it when they initiate, and I like them when they adhere to their traditional gender roles. However, I want to be promiscuous. I want to sleep around.
Are you a virgin?
No, I'm saying the girl wouldn't.
No, right? Okay,
anyone.
so if you're a virgin, then yeah, it's rightful for you to expect someone else to be a virgin on your date. If you're not a virgin, why can you expect to have a virgin?
What Brian is saying is that, yeah, you're advancing the feminist idea that men and women are exactly the same, and have to have the same expectations. But what Brian is saying is, no, I'm not a feminist. Men and women have different expectations. There are different thresholds for their different kinds of behaviors. And as a result of that, there are also different privileges that women get. So men are going to open the door, they're going to pay for the tab, they're going to take more responsibility for certain problems, they're going to, kill the spider or whatever. But also, women are going to have certain expectations that men either do not have or will be treated with less culpability.
See, but what I'm saying is, as times have changed, yes, I get what he's saying with the feminism, like we want to take, but things have also changed for men. Like the traditional thing for a man has also changed, which comes back to why I say on this podcast all the time, is why people just need to date people in their realm. If I find myself not fully non-traditional, but like semi-traditional, so my boyfriend also is pretty semi-traditional. Should I go date someone who's very traditional or not traditional at all? Probably not. And vice versa. Just find somebody who,
there's someone's other half out there for them. Just let them find it.
But
I feel like there is still categories in it though, like overall. Like, it's not like how we said everything's not black and white. Like a lot of things are black and white, but a lot of people do fall in the middle of those things and find somebody else who meets in the middle with you.
Let's say you're some like modern person and you're not traditional at all, and so you find this guy who's super modern and everything, and you're off doing OnlyFans, and he's got like 2 boyfriends, and you're both like living in a polycule and somewhere. Even though you found your same level or category or match or whatever, that's still not a great way to live. Like, wouldn't it be better to live in the world? I'm saying
they're happy though. They're probably thrilled.
I bet they're not happy.
I bet you they're thrilled. I bet you they're thrilled.
I bet you they're living their best.
That's why, but like, religion, polygamy has always been a thing. Like, polygamy's always been a thing.
Want 3 boyfriends too?
Yeah, but the multiple wives
one
thing,
at a time.
all that stuff. So it's like it's something we've already seen throughout history.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just saying I agree with Keeko and that they're living their best life for them, and maybe for you that's not what you want. Because you don't want 3 boyfriends, but for someone else they do.
What if they're not living their best life, though? What if their life is not?
Why is that you to decide?
Yeah, how is that your choice?
No, I'm just asking if they are or they're not, and if they're
not. But that's what they're choosing to do.
So
right,
let them
but can people make choices that are bad for them?
Yeah,
but if they don't feel like that's bad for them and they're happy, then
why do we have to?
I'm saying if people make choices that are bad for them, that will probably make
them
unhappy.
But why do we know what's good and bad? Like the thing.
Well, it sort of is self-referential at a certain point. If we're saying if they're making these bad choices, those bad choices by definition are going to make them less happy than if they made good choices. And people obviously do make bad choices all the time. So if people are making lots of bad choices, don't you think that instead of just saying, hey, just find other people who want to make bad choices, you might say, hey, how about you find people who want to make better choices?
Why do you opinion? Yeah, that is such your opinion.
No, I haven't offered any opinion. I haven't offered
what is good and what is bad.
To have 3 boyfriends and to have an
I thought we agreed that some things are objectively good and some things are objectively good. I thought we agreed on
that. I'll take it out the door. There's no bad and good, and we all live on this little loopy spectrum.
There's no bad and good. So it's not better to bake a pie for the lady down the street than to kick the baby.
No. Because I'm doing work either way.
Don't tempt her
and
with
I'd
a good
rather
time.
do
All right, yeah,
always
okay.
bake a pie.
No.
I'm
All right,
gonna.
I can't.
Can I? I'm
So
so sorry. I have to go. adhering
worries.
to my gender role. My fiance drove me here.
Base.
Oh, sure, totally.
I'm sorry.
If you want, while you're free to, if you want to just
Thank
excuse
you.
yourself, that's
But
totally
thank
fine.
you
But
for
thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, you
Guys,
guys
check
are
out her
awesome.
band,
Thank you, guys.
Edge of, what is it again?
Paradise.
Edge of Paradise. Check out her band. Okay. We'll
Great answers
wrap
to almost every
here
question.
pretty soon. Let me get through these last few. And just the last thing just to answer your thing about the paying thing, I guess it's just, if more people moved in a more traditional way, I would have no issue adhering to traditional gender roles and paying, but I don't want to be the sucker because I've heard a lot of stories. And for example, this is the example I often give. I don't want to go on a date with a girl, go for a dinner date. I don't want to pay for her food, and then she gets a doggy bag to go. She gives me a ass out hug at the end of the date. She takes that doggy bag to the guy who she's sleeping with, who, by the way, never had to pay for anything because he's just really attractive and he's a Chad and just whatever. Gives him the food in which I paid for, the leftovers. He eats the food and then he hooks up with her.
So it's transactional. You're expecting to have sex with
No,
her after
no, that's not what I said. I just don't want to feel like a sucker.
Right? I feel like that. Yeah, you just sound like a big bitch right now. Like, like if you were like, I feel like if you were like this like big macho masculine man, whatever, bitches wouldn't be playing you like that. They wouldn't even be able to play you. Like I'm telling you, there's certain. They know what I'm saying. There's a certain type of man that you wouldn't even try to play. Even him, you know, it's not the same big thing. I wouldn't go on a date with him and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna con him out of his money.
No.
If a woman looks at me like that, I mean, you're playful.
It's not even.
You're playful. Step your cookies up, Brian.
Okay, well, look.
I'm just saying is I don't really care if a man's paying for me on a date. I'll pay for myself on the date. I don't really give a fuck. But I'm saying is I agree with Keeko that you're a walking contradiction for the type of energy you want and the type of
energy
women
put out.
You want.
I'm not though. I'm
You
really
need to
not.
be
I'm really
what
not.
you attract.
At least
First
Mike's
off-
not a walking contradiction. He's all like straightforward.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least Brian, or at least Michael knows what he wants.
Keep going, lady.
But so okay. So every guy takes L's. Even really attractive guys take L's.
No.
Yes, even really attractive guys will take L's on
But
this.
more L's are
And
minor than more other L's.
But okay,
Or some men take an L and they step their cookies up so they don't get no more
Tatum,
L's.
can you just move that mic on the ground, please? Just put it on the ground.
It's like, you know, was it fool me once, shame on you?
Oh,
fool me
shit.
twice,
Oh,
shame
Davies
on
is
me.
Hell yeah.
Whoa.
Yo.
Mr. Davies is here.
Hey.
We're adding another hour, aren't we?
At least.
So rude, Jasmine. So rude.
Yeah, here we go. Now we have an actual.
I
We
think
got a
we-
Chad at the.
What you're trying to say is you just don't want to be a cuck
Closer to
in
the
a
mic.
relationship, right?
Yeah. What's that?
You just don't want to be a cuck in the relationship. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't want to feel like a sucker, you know? And here's the thing. There's this term called foodie calls. So girls will have a dude in their phone as like Uber or ride or food.
No.
And yeah.
I don't think
They actually did a study in California. Guys do foodie calls. Guys can't do foodie calls. Hold on.
Oh, maybe I can.
So California, at a California university, I'm actually going to get the professor on who did the study, found like 33% to 60%, I forget the exact number, but they studied this phenomenon of foodie calls where basically women will go out on dates in order to just, with no romantic interest, just to get a free meal.
Okay,
How
but
many
the thing
women
is-
were
That's
examined
called
in the
escort.
call?
Robbery.
But
Actually,
You can't
wait,
generalize.
Eric, hold on,
You
hold
need
on.
to like, if it was like 10 people and out of 10 people, 3 people, it's like 32%,
wait,
you
wait.
get the stats.
Hold on, Eric. Can you, in the other tab, look up the girl who went on 6 dates a week in New York to save on grocery bills?
Please,
There's this
I wanna
news
see,
article.
'cause it's gonna be so
Pull that up.
obvious.
But
This is
also,
what this
you
girl's
have to
doing.
understand
Like-
what she was saying before she left the girl about how when you drive a car, there's a chance you're going to get hit. Yes, when you go on dates, there's a chance that you might get played, but you're
Sure.
taking that risk no matter what because you're going on dates. You're putting yourself out there. It doesn't. You're playing like I'm a little victim, so I don't want to have to pay for the date, so I don't.
I'm being vigilant. I'm not.
But shouldn't you be able to discern to some degree how these women are? Like, are they 304s? You know?
Yeah.
304s.
Use your judgment call.
Yeah.
Like,
Right,
you don't
or are
got-
they virtuous women? Shouldn't
It's
you be able
pretty
to
easy
tell
to
that
tell,
even before you go on the date?
It's you can, but
Ryan,
like
just
some
take
of
the L.
some of these girls, like there are
like
some,
excuse.
hold on. There are some very unassuming women.
Whoa.
They're honking at us.
Nah, but there's just Like some
Very
women,
subtle, yeah.
Like there's some women that you would never think it. They can be very demure, very reserved.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, and we've had one girl on this panel. She was 19, super shy, very quiet, very calm. You would have never guessed
Freak
it.
in the sheets.
No, her body count was like 33 at 19.
Talking about the girl I was on with?
Were
Oh,
you?
no, it was a different
It
one.
might have been a different girl. 19 years old, 33 body count. Didn't seem like very kind of shy, very quiet. No indicators. Like I would have assumed like she was not.
Yeah,
didn't
happens
have
to
a
girls
33.
too. Like they meet a guy, I think he's very sweet, whatever.
Sure,
He's a serial
absolutely.
killer.
Bad.
And he rapes them,
Yeah.
murders
Jesus
them.
Christ.
Yeah, we have the same
Wait,
situation.
it was Ed Gein.
I'm like, your
Yeah.
problem on going on a date is like, oh, I might lose my money. She might go give her leftovers to some
Yeah.
other dude.
And
Our
we're
thought
like,
is hopefully he
Hold
doesn't
on.
murder me.
Yeah.
Hopefully I come out of this like
Alive. And
hopefully it's a public enough place. Hopefully there's enough people here.
One sec, Eric. Can you pull that back up?
We did actually find this article for the Michael Knowles show. This is one of the fake articles we did on one of the Fridays.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, this was a true story.
That's right.
Yeah, so women
True
went on
or fake?
6 dates a week to save on food. I didn't buy groceries for 2 years. She made like this TikTok. Eric, can you scroll down
Wow.
just a little
Can
bit?
you imagine how
Scroll
little
down.
value her time has, though?
Yeah.
Could
You know how much
down.
work that
Outcomes
takes
that
to
come
do?
here.
Yeah. How many
Yeah.
bitches do you think are doing this?
Yeah.
Just like buy some ramen noodles. You'll
Yeah,
see.
This is such
literally.
an outlier.
This is
Yeah.
such an
Makeup, that's why she's viral on
Okay,
TikTok.
and first of all,
Pause,
she's
pause.
probably capping.
Okay, so she says, hold on.
What is capping?
Lying.
Is it what?
Lying.
Oh, okay.
It's like
yeah.
to lie,
Oh,
to
like
lie.
when you're like no cap for real.
Yeah,
for
no
real.
cap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dead ass, dead ass.
Yeah.
Deadass.
You for real, G.
So, okay, between 2016 and 2018, I didn't buy groceries once. Probably saved about 150 Eric, click see more. You don't have to play the video.
She's 100%
whatever.
capping.
Yeah.
So obvious.
Pull it back up. Can you pull it back up?
Already using the word good use.
Oh yeah, just probably
to get
saved about
views.
150 a week. And like I'm not trying to be mean to her. She's like an average looking girl. She's not particularly remarkable in terms of her appearance, and she's able to pull this off. So to me, I don't want to feel like a sucker. It's not about you mentioned, oh, so she owes you sex. No, I don't view it that way at all. I just want to not feel bad about making an investment and her like being manipulative. That would make me feel bad. That would make me
Would
feel
you
like a
be
sucker.
able to pay like 50-50? You guys split it? That way you're not being
I
a
wouldn't
sucker.
expect her,
Yeah, that's the worst.
her to pay.
Yeah.
But I would pay for my bill and split the check.
extra appetizer.
Yeah, that is.
We'll let Brian do that. Yeah.
If me and Tatum go on a date,
I want her home at 11.
you know, In and Out, I got you.
Who goes to a
You
date
want a
with
milkshake?
In-N-Out?
I got you.
That's a very wholesome day.
What flavor do you get?
I love
In-N-Out?
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out?
Yeah, what flavor of
Oh,
milkshake?
I go for chocolate.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Okay.
Then why do you go on a date?
Why do you have that?
No, Ryan.
Listen,
Ryan, your Riz needs to be better. This is not okay.
My what?
Riz.
The Riz?
The Riz. You're trying to
My
gag
Riz?
this
So
girl.
you're
Your
saying
Riz is
is
just
like
off.
game.
Oh,
It's like game.
The Riz.
Your Riz is
My
gotta
Riz
keep
is
'em
game.
up.
Yeah.
See, but that's convenient for women to say because women don't need game or Riz. You just show up.
I mean, if they want an actual relationship, they need game or Riz.
No,
if they
women
want
don't
to
need
just
game.
get used
Women
for
don't
sex,
need game.
then
Only if
they
you date
don't
ugly men, maybe. You
Okay,
know?
Well,
Tatum.
doesn't the man's
Tatum,
Riz
Riz me.
sort of?
Oh, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
doesn't
Go
the
ahead,
man's Riz sort of set the tone for like all of the
But if she's not charismatic back, are you still gonna talk to her? If she's like a hi, yes, my name is Susan.
that sounds like she's
I
got
do
some
like
sort of, like,
sunsets and walking on the
damage
beach.
in her
Like
psyche
you gotta
or
talk
something.
back. It goes both ways. If she sounds like a weirdo, you're gonna keep talking to her.
No, I just mean aren't women kind of impressionable? I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait,
Thank you.
but I think it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Metro
More
Manor
in one way than another, but I agree it goes both ways. That's true.
Tatum, get off your phone.
I'm sorry.
She's texting her other boyfriends.
No,
Are you
no.
jealous?
She's like, yo, I'm gonna have some nice takeout tonight. Don't worry, Brian's getting me some good dog.
I'll bring you the leftovers, babe. Don't worry.
Love you.
She's like, I'm playing this fool so good.
Stop it. Get some help.
This is Dunk on Brian Hour. You're correcting
We
all
could
my
have Michael on
toxic
a little bit more.
masculinity.
I know, I like Michael.
Let's bring
You
him
like
on.
Michael? Oh,
Yeah.
should we do
Yeah.
it?
Let's bring him on the podcast more.
Okay. Oh, wow.
fun.
I thought I was the co-host.
Yeah, I thought wow.
No, I like getting in these.
I'm
heated
glad that
arguments.
we have a positive reception for you, Michael, because I wasn't sure. Maybe I thought, you are a genocidal maniac.
I am a genocidal maniac.
So
that's
I
true.
was concerned.
But these
that-
ladies can see beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, sometimes it's like men are from Mars, women are from Venus. You don't need to agree on everything. It's like sometimes the man loves genocide. Sometimes the women, they like
abortion,
hamburgers or whatever. Yeah, but it's like, right.
I mean, genocide,
Also
abortion.
genocide.
By the way, since Ben here, Ben, it's right.
Yeah.
Pro-life and pro-genocide. Those are two crazy things.
Since you're joining the panel here, do you want to just introduce yourself to the audience? I don't think you really got a chance.
I'm Ben Davies. I'm the producer of the Michael Knowles Show. And you can also check me out on Cream of the Crop on PureFlix, streaming now.
Yeah.
They launched this week.
This is the other thing, so Ben is a pretty well-known actor especially in like Christian movies. And I didn't believe this because I don't really watch Christian movies. But one time I was on my stream and Mr. Davies here walks in the background. And someone in my stream was just like, is that my favorite actor, Ben Davies? I was like, I don't. But it was his mother who said that.
Ben,
actually.
cry for us.
No, it
Give us a
wasn't. It
good
was
cry. We want to see the acting happen.
I'm not unless I get paid, I do have to get cash and get paid for that kind of
I would
content.
ask Brian, but he doesn't pay
He
for
doesn't.
first dates, so it's not happening for you.
Yeah, he'll pay half of it.
That's pretty cheap, actually.
He'll get you next time.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your relationship status?
I'm married with
con-
kids, same as Michael.
Oh, congrats,
And
man. Awesome.
I've been married for 8 years now.
8 years. How old are you?
33.
30. Oh, okay.
I think we're the same.
Oh,
89?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. All right, let me do a couple of these chats here. We have Davon Jackson. If you can pull that back up at the Streamlabs tab. Yo, we got 50 here. Thank you, Davon. Chad gets to hit it for free, and these other losers get the privilege of taking her on dates, laughing my ass off. Kind of related to what we were just talking about. I mean, yeah, that's one of the reasons why like guys don't want to be made out to be suckers is like, and it's funny, like think of like a celebrity. Who do you have? Maybe all of you can tell me. Do you have a celebrity crush?
Timothy Chalamet. It was Timothy
Chalamet.
For them too, yeah.
Would you want Timothy Chalamet? Well, what you want is not the right question. Would you require Timothy Chalamet to pay for you? Or is he of such a high enough status that you would be willing to accept?
That dude is making so much money.
I
If
would.
he didn't,
I'd be like
crazy.
What? Of course he should pay. He's
He's
The thing though, do you know celebrities? Have you spent time with celebrities?
some.
So you may or may not have noticed celebrities are extremely weird about like they won't shower sometimes for periods of, like they do really weird things. So I wouldn't be surprised you are on the date with a celebrity and he intentionally just doesn't pay. Do you still go on another date with him?
Posture check.
Well,
Tatum, posture check.
Sorry.
You're good.
Do I go on another date with him if he doesn't pay for the first one?
Yeah.
If he intends to pay for the second one?
Yeah,
Well, I was also saying that I don't think I personally don't care if the guy pays. Like I literally said that multiple times.
I don't either.
I just was saying I think it's a contradiction for Brian to say he won't pay for the type of person he is.
Well, what type of person am I?
A guy with traditional values.
Am I?
You pretend to be. I don't know. You seem like you are sometimes, and you seem like you're not the next. We cannot keep up, Brian.
What if I'm just an egalitarian?
That's the worst of all. I actually like though. I like the impulse for a woman to want to pay, or at the very least to offer to pay, because it's a sense of, hey, we're navigating this weird modern world where everything's screwed up and nothing's settled. And then when the man says, "No, I'll pay," it would be nice if the woman like, I go, "Cool, all right."
What if she like fights
and
it
then
off?
I would say,
Yeah, then
okay,
she's probably
I got
crazy
ice cream.
Yeah,
There, he pays for
that's
dinner,
nice.
I'll
Like,
get ice cream.
but then the man still shouldn't let you pay for the ice cream.
Nice.
He should pay for everything.
Okay, nice.
I think.
Nice.
I am taking some L's tonight. Goddamn.
Yes, you are, Ryan.
Yeah, they're tearing you to shreds.
Yep, good times. Okay, we have these last three here, or last two, on Streamlabs. Then we have to go back to YouTube. Okay. Dank Naked, thank you for the 50, man.
Go back to what?
Scuffed intro, technical
MySpace.
difficulties from the start. Glad the show's still the same. Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate it. Alvin Sam, thank you for the 50. Brian and Michael, would you smash the hottest trans woman in the world? Or, yeah, we already did that one. Or did we answer?
This is the new philosophical test. You know, it's like the train analogy.
The trolley dilemma.
The trolley
Yeah.
dilemma. You know,
Yep.
Would you smash the oldest trans vest? I don't know, what is that?
No, would you rather sleep with the oldest woman in the world? So we're talking like what, like 112 or something by now?
This question
or
is-
the hottest trans woman in the
That
world.
If those are my two choices, then I would get married to the oldest woman in the world, and then do what married couples do.
So based.
So based.
Hopefully you don't kill her, right?
Okay. All right, I think that's it for those ones.
And
then we have
Some came in.
on. Well, let me get the super chat ones. Did we do this one?
Yeah.
Did we read this one?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Did
we
we?
did.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep. We got
That's
that
on
one.
the rails,
Yo,
for sure.
Tara Kratz, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. Looney Boy, thank you for the 50. Brian got made fun of for looking like he sells Bibles. Now we have full-blown Bible study. Keep doing the Lord's work. Gentlemen, the Drew Afualo video, we'll react to that really quick. Protect Keeko. She's a good sport. Keep selling those Bibles. I got you, man. I apparently, according to Drew Afualo, I am a Bible salesman. We'll pull up that video here in a sec. OCJ, thank you for the 50. Bombshell in Blue, can we clone you? Oh, rip, she left. You definitely have
Now
very
it's
attractive mindset and views. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I keep thinking this is a person. It's like,
Okay. Rare to find that in women nowadays. Hey, OC, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I can coordinate a little rendezvous with Keeko if you'd like. Drive, thank you for that. Merci beaucoup pour le Canadien 100. Mr. Knowles, MGTOW, men going their own way within the church. What do you think and why? Also, red pill, PUA, etc. I feel there is a growing number.
Sure.
Is that a thing in the church? Men going their own way?
I mean, no, except in the sense that you can be a single person and consecrate that to God, or you can be a priest or a nun or a
Wait, what do you mean going their own way?
Like not dating, not getting married. Okay. So you can do that, but you need to have some kind of vocation. So either you need to marry God or you need to marry a lady. There's no just like do your own thing. Man, you
can marry
you do
God.
you. That's not allowed in the church. So if people are doing it, it's because they're not well catechized.
Okay.
So it's not okay to be alone?
Well, no, if you're with God, I mean, if you're like, or if you join a religious order or something like that, yeah, then you're not alone.
God is a woman.
So if you don't have a wife and kids or husband and kids, you have to be a nun or priest, or you're just going against the faith.
You can have a kind of consecrated singlehood even as a layperson, but it would have to be a devotion to God. Because marriage is an analogy. It's a symbol of Christ's love for his church.
So what makes that them being a person that's a Catholic that's single versus a Catholic that's devoted into their own like whatever you just said? What makes the difference between the two?
Well, the difference would be the object of your love, and
so if they just think about it, if they just think that their love is for God, then they're fine. But if they don't think about their love being for God, they're not fine. I'm really trying to learn right now.
Well, I'm happy to teach you. Faith without works is dead. So you know the tree by its fruit. And one good way to understand love would be that love is willing the good of the other. So we talk a lot now about self-love and how it's just so important to love yourself, and that is the path to absolute madness. You want to have a love and a respect for yourself that's proper to you, because obviously you can't love your neighbor as yourself if you hate yourself.
I'm sorry, that was just such a wild statement.
What's the wild statement? I don't know what's...
Self-love is leading to madness.
Well, it's just it's just narcissism is what it really mostly is. So
like a statement that just sounds. No, I guess it's not yours, so it wouldn't be narcissistic, but it's just.
Sorry, Brian.
It does. It just leads to. I don't know how else to describe it. Because a man wrapped up in himself makes a very small package indeed. So you need to direct your love towards someone else, and ultimately all of that love is pointed to its source and summit, who is God. And so that doesn't mean
you can't do that alone.
You can do that alone. Plenty
God
of people are
is
celibate.
A woman.
God is not a woman.
God
is a man. God is a man, and you should respect his pronouns.
HARAM!
Yeah.
I believe God's a woman.
Eric, did you say we have just one more in Streamlabs? One more that came through?
I think we got it.
I think Keeko, after you name the 200 countries, could you name the 12 continents?
I think
there are 195 countries. You road scholar.
100. Oh well.
Okay, let's pull up. Excuse me. Let's do the Twitch, then the Drew clip, and then let's wrap. Go ahead, Eric.
It's not lap. Yes, it was
I
technically.
also had a
Lafayette's
bunch of
beliefs,
people
but-
ask me in text message if that ring is real.
The ring?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
ring.
No.
I can't see it from here.
Oh, it's right there.
It really
I'll
belongs
Has
to
it got
Tatum
some weight
right
to it,
now,
or is
yeah.
it plastic?
No, it's not
It's
real.
like $7 from Amazon.
There's a lot
we'll
of people
take it
rooting
by the
for
end
you
of the night
guys.
and we'll find out.
Guys, pull up a Twitch tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to Twitch, and you can sub every month totally free. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. So if you have a Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime sub, drop us one. Drop us a follow. Twitch.tv/whatever. Link is in the description. Eric, can you go ahead and pull up that Drew Afualo? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name. Pull up that clip. I want to get the panel and Michael's take on this. Go ahead.
Okay, so you think you're a 10?
Yeah. I think I'm gorgeous. I think I'm perfect.
Listen, don't take this the wrong way. You're not
Please,
a 10.
lay it on me.
You're not a 10.
Okay. That's just your opinion.
All right. First of all, every time I feel like we stamp out a roach, aka a white man with a podcast like this,
Pause
he
it.
contributes literally nothing.
So he or she, Drew, said every time we stamp out a roach, a cockroach, aka a white man with a podcast. Now,
which is just redundant, by the way, right? Do all white men in America today have a podcast? I think.
Yes.
Are there any men who don't?
It's like a
Those
trope.
voices
It's a trope.
re-put back in the world.
Like our voices are being silenced. Let's put them back out
we
there.
gotta reinforce it.
So basically, she was reacting to a clip from our podcast. We have a segment, actually, perhaps we should do it before we wrap, where we ask everyone to rate themselves on the scale of 1 to 10 in terms of their physical appearance. And the girl said she was a 10, and
You said she's not.
I said she wasn't.
But that's your opinion.
Maybe there's like that. Maybe she's the 10.
But so in any case, she's reacting to, I'm perhaps a bit blunt or rude in me saying, hey, look, I don't, she identifies as a 10 and I do not subscribe to her self-assessment. But I guess the troubling statement that I found there was, she says, another cockroach, or what did she say? We stamped out another cockroach, aka a white man with a podcast. Now, I think if you were to replace white man with any other group, that would be or at least viewed from someone who's
of course,
as a very troublesome statement.
White people are the only race that you're not only permitted to disparage, but actually encouraged to disparage, and you can legally discriminate against. And then men are the sex that you're allowed to publicly disparage, encouraged to do so, can discriminate
It's
against.
because those two, white people as a race and men as a sex, whatever chromosomes, whatever makes you feel most comfortable putting it, have, yes, you guys can face discrimination, but there's no prejudice line in between it. So honestly, it's just words.
There's
it's
no
just
prejudice.
words.
She's called white people cockroaches.
Okay, and you want to know what I've been called? My people have been called less. I would rather you have that
Well,
one
I don't
statement.
think you get called all those terrible things, do you?
I got a message yesterday saying he's gonna burn me alive like the nigga I am. So yes, I do all the day, constantly, day in, day out. That's the difference.
Disavow.
Is your life?
Disavow.
No, it's not,
No,
because when he's saying
but
it's not
that's-
happening,
I
when it
just,
is.
no, I
no,
just
but
wonder because you get a message from a guy online, right? Every public person gets all these mean, really nasty messages. But in the culture, the only racially disparaging message that anyone could hear in movies and TV and music is against white people. You would never hear it against any other race.
You wouldn't? Because
No.
it's been in the movies and TVs and the
I had to
past.
hear
maybe one example.
I heard my white teacher read the hard N word. Like, what do you mean?
Well, that's fine.
In Huckleberry Finn?
Yeah, if you're reading
No, I was
Huckleberry
talking
Finn.
about To Kill a Mockingbird. But it's
Well,
you don't.
yeah,
What you're
so
not
is there something
understanding
wrong
is
with that?
these words. What you're saying is because there's no. You guys didn't face the prejudice and discrimination for all those years backing behind it. Does it make it as does it make it as a problem?
Right
Yes,
now,
no, it's not wrong.
Right now, all unjust racial prejudice at the public level is directed against white people. And to a little bit Asian people because they get lumped in affirmative action too. It's the only race, also a little bit with Asians, but it's mostly white people. It is legal to discriminate against white people for the purposes of getting into colleges and getting jobs. That's not true of any other race. In fact, other races have an advantage They get
up until when?
Because of
Up
what?
until
Because
when?
why?
Yeah,
Because
literally.
why,
Diversity
Michael? Because
admissions,
why,
you know,
Michael?
diversity hiring practices.
But because why? Why are these in place? Why are these in place?
Because of an unconstitutional policy called affirmative action.
But why do we have affirmative action? Why? Why?
Because liberals have a
Quickly.
racial caste system, and they
keep it
don't like white
respectful,
people.
Keeko.
Okay, but
That's why.
he's now it's not being respectful when we're ignoring why these things are in place. Like y'all didn't have black people enslaved for all these years. That's the reason why we have these things in
prove that they
place
were
because we're not
enslaved?
equal.
No,
we're trying to create more equality because we're so far gone from that.
Slavery
I think
was
America
abolished.
is too far gone
But
anyway.
But slavery was abolished in 1865. It's 2023.
And when did segregation get? When was segregation fully desegregated?
Well,
I guess?
self-segregation still exists. And
That's
now
not what I asked
segregation
you.
exists as a matter of public
That's not what
policy
I
at
asked you.
universities. There are now at universities black-only dorms that white students are not allowed to enter. So segregation still exists today. It's just by choice.
I personally don't give a fuck, but that's not what I asked you.
You did. You asked
No,
me.
I asked when to
segregation
segregate.
end, I said it's
Yes,
going
I'm
on.
talking about in this
legal segregation.
That
You know
is
what I'm
legal
talking about.
segregation. It's going on today. I mean, it's.
I
just-
mean,
it's
there's
been brought
segregation
back.
by
I think this is the
choice,
next podcast
obviously.
discussion because it's 11:55 and we
Yeah,
could go
I
all
agree with
night
her.
with
I
this.
think we
Okay.
should do this on the next episode.
Sure.
Should not be getting introduced.
Last
at
question on
midnight.
that, though. So just really quick to put kind of maybe a cherry on top of that. How do you define racism?
I hate doing this off the top of my head.
Here's
Because
the
I don't want to say something and then
Sure.
you guys try to tear it
Let me
apart,
ask.
'cause
Let me ask
I
a
have a
different.
very
Let me come back to that question. Do you think you can be racist against white people?
no. You could be I think you could be
I feel like you could.
Hold on. I want to go around the table on this before Michael or I respond. What about you?
No.
No. So
No.
Can't be racist against white
I think
people.
you can discriminate against them or you can be
prejudiced,
prejudiced against
but
them,
you
but
can't be
racism
racist.
comes from a place of like someone having less power over someone else or more power over
Okay,
someone else.
but if white people right now can be discriminated against as a matter of law, and they're basically the only race for whom that is true, and if there are now major policies floating,
How
around
is that
big
the only
cities-
race that's true for? I feel
Asians also get lumped in to some degree.
races can still be discriminated against, and it happens all
Sure.
the time.
Wait,
So
just
why is it?
No, they can be discriminated in favor. So they can. So when black people apply to colleges, they can get a boost.
Okay, so you're
on the
using
basis
one
of their
example
race.
with colleges when you don't talk about
Or
police
workplace.
brutality
No,
or
no.
other
But
stuff
that's
like
also
that.
why because there wasn't there wasn't that demographic in colleges or workplaces as much. So it's
Right, I'm
allowing
just saying
them
either-
more access
I'm just
to be
saying
able to get there.
But I'm just saying either way, if you just looked at someone's SAT scores, a black person and a white person with the same SAT score, the black person is going to get that spot at the university. That's what affirmative action does.
Wait, so can you be racist against white people?
No.
Tatum?
I say no.
A little louder, I didn't.
Sorry. No.
Victoria?
I thought, okay. Yes.
You just skipped the
No,
one.
absolutely not. No, of course. And in this context, you just saw a video where someone was saying something blatantly racist, and she's not going to lose her job or get castigated. Most people at this table agree with her. The difference is, for you in your case, like what that person DM'd you is horrible, and everyone would condemn that. And that's where you can see the clear racism divide there, where you could see that you could say all these horrible things about white people. Everyone will white knight, and justifiably so. Or like for white people, no one will do that. And then if it's a black person, there will be so much action taking place.
It's because
for
we
it.
just don't feel that bad for y'all after everything. It's
you should feel bad for everybody because racism isn't a fair
I think-
treatment
I
of different race or color.
There's-
It doesn't
it's not
specify
racism, it's
specific
prejudice and
I feel like
discrimination.
honestly, this
I
isn't
agree
a
that
great topic for you, though, to be
prejudice
speaking
and
on,
discrimination
'cause
shouldn't
that's a whole
happen,
different thing
period. I
from
don't think she
culture
should be
divide.
saying that about white people, period. I don't think it's something that should happen. I'm not saying it's okay. It's wrong, no matter who
But
it's
it's not
to.
racist.
But you
But
just
it's
said you
not
can't be
racist.
racist.
It is.
It's
Open
not
the
racist, 'cause
Oxford
there's no-
Dictionary and define the
Racist
term
is for
racist.
someone
If I can
who
get my
comes
phone
from
right now,
power.
I would love
Does
to
she
look it
come
up.
from
From
power?
different
No.
racism is unfair treatment
But-
based on different race.
But even by your definition, even if it's just from power,
Like
right
someone
now,
who has
but
like legal power.
hold
from
on.
the
right. But so
Hold on.
even from that position, right now, the legal power is such in the country that if you are a white person, it is lawful for you to be discriminated against. If you're
So
a
where's the
non-white person,
power
it's-
reside in the country? Let's look at most people
Well,
in politics.
if you-
Let's look at most people have power. Let's look at the past, the history. Like you always like to bring
I
up the
know.
history.
Yeah.
Where does that lie with white people. So why they have the power. So yes, maybe she called you a cockroach. I'm so sorry, but you guys don't really have to feel racism to the extent that people of color do. And you'll never understand it because you're not a person of color.
But even
you won't get it. It's the same thing as you
Michael,
won't
you're
understand stuff that
Italian.
women have to deal with,
The-
and we won't understand stuff that men have to deal with. That's
It's
just
like
period.
even the fact that you could see, like, I can giggle and laugh in a second though, but like I don't care what anyone says. I could tell from sitting at the table, we are the two most POC color people at
Yes.
the table,
Well,
and you
the
can sit and
Sicilians.
have this conversation and laugh and giggle and have funny times. This is not anything funny to us
the
right
only-
now.
Yeah,
because it's something we deal with on a daily
You know
life
what's really
It's our
serious?
livelihood.
Yes,
You don't
really
understand
serious
that.
though. You know what's really serious? The only race in America, and also the Asians a little bit, but pretty much the only race
Okay,
that
he's
you
gonna
can
repeat the same
discriminate
thing for the
against.
fourth time.
Stop
Repeat this
interrupting.
four
Stop
times.
interrupting. Let
Because
him finish.
you can sit here and laugh and giggle at the fact that white people are discriminated against in America as a matter of law, and you can laugh and giggle at the fact that men can be discriminated against, can be castigated publicly, can be disparaged, and that will be encouraged. So you can laugh about that because you guys have the power and you're allowed to enjoy that. But we, the poor straight white males here, we feel that and we laugh about it too.
straight white males.
How many times?
So he
have-
repeated the
It's
same
an
thing
alright
four
world,
times.
you know.
Michael,
It's
let me
midnight.
ask
Can
you a
we-
question. How many times have you been attacked when you're like just doing something, like walking
Well,
around the street? No, but without being known, because now
Yeah.
you're probably known.
Yeah,
Before
I've been
you were
attacked
known,
a few times.
People come up to you and been like, "Oh, you crazy white person," and just attacking you purely for your race. You need to leave. I've been attacked multiple times, and it's happened to
Really?
me.
And that's
people
wrong.
come up to you on
That's
the street.
wrong.
They say,
Yes,
I don't
I was
like
a
what
I've been
four-year-old
called a
girl
nigger
with
to my face
yes,
more than
literally,
5
people
times
have
in
attacked
public.
me.
Yes.
By whom?
Random people.
One time it was an Asian lady. It's been 3 older white men. It's usually older
Yes,
white men.
older white men.
And then a
It's been
white lady
happening by
as
a lot by
well.
older white men.
In what context? They just walk up.
One
to you.
time
One person,
I was-
I honked at somebody because they almost hit my car. She rolled down her window, nigger.
Oh, you
For
know
no
what?
reason.
You know what I want?
Another
I'm not-
time,
Yeah.
I went with my friends. This is the first time I ever got called to my face. When I was 16 years old, my friends from K through 8 took me to their friend's house. He actually went to play the next year. He played 4 years as a linebacker at Alabama, right? We're at his auto body shop. I walk in. He's like to his friend, "Oh, y'all brought the nigger with you."
Have you
like
ever
it's
been-
nothing.
Wow.
Like it's
It's-
nothing
have you
to
ever
them.
been racially
What am I supposed to
profiled?
say to this 300-pound, 6'5" white dude? You know, when I
Yeah.
sit there, I'm just sitting there
But
smiling,
you know
getting
what
called
I
that shit to my
wonder, though?
face. You don't have to deal with that shit.
You know what I wonder though? I do wonder.
You don't have to fear for your life because you're white. You
Yeah,
don't.
listen. I think you could probably handle yourself pretty well. But
My
you,
125 pounds
yeah,
self, I can handle myself so well.
I think Keeko's probably pretty scrappy. But I wonder, in that first instance, which is obviously not to excuse it, but in that first instance, do you think the guy called you that, or the lady or whoever it was, because that person hates black people? Or do you think, as I frequently think these sorts of things go, do you think that person called you that because that person didn't like you and didn't like what you did or
Okay,
how
so
you were
I have
driving?
another
And
instance.
so
They don't like black
And
people.
so they, well, I just don't think it's that. Like, for instance, I've been
No,
called a
I have
Guido,
another
right?
instance
Well,
because-
I've been called a Guido, and I don't think it's because the person hates Italian people. I think it's because the person doesn't like me.
Okay,
and so
I'm
they look
half
at.
Italian too, and that's not
So,
anywhere near.
wait,
Guido is
Michael.
nowhere near nigger, so that's not even
Well, no,
those
it's
are
just
two
it's,
things.
it's exactly.
Okay,
It's
it's
just
like,
another
for example,
racial slur.
I might
But-
be so mad at what a Mexican or someone person does on the street. My first reaction isn't to be calling them the B word. That's not where my mind goes. Someone who their first reaction is call you as a B word is because
Yeah.
they hate all
I'm
Mexicans.
just-
that's where that
no,
stems
I don't,
from.
I don't think that's
Yes.
necessarily.
Look,
I don't think
those
someone who calls
slurs out,
Let me give you an
no,
instance.
I don't think that's
Listen. I was 5 years old and I was with my older sister. We're both very obviously POC. We're at Barnes
I
and
don't know if
Nobles,
that's so obvious.
and we're
It's sort of
reading
Southern Italian.
and we're reading books, just reading books, minding our own business. A white man comes up to us and
Pull
he
the
says,
microphone closer
he
towards
goes,
you.
"You two need to leave. You don't belong here. Your people are ruining this country." And he started harassing us. So we had to get the people in Barnes and Noble saw this. Obviously, were like, "Okay, that's not okay. We're two young girls." The police were called. Things were happening because he was physically attacking us and verbally attacking
He
us.
was physically attacking?
Yeah, he was pushing my sister. It got extreme, and it's just because we're sitting there reading books. Like, what is?
People can be violent, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has really anything to do with your race.
You don't think that was related to a race? Come on. This is an outright
not
conversation.
saying-
And there's
I'm
other
not-
little
Yeah.
kids
No, I
sitting
just-
there
I'm not
who are
saying you've
saying-
been-
it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing to say all these words. It's totally bad, but it doesn't mean you should, like what we've seen in the videos, that the black or Afro-American woman was relating her hate towards the another race. So she was trying to do what you have been trying to get rid of for so long. So how does it make a difference?
None of us said it was okay. We just said it's not racist. None of us said that she could continue doing that. We just said because of the history of how racism, according to sociology and how the term is defined, it's not racist because y'all haven't faced any oppression for it to be racism. It's just discriminatory.
If the law discriminates against you, it's obviously some kind of oppression. And I just also wonder, like, you've mentioned this, that you've been called all sorts of mean names because you're black. I would not know that you're black if you didn't tell me that.
That's the thing, because maybe you're not racist. I wouldn't believe you're racist. I would never think you're racist.
But I would think you're
racist people.
Yeah.
I am half Italian. I'm 25% Sicilian, the rest from northern Italy.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Those racist people, a lot of people could think I'm Italian or Latin, whatever. Yeah. Racist people, they can tell. That 2% blood, whatever they can. I don't know if they can sniff it out of me. They know. They know.
Maybe.
I'm telling you, because I
don't even think it matters whether or not they know she's black. Like, I've been called black so many times and I'm not even black. Yeah. It's just they assume, they generalize. They just, like, I would think you're white passing, even if you're a person of color.
I'm white passing.
Yes.
Am I a person of color passing?
No.
So then I'm just white.
Wait. So how about this? Throughout
or I'm nothing.
Throughout history, have white people ever faced racism at any point in history?
Yeah, obviously there was. Well, there was.
I can think of a few.
There was the whole Holocaust.
But that's at the hands of other white people.
Yes.
Let's talk about the hands of someone that's not white. It does.
It was at the hands
white
of
on
other
white
people.
crime.
So
let's talk about
there
some
was, not to like
POCs.
get too touchy politically, but there was this study that just came out that got everybody in a lot of trouble, like the Dilbert guy, because it was a study about feelings of racial consciousness and racial antipathy. And so there's a Pew Research study that came out on racial consciousness, and it examined Asians, Hispanics, blacks, and whites. Found out, the question was, is your race somewhat or very important to your identity? And for Asians, Hispanics, and blacks, it was all 50+%. For black people, it was over 70%. For white people, it was 15%. It's very low racial identity. And then there was this survey.
Why do you think that is? Because y'all don't have to consider your racial identity day to day. I can't basically live a single day of my life. I can't go a single day of my life almost without being reminded that I'm black.
Literally, it's so
because y'all don't have to deal with it. Like,
so
you just proved it to us with
society.
that.
You don't even see it. It happens in everyday life for us, and you don't even see it because you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, it's nothing to you. Your race is not a thought to you because you're just a white man. It's nothing to you. Me being a black woman, I have to navigate certain things. I have to be like, okay, maybe like me and my mom stopped somewhere before. My mom's black. We on the way from San Francisco to here. We stopped somewhere. Had to leave because we were threatened to leave because it was like San Ardo or something. We didn't realize that we stopped.
You bring a civil rights suit.
You don't have to consciously be like, oh, I can't stop here because it's the sun downtown. I can't stop here because they're known for being racist.
There are plenty of places where I wouldn't stop because I'd get shot or
why? Because what you go online and say, right? Because of how you persona, not because you're a white man.
No, because I'm a sort of preppy-looking white guy driving. I actually don't drive a very nice car, but if I drive into certain neighborhoods, I am probably going to be hassled a little bit, and probably my race would have something to do with it.
I think it just had. I don't think it'd have to do with your race. I think it would just have to do with whether or not you're a person who looks.
You don't think a white guy rolls up, a sort of relatively modest-looking white guy rolls up into Watts in the middle of the night and pulls into a gas station wearing a pink polo shirt, going to the ATM. You don't think he's going to get hassled a little bit?
I think, but so is a black woman. Like, anyone's going to get hassled in that situation, not just a white man. You're not getting hassled in that situation because you're a white man.
You don't think that the white guy who rolls up into Compton in the middle of the night at the ATM, you don't think he's more likely to be harassed than
an Asian guy
person?
Or no, I don't. I think they're going to equally be harassed unless they're both clearly packing a gun or something. Unless the white man's a lot smaller than the other man. If they're the same size, you're equally going to get harassed. You're not getting harassed more because you're a white man.
I don't know that that's borne out in the real experience of violent crime. But.
Irish too, by the way. The Irish too. They were.
They were discriminating. I'm part Irish, but I'm not.
They were
Irish
discriminating against who?
The Irish were.
Discriminated
against.
Yeah.
Oh, against by who?
The English.
So white on white. Okay, so once again, got it.
They're not gonna get anyone.
That's almost like victim blaming.
What?
It doesn't.
How is that victim blaming?
We're just trying to
saying
what you're saying.
That's
what
not
you're
a problem
saying
on race. That's maybe has to do with origin of where they came from, but it has nothing to do with like skin tone.
Also,
it has nothing to do with that.
White people don't migrate into predominantly black countries. Other than colonialism, which isn't exactly regular migration. In modern times, that doesn't happen, so there would be no historical example for that.
So we migrated into this area, or you guys colonized this area?
Well, it depends which people you're talking about.
So both Hispanics, slaves. I mean, you took African American people from Africa, brought them here, and you're like, oh well, now we don't want you here.
Descendants of slaves, obviously.
Okay, Mexican people. They are
California was Mexico.
Literally. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But there are many. There are 2 million illegal aliens who cross into the country every single year.
Oh, aliens! Wow, they're not
Brian,
humans.
let's
Abortion.
go.
Well, no, that's just
I'm
ready.
It's illegal.
Alien just means a foreigner. But I'm just saying they're not people from California. They're people who come up from Nicaragua, Honduras.
I think it's a technical term.
It's a legal term. Like, I'm an alien in this country.
Yeah, you're a resident alien.
She's a Ukrainian.
It's not like E.T.
Besides the point, you're saying they came here.
Yeah, so they'll come from Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala. So they're not. It's not like they were living in Texas or California. They've chosen to immigrate into the country, and that happens a lot.
So I'm saying there's a lot of people who lived here way long before, because this used to be Mexico, right? You pushed them out. We pushed them. I'm not saying you,
sort of,
but
yeah.
the past.
It was Michael. It was actually Michael is genocidal, so it was actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, okay.
I am.
So you pushed them out, and now they want to come back, and you're like, no, you're illegal now, so we can't do that.
Well, it's no. It's when you annex a territory. It's not that you deport everyone. It didn't deport all the sort of.
Well, because it wasn't
Tex-Mex people
deporting
down
back
to
then. It
Peru
was
or
just like
something. That's
killing
not what
them and
happened.
saying leave.
No, not really. I mean, even
I mean, there wasn't really a law. The United States wasn't developed.
No, there wasn't a genocide of the Mexican people at the annexation.
There was genocide of the Native American people. There's genocide of other people.
There were.
Oh, there wasn't?
Not really. Not in the way that you would probably be describing. No, I mean, it's much more complicated. The settlers-Indian relations were very complicated. I think about some of my ancestors.
Black and white. You're right.
I just happen to have read certain history books and can tell you what happened. And so, like for instance, when the Pilgrims come here, they create a great alliance with the Massasoit and the Wampanoag Indians. They didn't just go slaughter everybody. In fact, the Wampanoags helped the Pilgrims to go attack the Massachusetts. And so it's just a much more complicated history than a lot of people want to pretend, which is like white man bad, everyone else good.
I don't think it's just I agree. I don't think it's black and white, but I'm saying it's very complex, and it's a very complex thing that I don't think you guys will ever understand.
Yeah, I think I can. If you got rational faculties, you can understand a lot,
Not really, unless you there's just
I don't need to suffer cancer to understand how cancer functions.
I feel like not to research it, sure, but like no matter how much you say, you will never understand what somebody's going through with cancer unless you have cancer. I could never claim to know what that's like. That's asinine to say that.
Yeah,
the reason that there's such a thing as sympathy or compassion.
Empathy?
Yeah, well, empathy.
Is that what you're looking for?
No, empathy is when you actually do have an experience that one shares. But what I'm talking about is sympathy or compassion, which is suffering with somebody. That we do all the time. That's
you're suffering with them, but you're not experiencing what they're experiencing. Yeah. Just because you know somebody who has cancer doesn't mean you now know what it feels like to have cancer. That's what you just said.
But the problem is that if we cannot understand the private feelings of other people, if we cannot communicate that in any way, then there cannot be any such thing as society.
I agree, and we should try to understand. But if we cannot accept the fact that even if we try to understand, we will never truly understand 100% unless we have gone through it. We have to accept that as well.
But then, Keeko, I could tell you, you can never understand my experience.
I won't.
You can never. But you're purporting to. You're saying that white people haven't suffered depression. You're saying that I'm.
Yeah,
white.
but I'm sure you have experiences as a person.
Sicilian,
I'm sure you have experiences that you're as an individual being, as a Christian man, whatever.
No,
I wouldn't understand experiences.
As a non-white person, is how you, I guess, identify.
I'm half white, technically. But go ahead.
Yeah, right. Well, and Sicilian, that's a liminal question. But I'm just saying, you are identifying as not white, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a non-white identifying person, I'm just telling you, based on your own logic, you could never understand. You could never understand the suffering, the constant turmoil.
Yeah, see, now you're saying all the suffering and stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't say you've endured such suffering, but your life experiences.
It's just absurd when it goes in the other direction, because it just means we couldn't communicate.
You could try to understand, but
to understand, you have to understand. You never
will.
And you can see that there was suffering, like you're just saying, like sympathy. You can understand.
But I'm joking. I don't think about suffering ever. Almost, suffering is just a fact of life, and it can be. It's neither good nor bad. It's a bad, sad fact of the world that we all suffer, but it doesn't. The only thing that matters morally is how you react to suffering. It can either be degrading or it can be edifying, sanctifying.
One super chat and then we're going to wrap. All right, we have Tara Gratz. Thank you for the 50. Kay made a very definitive claim about religion. Chase responded to that specific claim. All the girls on the panel then put on earmuffs like Chase brought religion out of nowhere. Don't make declarative statements and act so immature when they respond to you.
Check out me and Chase on a podcast in the future to get a response to that question.
That's in the books. Last question for Sam here. So Sam, you were dating this guy.
Mm-hmm.
You are dating this guy, same guy.
They're not dating.
No, he's just saying a hypothetical question.
No. You are dating. There's a guy you're dating currently.
Talking.
Dating. It's so complicated.
No.
Jesus. No wonder. There's all these.
Okay, go. Continue.
Yeah. So you haven't hooked up with him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
I mean, we've kissed, but I don't think that's hooking up. Just a kiss.
Yeah, that's not hooking.
Yeah, just a kiss.
No.
So, not every girl is a 304, Brian. You need to raise your faith. You're scaring me.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys, it's 12:12. Perfect time to wrap the show. Before I do, anyone final thought or question?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm gonna wrap. Oh,
She's divorcing you.
Oh, man, sorry.
Michael?
Well, listen.
I thought you guys don't want to
It
be
is
gay.
after 2015, so I guess I could. I'm taken. Sorry to say.
I'm sorry. All right. Final thought, anybody? Last, speak now, forever hold your peace.
I just want to give a shout out to that poor Asian guy that sent a chat in at the beginning of the show, who got absolutely murdered. Who was making $50,000 a year? Yeah, because he's 5'3". No girl can get past the height. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for
level up.
Thanks for watching.
There's a lot of women out there under 5'3".
That was the most brutal thing I've ever seen on the show.
Yeah. It's tough out there. Well, hey, first off, I want to thank the wonderful panel. We had we covered numerous hot button political issues and topics. So appreciate you guys, appreciate everyone being good sports and having a really good conversation. So thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chatted and supports the show. It means the world. You guys killed it. Seriously, really appreciate all the support. Once again, big thank you to the panel. Thank you to our chat mods. Thank you to Chaz. Shout out to the Daily Wire, of course. Go check them out. Check out Michael's YouTube channel, The Michael Knowles Show. Be sure to check that out. Any women who are short, my DMs are open at BD_Atlas. Guys, we'll be live again Sunday at 7 p.m. Pacific for our next dating talk show where we will have on Keeko and Ben Shapiro. Just kidding. Just kidding. That'll be a good conversation. Anyways, guys, like I said.
We don't know.
The perfect answer. That was the perfect answer. I ask myself every day.
He said you, Michael?
It's not me. No.
Oh, what was the perfect answer?
She said, who?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Really?
Sweet. Anyways, guys, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific, our next dating talk. Dave Chappelle? Huh?
Dave Chappelle.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Anyways, guys, we'll see you next time. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. And have a good time, guys.